Su Qingyun's face changed color. She suddenly realized a problem. Regardless of how Lin Jianfeng became the assigned teacher, this matter of the quota would definitely cause trouble among the young intellectuals. The newly established teacher training class would also be affected. It must be said that she and Qin Youfu thought alike. But now, looking at the shocked crowd, Su Qingyun knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She felt a bit headache. Zhang Yun looked at everyone's surprised faces and found it strange. Why were they reacting so strongly? Su Qingyun thought for a moment and said to Zhang Yun, "Teacher Zhang, maybe I should take you to the team office again? To meet our team leader. You should also report in, right?" Yes. Zhang Yun suddenly clapped her head. How did I forget about this? She turned around and headed outside. Su Qingyun only had time to tell her mother, "I'll ask Uncle Fu over there." Qining could only nod, looking worried. In the back of the classroom, Lu Cheng clenched his pen tightly. The group of young people already didn't like him joining this training class, and now they probably wouldn't be happy about this either. He lowered his eyes, thinking about Su Qingyun's encouraging words earlier, and looked sad. But it was only for a moment. He quickly looked up again, his eyes firm as he carefully copied the words on the board. For him, being able to come here to learn was already a lucky surprise. The more he learned, the better. Every extra minute or second was a gain for him. Su Qingyun took Zhang Yun to the team office and just happened to meet Qin Youfu, who had returned without finding anyone. Seeing Zhang Yun, Qin Youfu was surprised at first, then quickly smiled and said, "Are you teacher Zhang Yun? This is our team leader, Captain Qin. And this is Secretary Chen." Su Qingyun quietly reminded Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun quickly said, "Hello, team leader." "Hello, Secretary Chen. I am Zhang Yun, 19 years old, a high school graduate from the town middle school. I came here today to report." Hello. Qin Youfu's expression improved a bit. It was a bit of a waste for a student from the town middle school to come here to be a primary school teacher. He didn't know how this girl agreed to come. Secretary Chen also nodded at Zhang Yun. Su Qingyun looked at Qin Youfu, hesitating to speak. Qin Youfu asked confusedly, "Qingyun, what do you want to say?" "Uncle Youfu, how could the position for the other teacher be?" Su Qingyun didn't finish her sentence. Qin Youfu's expression changed. "You know about it?" "Not only me." Su Qingyun pressed her lips. "Everyone at the training class knows. It probably can't be hidden anymore." "What?" Qin Youfu was shocked. How did it happen so fast? Secretary Chen frowned and stood up. "When did you find out?" Su Qingyun replied, "About 20 minutes ago." Seeing their equally unhappy expressions, Zhang Yun finally realized something was wrong and felt a bit helpless. "Did I say something wrong?" "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Youfu waved his hand. "Teacher Zhang, don't overthink it." They didn't know the situation in their village, so even if they said something, they couldn't blame others. Qin Youfu looked at Chun Dayu. "Old Chun, what should we do now?" Chun Dayu sighed. "What can we do? Just wait. In less than 10 minutes, the people should arrive." He was right. The people at the youth accommodation had already learned about this, and were now angrily coming this way, talking as they walked. "We really believed what the team leader said, that we can't be teachers. But what's going on? Why can Lin Jianfeng become one, and we can't?"
"Exactly.
What's wrong with us? He just flirts with young girls and acts high and mighty. Where is Lin Jianfeng? Has anyone seen him? No, probably he knows this will be exposed today, so he's hiding. Running away won't help. Let's go find the team leader first." But I feel the team leader might not even know about this. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The new teacher from Luo Shui village, Lin Jianfeng, said it himself clearly. That kid. The team leader wouldn't do something so embarrassing, would he? Whether he knows or not, we need an explanation and a reason. Yes. If we don't get an explanation, we won't agree to Lin Jianfeng becoming a teacher. We'll keep causing trouble at that training class every day.
Right.
Let's go now. A group of about 10 people hurried to the team leader's office. Besides them, villagers who had heard the news also rushed over. They didn't care whether the youth could become teachers. They simply didn't want Lin Jianfeng to be one. Since the incident with Su Qingyun, Lin Jianfeng's reputation in Luo Shui village was completely ruined. How could the villagers trust him with their children? They also came to ask the team leader for an explanation. This time, more people had gathered than before, filling the area from the office outward in layers, packed tightly and pressing close together. Qin Youfu looked at everyone's excited faces and felt a terrible headache. What kind of situation was this? He reached out his hand and pressed down, trying to control the scene, but it didn't help. The young intellectuals looked angry. Last time, they listened to him and responded, but this time, they wouldn't be so easily fooled. Captain, don't think you can fool us this time. We won't leave unless you give us a proper explanation and answer today. The leader of the group was the same person as last time, named Yu Yan. The young intellectuals from Luo Shui village seemed to be divided into two groups. One was led by Yu Yan, and the other by Song Yan. Their relationship wasn't hostile, just because their personalities and styles didn't match. But this time, because their shared interests were involved, they stood together for the first time. As for Lin Jianfeng, neither side accepted him, and neither wanted to include him. Song Yan and the others stood nearby without speaking, but their eyes clearly wanted him to give an answer. Next to them, some villagers were excited. Yes. Captain, you said before that the higher-ups wanted to find a teacher among us, so they set up that teacher training class. But how come Lin Jianfeng is among the teachers sent here? I want to make my stance clear. Our child definitely can't be taught by him. Who knows what kind of person he might turn out to be? Exactly. We absolutely disagree with Lin Jianfeng becoming the teacher at our Luo Shui village primary school. Lin Jianfeng was quite a remarkable person. The first time, he completely annoyed everyone in Luo Shui village, and for the first time, everyone united in opposition. Zhang Yin was frightened by this scene and moved closer to Su Qingyan for comfort. Su Qingyan reassured her, it's okay. Qin Youfu sighed deeply. He looked at each person's face carefully and said, seriously, I promise you all, I just found out about Lin Jianfeng being assigned as a teacher. It was less than an hour ago that I learned about it, just like you. I discussed with Secretary Chen, and for now, we will keep Lin Jianfeng's teaching position. I will personally go to the town and ask what is really going on. Please wait patiently for my news.
Can you do that?
The villagers hesitated for a moment. Captain Qin Youfu was highly respected, and if he said so, many thought it was worth waiting for. Yu Yan refused to accept this excuse. It was obvious he was just making an excuse. If he went to town and came back saying it was an order from above that he couldn't change, would they just accept it? No, they wouldn't. If the higher-ups insist that Lin Jianfeng is the person they chose, what should we do? Yu Yan asked back. And last time, Captain, you showed us the documents. Isn't there a contradiction in what they say? Qin Youfu frowned and said, the documents from last time are real, but this quota is also real. That's why I want to go to town and find out what's really happening. No matter what, the higher-ups will give us an explanation. Looking at the doubtful crowd, he gritted his teeth and said, here's my promise. Either I will ask the higher-ups to cancel Lin Jianfeng's quota, or if that's not possible, I will try to get 1 or 2 more spots for everyone. We will all compete fairly. Su Qingyun's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle Fu would do that. Song Yan, who had been silent, suddenly brightened his eyes and asked immediately, Captain, are you serious about this? Of course. When Qin Youfu says something, he means it. Qin Youfu pretended not to notice Chen Deyu shaking his head and spoke firmly. He had thought about this carefully. If someone like Lin Jianfeng could become a teacher, then others could too. Either cancel his spot or get a few more, that's fair. That works. I think it's a good idea. We trust the captain. The villagers agreed happily, willing to believe Qin Youfu.
Good.
We trust the captain too. Let's go back and wait for news. Song Yan also agreed immediately. He remembered how when Su Qingyun suggested getting harvesters, the captain promised without hesitation. Later, the captain proved he kept his word, honestly reporting everything to the higher-ups without hiding anyone's contributions. Because of that, Song Yan trusted the captain. He pulled Yu Yan aside, who was about to speak, and shook his head. Don't say anything more. Yu Yan hesitated but finally said nothing. It was just a few more days to wait, and they could do that. Let's go. The crowd dispersed. Su Qingyun, who hadn't said a word, was about to leave when Qin Yufu stopped her. Qingyun, could you please come with me to town? Su Qingyun pointed at herself and asked with confusion. What am I supposed to do? Qin Yufu hesitated and rubbed his hands nervously. The village officials all know you. If you come along, it will make this matter more important. Su Qingyun understood his meaning and nodded, saying, all right. Even if it was just to prevent Lin Jianfeng from bothering her mother in the future, she was willing to go along. The situation was urgent. Qin Yufu didn't want to delay even for a moment. He hurriedly took Su Qingyun to the town. Usually, it would take an hour, but they arrived in just 40 minutes. They headed straight to the town government. There was no special education department in the town, but there was a cultural assistant. All education issues in the villages were reported to him, and he would pass them on to the higher education authorities. After confirming his identity with a security guard, Qin Yufu went to the office of the cultural assistant. In the office, Zhu Bin, the cultural assistant, was drinking tea. Next to him, a radio played kunku opera, soft and melodious, like crying and pleading. Zhu Bin closed his eyes, tapping along to the rhythm and humming softly, clearly relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Bin took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Come in." A middle-aged man entered with a young girl. Zhu Bin paused, set his teacup on the table, and asked, "Who are you?" "Comrade Zhu, I am the team leader of Luoshui village. We've met before, haven't we? Have you forgotten?" Qin Yufu smiled. No matter what, a friendly smile is always good when meeting someone. "This is Su Qingyun from our village. She came with me," Qin Yufu briefly introduced. Su Qingyun stood to the side, watching quietly without speaking. Zhu Bin casually looked her over, but didn't pay much attention. "Last time, I came to ask you about the teacher allocation for our Luoshui village primary school," Qin Yufu added when he saw Zhu Bin thinking. "Oh," Zhu Bin thought for a moment and remembered. "Is there something you need?" "I'm here again about the teacher allocation for our Luoshui village primary school," Qin Yufu said with a big smile. "Is it about that again?" Zhu Bin frowned. "Wasn't the teacher already assigned to you? What's the problem now?" "It's about the teacher allocation." Qin Yufu carefully asked, "Is there a mistake with the teacher allocation?" Zhu Bin's expression darkened slightly.
How could there be a mistake? Didn't I tell you?
Your village can only get 2 teachers at most. Education resources from the country are precious, and not many are allocated to towns. Having 2 teachers in your village is already quite good. No, I don't mean there are too few," Qin Yufu quickly explained. "What I mean is, among the teachers assigned, our village has some concerns about one of them." "Concerns?" Zhu Bin looked surprised, as if he heard a joke. "You have issues with the assigned teachers?" "Yes, Comrade Zhu. One of these teachers is named Lin Jianfeng, and he is a young person from our Luoshui village," Qin Yufu said. He took out a list and handed it to Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin looked at the names on the list, paused for a moment, then casually put it down. "So, what if he's a young person?" Zhu Bin asked with a puzzled look. Qin Yufu hesitated, almost choking on his words. "What do you mean, so what if he's a young person? Isn't it true that you all said young people shouldn't be teachers?" "No, Comrade Zhu. Isn't that the document you issued earlier?" Qin Yufu took out another paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Su Qingyun couldn't help but smile slightly. Uncle Fu is really well prepared. Zhu Bin looked at the clear document, paused for a moment, then said, "There's no clear rule saying young people can't be teachers. Don't read too much into it. As we've said, we need to be flexible in our work. Rules are dead. People are alive. Besides, this isn't really a strict rule. Also, I don't decide who the teachers are. It all depends on approval from above. I'm just passing along the message and can't change anything." Hearing his excuses, Qin Yufu felt like cursing. "You're the ones who say young people can't be teachers, and you're the ones saying we should be flexible. You've said everything, leaving us caught in the middle, not fitting in anywhere." Comrade Zhu, listen to me. The reputation of Lin Jianfeng in our village is very bad. The villagers all disagree with him becoming our elementary school teacher. How can someone like him be suitable for such a position? I came here today to share the opinions of our entire village. Most people do not agree with Lin Jianfeng becoming a teacher at our school. I think the higher authorities should listen to the voices of the villagers. Qin Youfu explained the common concerns and opinions of everyone in the village. Zhu Bin frowned and asked, I'm curious, what exactly has Comrade Lin done to make everyone dislike him so much? He had never seen everyone in a village dislike someone so strongly. What kind of actions could cause such widespread disapproval?
Well,
Qin Youfu hesitated a little. Lin Jianfeng spends his days idling around our village, taking advantage of others. His reputation is not good. Qin Youfu held back his words, not saying that Lin Jianfeng was unfit to be a teacher. Zhu Bin became even more interested. Tell me more, give me an example. Seeing his curiosity, Qin Youfu looked at Su Qingyun with some hesitation. His intention was to prove that Lin Jianfeng had issues with his character, but revealing that a young girl was deceived might harm her reputation. Su Qingyun saw this and stepped beside Qin Youfu, saying to Zhu Bin, I can prove it. You? Zhu Bin looked confused. What's going on with this girl? Qingyun, maybe we shouldn't, it's okay, Uncle Fu. Su Qingyun gave Qin Youfu a reassuring look. Qingyun hesitated but decided not to say anything further. Su Qingyun looked at Zhu Bin and slowly said, I can confirm that Lin Jianfeng has serious problems with his character and conduct. I was deceived by him before. He borrowed money from me with all kinds of excuses and never paid it back. He also tried to take things from me and even tarnish my reputation in the village, claiming I had improper thoughts about him. She paused and continued, and I am not the only victim. There are others. Now his reputation in our village is ruined, and he has started targeting girls from other villages. Can someone like that really become a teacher and do the work of educating children? Zhu Bin asked, his face growing serious. If what this young girl said is true, then this person truly should not be a teacher. Someone with a bad character and morals should never join the teaching profession, as it would cause serious problems in education and directly affect the future of the country. He looked again at the list of names on the table, a hint of worry in his eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask around our village to see if what I say is true, Su Qingyun said. Zhu Bin hesitated for a moment and then said, I told you earlier, I can't decide this matter. Even if there are problems with him, the villagers don't agree with him becoming a teacher. I can't change the decision from above. You need to go higher up to ask. Zhu Bin looked at both of them with a meaningful gaze, implying there was more to the story. Qin Youfu and Su Qingyun exchanged a glance, understanding the hidden message in his words. The real issue wasn't here, but at a higher level. They guessed right, the appointment of Lin Jianfeng as a teacher was not straightforward. Thank you, Comrade Zhu. We understand, they said. Seeing them carefully close the door and leave, Zhu Bin sighed. He was just following orders from above. There was definitely something suspicious about Lin Jianfeng's appointment, but he couldn't say it openly. He originally thought Lin Jianfeng was just a connection, a relative of someone important. After all, he was a proper high school graduate and a young intellectual. Although he was young, he could still be a teacher. Zhu Bin didn't think much and simply wrote Lin Jianfeng's name down. Who would have thought he was such a troublemaker? Zhu Bin believed in principles. People like that shouldn't be teachers. Such bad luck.
Subin Mutat.
But whether they could change the decision from above depended on how determined they were and whether they could reach the officials in charge. It was still noon. Qin Youfu thought about it and decided to act quickly. He took Su Qingyun and got into the car heading to the county. Since the town couldn't decide or handle the matter, they would go to the county. Qin Youfu didn't believe there wasn't a place to reason with someone. Qingyun, should we go to the county education bureau? Qin Youfu asked, feeling a bit confused. Yes, the education bureau handles these matters. Let's go there, Su Qingyun nodded. They had to go straight to the authority to ask. Okay, let's go. Qin Youfu had never been to the county education bureau before. He and Su Qingyun asked for directions before finally finding the bureau. Captain Qin Yofu's identity still works well. After revealing his identity, the two of them went inside directly. A young man greeted them, poured water for both, and said, "Please sit for a while. Our colleague on duty just went out." "Thank you very much," Qin Yofu quickly replied. "You're welcome." After saying that, the young man returned to his work. Qin Yofu glanced at him and whispered to Su Qingyun, "Qingyun, later I will talk. It's best if you don't mention Lin Jianfeng's matter, as it might not be good for you." He had been thinking about this on the way here. Although it was about Lin Jianfeng, he was worried others might have opinions about Su Qingyun. "I understand, Uncle Fu," Su Qingyun replied without nodding, just saying this. Just as Qin Yofu was about to say more, a middle-aged man entered. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and looked very upright. The young man looked up and said, "Officer Chen, 2 comrades are looking for you. They said it's about the teachers at the local village primary schools." Chani looked at the two who had stood up quickly, feeling puzzled. "Teachers at village primary schools? Come into my office," he said. Chani's office was small, with just a big table, a few wooden chairs, and nothing else. Chani sat at his desk and asked, "What's the matter?" "Well, Officer Chen," Qin Yofu explained slowly, "it's about the teachers assigned to our village. We think some of them have issues with their character and conduct and are not suitable to be teachers. We want a request to revoke their teaching positions." Yes, that's what we mean," Qin Yofu hurriedly confirmed. "What's his name?"
Chun Yi asked.
"Lin Jianfeng." Chun Yi tapped his fingers on the desk and asked again, "Lin Jianfeng?" "Yes," Qin Yofu said doubtfully. "Is there a problem? Do you know him?" "How would I know him?" Chun Yi replied casually. "Then what do you think?" Qin Yofu asked cautiously. Chun Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "I understand the situation you described. Here's what we'll do. You go back and wait for news. I will report this to my superiors, and we will discuss it. Once we have a result, we will inform you. Is that okay?" "No, comrade. This is very urgent for us. I can't accept this as an excuse," Qin Yofu quickly said, clearly trying to dodge the issue. "Enough," Qin Yi interrupted coldly. "I've already said this matter needs to be discussed and studied by the Bureau. I'm not the one making the decision. How can I give you an answer?" Qin Yofu was anxious. "What should we do now? Everyone in the village knows. Are we really going to let him become a teacher? It's just a teacher, isn't it? Let him temporarily take the position," Qin Yi said impatiently, waving his hand. "When we have a result, it won't be too late to revoke the spot." Qin Yofu was choked by his words. It all sounded easy, but in reality, removing someone later could be very difficult. Seeing Qin Yi seemed ready to send them away, Su Qingyun, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward. Qin Yofu sighed inwardly. In the end, she had to speak. "Hello, Officer Chen. I am the girl who was harassed by Lin Jianfeng, as our team leader just mentioned. Not only I, but girls from our village and even other villages have been deceived. We can't let someone like him take a teaching position. We hope you can help us by raising this issue with the higher authorities and resolving it quickly. If this drags on, the villagers' emotions will become unstable and problems could happen."
"You?"
Chun-Yi looked at her carefully and suddenly smiled. "Are you threatening me?" "Of course not," Su Qingyan replied with a smile. "I just want to show you how serious this is. It's not only our villagers who are upset, but also the other young people. I believe you wouldn't want a conflict between the young volunteers and the local villagers, right?" Chun-Yi's face darkened. He had to admit she made a good point. The young volunteers came to help build the countryside. If a small issue like this causes conflicts with the locals, it could become a big problem. Initially, Qin-Yi just wanted to brush it off, but he realized this matter had to be resolved. "By the way, Officer Chen, there's one more thing," Su Qingyan said as if she just remembered. "Lin Jianfeng is from Haisher City and has no relatives or connections here. I don't know what made your bureau choose him. I hope you can investigate this carefully." When Chun-Yi heard this, his eyes briefly wandered, and Su Qingyan precisely caught the look. "I understand the situation. I will investigate thoroughly. You can go back and wait for our news," Chun-Yi said after thinking. "Within 3 days, we will give you a clear answer. Is that okay?" Qin Yofu and Su Qingyun exchanged a glance, knowing that this was the best they could do for now. Pushing further wouldn't help either side. Okay, Officer Chen. Thank you for your trouble. We will come back in 3 days, Qin Yofu said. After they left, Chen Yi's face turned grim. He walked out of the office and asked the young man earlier, "Little son, where did Wang Chunlin go?" Wang officer said he had some family matters today and took the afternoon off. Little son replied. What's his problem? Chen Yi couldn't help but curse. Hurry up and go call him to the office. Wang Chunming was sleeping at home when he was suddenly awakened by knocking on the door, calling him to the bureau. Hearing it was Chen Yi calling him, he had no choice but to endure his anger, get dressed, and go back to the bureau. Old Chen, why are you in such a hurry to call me back? Wang Chunming yawned. Chen Yi, seeing his state, was furious. It's working hours now. Why do you think I called you back? Didn't I ask for leave? Wang Chunming said indifferently. Just tell me if there's something urgent. I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Lin Jianfeng, the young man from Luoshui village? Chen Yi asked sharply. No relation. Wang Chunming's face changed, but he remained calm. Chen Yi could see his evasive eyes clearly. He intensified his tone.
No relation?
After the list of teachers from Luoshui Village Primary School was released, you insisted on changing one of the names to him. And you said he was a young man you admired and wanted to give a chance. I looked at him, he's a high school graduate, so I didn't think much. Even if he's a young intellectual, I still included him on the list. But then, the village's team leader came to us, saying this person has bad morals and a poor reputation. The whole village disagrees with him becoming a teacher. Tell me, how should we handle this? Chen Yi spoke quickly, leaving Wang Chunming a bit confused. After a moment, he understood that the meaning of Chen Yi's words was that the man they added, Lin Jianfeng, was not suitable. Everyone disagreed with him becoming a teacher. They wanted their office to revoke his appointment.
But
Fong didn't tell him any of this, did she? Wang Chunming was a bit stunned. His distant niece only spoke highly of Lin Jianfeng, saying he was well-educated, kind, and friendly. Turns out, she was just tricking him. The village leader even brought a personal ID to prove that Lin Jianfeng had harassed young girls in the village, Chen Yi said. Who would agree to let him be a teacher now? Harassed young girls? Wang Chunming immediately thought that his niece might also be one of the targets. Thinking about how Fong had spoken up for Lin Jianfeng gave him a headache. But, old Chen, our list has already been sent out, and the process is complete.
How can we change it now?
Wang Chunming said. Besides, even if what they say is true, Lin Jianfeng is a proper high school graduate. That's not fake. He's just teaching kids at a village elementary school. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Wang Chunming spoke lightly, trying to downplay the issue. Remembering the gift Fong had given him, he still wanted to settle this matter quietly. As for Lin Jianfeng's character, he could just give Fong a few hints later. He thought to himself, feeling quite confident. Making a fuss? Chen Yi looked at him in disbelief. Do you really think it's okay to have someone who harasses girls, scams people, lies all the time, and has a bad reputation become a teacher? Also, the villagers of Luoshui are very upset. They insist we revoke his teaching position, or they won't stop protesting. Stop protesting? Wang Chunming chuckled. A bunch of villagers causing trouble for a couple of days? What can they really do? Old Chen, I think you're scared of them. It's nothing serious. Trust me, it will over soon. They can't cause any real trouble. Chen Yi sneered angrily and looked at him. Aren't you afraid those girls he's fooled will go to the authorities? Then we'll see how you handle it. When things got serious upstairs, even the deputy director couldn't save his brother-in-law. Wang Chunming laughed even more. Old Chen, let's not talk about whether there's solid proof of harassment. Besides, I don't believe they would actually say such things publicly. They're the ones who'll suffer. Chen Yi fell silent. Indeed, once a girl's reputation is ruined, everything is ruined.
Bang, bang, bang.
The door was knocked. Chen Yi, come in. A young man, Xiao Sun, entered and handed a file to Chen Yi. Officer Chen, here is the document you asked for.
Thanks. You can go now.
Chun-Yi wasn't in the mood to look at the file. Xiao Sun turned to leave, but hesitated at the door. He looked back and asked, Officer Chen Wang, officer, is the girl being harassed the same young girl from earlier? Both men changed their expressions. You heard that?
Yes.
Xiao Sun shrank his neck and awkwardly smiled, pointing at the door. I was just delivering the file. The door isn't very soundproof. Whatever you hear, you're not allowed to tell anyone. Understand? Wang Chunming narrowed his eyes, sounding a little threatening. Xiao Sun looked at them with a hint of disdain, but then hesitated again. I mean, if the girl being harassed is the same young girl from earlier, it's going to be a big problem. What do you mean? Xiao Sun, explain clearly.
Chun-Yi's face changed.
I know her, Xiao Sun said softly, scratching his head. Her name is Su Qingyun. I used to work in Luoshui town. Last time, I went with the local leaders to Luoshui village for an award ceremony, and she was the one being honored.
What?
Wang Chunming and Chun-Yi's faces suddenly changed dramatically. Are you sure you didn't mistake her? Wang Chunming asked, trembling, his voice wavering. Absolutely sure. It's her. I didn't mistake her, Xiao Sun nodded firmly. He remembered clearly, there was no way he could be wrong. Do you remember what she was awarded for? Wang Chunming asked. I remember, Xiao Sun replied. It was because she saved a child who had been kidnapped. The authorities praised her for her bravery. The girl, Su Qingyun, had saved the child of the vice-county mayor. To avoid causing too much trouble, few people knew about it, and Xiao Sun didn't know either. Wang Chunmei took a deep breath. She saw that someone had bravely saved a child. It seemed like a big deal, and she deserved recognition. It had been a long time since then. Even if she was praised back then, what did it matter now? It was completely unrelated. Wang Chunming's mind turned, and she finally relaxed a little. Chun-Yi looked at his little grandson, as if he had more to say. Do you want to say something else? Just say it all. The little grandson looked carefully at him, and then at Wang Chunming. He said, even if I wasn't praised for that, I still know her. Suddenly, the grandson looked out the window and pointed at the notice board. Everyone often looks at it, right? Su Qingyun, the girl from our county who was recently praised by the province. Our bureau even wanted all the students in the county to learn from her. Do you two forget that? What? Chun-Yi looked surprised, staring at the notice board outside. It was filled with important reports. A girl from Luo County, just a teenager, was personally praised by the province. For their education department, this was a great opportunity for publicity. This event had caused a big impact across the whole bureau. Why didn't they realize that the notice was the same Su Qingyun? Actually, Chun-Yi and Wang Chunming hadn't thought much about it. They just saw her as an ordinary girl and didn't pay much attention. So, her nephew's helper had once harassed the talented girl who was praised by the whole province? Wang Chunming finally understood and almost fainted.
How dare they?
Letting Lin Jianfeng become a teacher was practically asking for trouble. If she didn't come to ask for an explanation, she would be surprised. Old Chen, quickly, cancel Lin Jianfeng's appointment. Send another teacher instead. The one from before, Wang Chunming said hurriedly, finally calming down. They had to solve this quickly. If the girl got angry and reported it to higher authorities, it would be over. Chun-Yi looked at her with a cold smile. Now you're panicking? Weren't you saying it didn't matter? Wang Chunming hesitated and forced a smile. It's just that the situation is different now. Su Qingyun is a key person the province is watching. If Lin Jianfeng harassed her, that's a serious matter. He definitely can't be a teacher anymore. Chun-Yi watched him desperately trying to find an excuse to explain, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What's the big deal? It's just a matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He thought the girl was an ordinary one, but it turned out she hit a hard wall. Now he had to quickly fix the situation. Without waiting for 3 days of discussion, the County Education Bureau swiftly canceled the previous list of teachers and sent a new one instead. They even arrived in Luoshui village earlier than Qin Youfu and Su Qingyun. The new teacher was a bit older, named Cheng Lei. He used to work in a factory in the county but was injured and couldn't do heavy work anymore. So he was sent to be a teacher. He looked gentle and easy to get along with. When he arrived in Luoshui village, he went straight to the teacher training class and met the others. Everyone thought he was a good person. Qin Yofu quickly arranged a place for him and Zhang Yun to stay. The school dormitories were almost finished, so they could move in right away. However, within half a day, the young intellectuals saw that Lin Jianfeng's teaching position was cancelled. Qin Yofu kept his promise, and they couldn't say anything unfair about it. They could only accept it reluctantly, and the villagers had no objections. Except for Lin Jianfeng. When they heard the list was coming out and new teachers would arrive, Lin Jianfeng left Luoshui village early, afraid that the excited young intellectuals and villagers would come to confront him. He thought it through carefully. Once everyone calmed down, he would return to the village. By then, any objections would be settled, and he could peacefully continue being a teacher. Lin Jianfeng wandered outside until nightfall before returning to the village. He hummed a little tune as he walked, thinking about how he should look surprised to receive everyone's envy and jealousy. Unconsciously, he arrived at the young intellectual's accommodation. Seeing the obvious happiness on Lin Jianfeng's face, everyone exchanged glances and silently agreed not to pay attention to him. They each went on with their own activities, washing up, reading books. Seeing this calm and normal scene, Lin Jianfeng was momentarily stunned. He wondered why everyone was so calm. Why didn't they react when he came back? Could it be that the teacher sent from above hadn't arrived yet? Lin Jianfeng suddenly thought he might have remembered the date wrong. He was not popular now, and few people wanted to talk to him. So Lin Jianfeng decided to ask his fellow villager, Su Jiaqing. Lin Jianfeng tentatively asked, "Jiaqing, I wasn't in the village today. Did anything happen there?" Su Jiaqing looked at him calmly and said, "Nothing special." Since they're from the same village, Su Jiaqing is soft-hearted. Even though he knows Lin Jianfeng is not a good person, he still remembers their old friendship. He usually keeps closer to Lin Jianfeng than others. But after today's events, he finally sees Lin Jianfeng clearly. Lin Jianfeng is selfish and fake. Su Jiaqing no longer wants to keep their sad little friendship. Noticing Su Jiaqing's cold attitude, Lin Jianfeng felt even more confused. He was afraid of revealing something but couldn't stop his curiosity. After hesitating a long time, he asked, "Today, isn't the teacher supposed to come to the village? Did they come?" What he didn't notice was that as soon as he spoke, everyone busy with their work stopped and listened carefully. "Yes, they came," Su Jiaqing replied casually, but his eyes stayed on him. "Is there a problem?" Lin Jianfeng was stunned. "A few teachers came?" He remembered clearly it was today. "But why do they look like that?" "Two teachers," Su Jiaqing said casually again. "Two?" Lin Jianfeng raised his voice sharply. "How is that possible? I wasn't even there. How could two teachers come? Did they get an extra spot or something? How is that impossible?" Su Jiaqing sneered coldly, clearly annoyed. "Of course it's impossible. Because I still haven't," Lin Jianfeng blurted out, but suddenly stopped. He realized that, somehow, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. He tried hard to control his trembling expression and force the words down his throat. He forced out a smile and said, "It's nothing, really." Seeing his fake calmness, everyone secretly sneered. They were just pretending. How long could he keep pretending? After washing up in a daze, Lin Jianfeng lay on his bed, feeling restless. He stared at the tiles on the ceiling, unable to figure out what went wrong. He always felt that the people around him were strange. Had he overlooked something? That morning, after almost no sleep, Lin Jianfeng went to the teacher training class with two big dark circles under his eyes. He was determined to find out who these teachers really were. Lin Jianfeng watched Zhang Yun and Shen Lei happily chatting with Qining and felt so jealous that his eyes turned red. He thought he should be the one standing there. What was really going on? He was already feeling guilty and didn't dare ask Qin Yofu about it. His mind was slow, and suddenly he wondered if Pan Fongfong hadn't actually done the job properly. Maybe everything she told him was just lies to fool him. Thinking this, He turned around and walked away quickly. Seeing his back, Zhang Yin asked curiously, "Teacher Qin, who is that person?" Qin Ing looked unhappy. "That's Lin Jianfeng, the one we talked about yesterday." "Oh, him." Zhang Yin widened her eyes and looked at him with disdain. She had wondered yesterday why the villagers disliked Lin Jianfeng so much, almost to the point of anger. After hearing about what he had done, she understood. How could someone like him get a teaching position? Luckily, she thought, patting her chest. It's good he's not going to be her colleague. Lin Jianfeng walked straight to the next village, not noticing the strange looks from the villagers. After Qin Youfu came back yesterday and said hello, Lin Jianfeng decided not to bring up the matter again. Let him do whatever he wanted and see what he could stir up. He went directly to Pan Fongfong. He didn't bother to keep up his usual gentle image. He asked sternly, "Tell me, did you finish the job about the teacher's position?" "Brother Jianfeng, what are you doing? You even hurt me." Pan Fongfong pouted in displeasure. "I'm asking you," Lin Jianfeng said irritably. "Why are you so mean?" Pan Fongfong didn't fall for his attitude. She was even more fierce than him. "No, I didn't mean to be mean, Fongfong." He realized his tone was wrong and softened. "I'm just a bit worried. The 2 teachers assigned to our village primary school are here, but I'm not among them." "Didn't your uncle say he finished everything?" "Really?" Pan Fongfong was stunned. "My uncle did say it was done. I even gave him many gifts. How could it not be finished? It was just a small village teacher's position." With a few words, her uncle could easily handle it. They looked at each other, and both fell into thought. "Brother Feng, maybe I should ask my cousin again what really happened?" After hesitating for a long time, Pan Fongfong said uncertainly. She wasn't very familiar with this distant cousin of hers. The last time she visited, she went secretly without her parents knowing. If they found out she kept asking her cousin for help, she would definitely get scolded. So, her expression showed some hesitation, and she wasn't very willing to go again. Lin Jianfeng pretended not to notice her reluctant look and, feeling touched, held her hand and said, "Fong, I knew you cared about me. You should go ask our cousin if there was some mistake. Besides, we gave so many gifts. It would be a shame if things didn't work out." As soon as he said that, Pan Fongfong forgot her earlier hesitation. Yes, she had spent so much money on gifts for her cousin. She couldn't just take the gifts back without any result. That wouldn't make sense. Those were her savings, saved over a long time. Just thinking about it made her feel a bit upset. This time, Lin Jianfeng, worried about her, decided to go with her to the county. They directly went to Wang Chunming's house. Wang Chunming wasn't home. Only his wife, Li Wanmei, was there. "Auntie, it's me, Fongfong. I visited before," Fongfong said with a smile, then introduced Lin Jianfeng. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Jianfeng. I brought him to see you and our cousin." Li Wanmei looked at the two with a somewhat forced smile. Her expression changed slightly as her eyes glanced at the gifts in their hands, but she still made way and said, "Come in." After they entered, she turned to her young daughter and said, "Go to your dad's workplace and ask him to come back."
"Got it."
The daughter looked at Fongfong and Lin Jianfeng, didn't say a word, and reluctantly left the room. "Sit down," Li Wanmei said, gesturing for them to sit. Her tone was flat and she didn't offer water or anything else, seeming a bit dismissive. In fact, she found these 2 people annoying. When Fongfong came last time with a bunch of gifts, she still had a somewhat friendly attitude. But she didn't expect her to be so meddlesome, bringing her husband to help. Helping was one thing, but their effort was like hitting a brick wall. Li Wanmei still remembered her husband's relieved tone. If he hadn't quickly realized something was wrong, even her brother-in-law, a deputy director, couldn't have helped him. Now she even dares to bring her partner home. Naturally, Li Wanmei wouldn't have a good attitude. If she weren't worried they might go directly to the workplace and cause trouble for Chunming, she wouldn't even want the 2 of them to come inside. Pan Fongfong looked at her aunt's expressionless face, feeling nervous. Lin Jianfeng wanted to start a conversation, but since Pan Fongfong didn't speak, he also didn't dare to say anything. The 3 of them just stared at each other in silence, feeling awkward and speechless. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere became more and more uncomfortable until Wang Chunming entered the room, breaking the silence. Fong Fong is here? Wang Chunming said with a smile. Because of the gifts from last time, he was willing to show some friendliness to Pan Fong Fong. Second cousin, Pan Fong Fong quickly stood up, and Lin Jianfeng also got up. Wang Chunming's gaze fell on Lin Jianfeng. His smile froze slightly. And who is this? This is the person I told you about last time. Lin Jianfeng. He has heard me talk about you a lot and admires you very much. That's why we came to see you today. Hello, second cousin. I am Fong Fong's partner. My name is Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng greeted warmly. To someone unfamiliar, his gentle, scholarly appearance might make them feel quite positive about him. But Wang Chunming sneered inwardly. He didn't have much ability himself, and relied on his brother-in-law. However, he was good at judging people quickly. The desire and eagerness in this young man's eyes were obvious. He had just come to find out that things didn't go as planned, so he showed up. And he was talking about admiration. What a fake. Wang Chunming thought with a sneer. Tell me, what do you want? Wang Chunming asked bluntly, not bothering to beat around the bush. Pan Fong Fong and Lin Jianfeng exchanged a look. Lin Jianfeng encouraged her with his eyes. Pan Fong Fong took a small breath and carefully said, Second cousin, it's about that thing I asked you for last time? Last time? Wang Chunming pretended to think. When Pan Fong Fong looked a bit anxious, he suddenly seemed to understand. You mean the matter about the teaching position at the school? Yes, yes, Pan Fong Fong hurriedly replied. Lin Jianfeng also held his breath. Wang Chunming sat down in the chair casually. The teacher position in Luoshui village has already been decided, hasn't it? Yes, but I haven't seen Brother Feng yet, Pan Fong Fong said anxiously. You promised me last time, remember? What did I promise you? Fong Fong, you can eat your meal freely, but you shouldn't speak carelessly, Wang Chunming interrupted her, his face suddenly serious. The teacher quota was decided by our unit together, not just by me alone. The list has already been finalized, the teachers have been assigned, and the matter is over. I can't help you. Go back. No, uncle, you clearly said last time. Pan Fong Fong was stunned. How could he deny it now? What did I say, Fong Fong? Wang Chunming's face grew even more serious. After glancing at Lin Jianfeng, he added with a hint of warning, You came to me about your boyfriend. Do your parents know? Fong Fong fell silent. Of course, her parents didn't know. They didn't like Lin Jianfeng at all and repeatedly ordered her to break up with him. In the nearby village, Lin Jianfeng's reputation was well known to Fong Fong's parents. Naturally, they strongly opposed their daughter being with someone like him. But they couldn't force Fong Fong, so they chose to ignore Lin Jianfeng and wait. They hoped that over time, Fong Fong would see his true nature. If they found out that their daughter had gone to great lengths to ask Wang Chunming for help because of this man, they would probably insist she break up with him no matter what. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at Wang Chunming with determination and said, You are Fong Fong's uncle, and I also call you uncle. Last time, Fong Fong came to you for my sake, and you promised to help. I truly appreciate that. Even if things didn't go as planned and it didn't work out, Fong Fong, and I wouldn't blame you. We just want to understand the reasons so we can have some closure. Lin Jianfeng spoke sincerely and movingly. Wang Chunming looked at him with some surprise. Whether his words were genuine or not, the fact that he could say them showed he still had some courage. Now, Wang Chunming started to appreciate Lin Jianfeng. It's normal for young people to have ambitions. Being a little fake can sometimes be a tactic, but taking responsibility without hesitation shows rare strength. His normally serious face softened a bit, and his tone became gentler. He looked at Lin Jianfeng and said, The situation in your village is complicated. We can't ignore the opinions of the people or some individuals. After considering everything, you indeed don't meet the standards for a teacher in your village. I'm not lying to you. I really can't help you. Some people's opinions? Lin Jianfeng's eyes darkened. He looked at Wang Chunming, understanding that he had said all he could, and then said, Thank you, uncle. I understand. Sorry to bother you today. Fong Fong and I will leave first. I'll come to see you another time when I have more free time. Okay, Wang Chunming nodded. Confused, Pan Fong Fong was pulled out of the Wang family house by Lin Jianfeng. She looked at him with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Brother Jianfeng? Isn't the problem still not solved? It's impossible to fix this now. Why stay here? Lin Jianfeng's face turned serious. Why can't it be fixed? Pan Fong Fong still couldn't understand, her mind not catching on. He's so foolish. Lin Jianfeng cursed silently, but he still explained, Uncle's words clearly mean someone has already been here. He can't afford to offend anyone, so he asked me to be the teacher. How is that possible? Pan Fong Fong widened her eyes. My uncle's words at work are very influential. Besides, my uncle's brother-in-law is a deputy director. Who would they be afraid to offend? Lin Jianfeng clenched his teeth and said, We'll find out when we go back and ask. What does that mean? Confused, Pan Fong Fong followed Lin Jianfeng back. After he sent her home, he strode back to the village. It was after lunch on a winter day. The sun was shining brightly, and many children were running and playing in the village, laughing and joking around. Lin Jianfeng spotted a child playing alone, waved his hand, and called out, Come here. The child looked at him, but didn't move. Lin Jianfeng opened his other palm, revealing a milk candy resting quietly in his hand. The child's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over. As soon as he reached him, Lin Jianfeng closed his hand and said to the eager child, I have a few questions for you. If you answer them correctly, I'll give you the candy. Deal? Okay, ask quickly, the child said, eyes fixed on his hand. Did anything happen in the village yesterday during the day? Lin Jianfeng thought carefully. He felt that something must have happened in the village yesterday, which is why everyone was acting so strange. Since the adults wouldn't tell him, he could only ask the child. The child tilted his head and thought for a moment. Nothing special happened. Think carefully again. Did your parents say anything about school or teachers? You're about to start school soon, right? Lin Jianfeng prompted. He was looking for a child who was about to go to school. The child blinked and said, Yes, my mother said, we must not let that person named Lin teach our children. He even imitated his mother's stern and annoyed tone. The person named Lin gritted his teeth in anger. As expected, when the villagers found out he wanted to become a teacher, his name was on the list, but it was later crossed out.
Who could it be?
Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of deep resentment. His face twisted instantly. The child was startled but still managed to the candy from his hand and ran away. Who is causing trouble behind the scenes? Lin Jianfeng's first thought was the team leader. He was the first to see the list and had always had opinions about him. Surely, he wouldn't want him to become the teacher. But would the county education office really fear a small village team leader? Lin Jianfeng felt something was wrong. There must be someone else involved. He thought for a moment. If he knew who the team leader went with to the county yesterday, he could find out who the other person was. After some effort, Lin Jianfeng finally found out who accompanied the team leader into town yesterday. Su Qingyun. Lin Jianfeng spat out this name with gritted teeth. She just couldn't stand him having any good luck, giving him no chance at all, and kept trying to stop him from getting what he wanted, right? No wonder Pan Fongfong's uncle said he dared not interfere anymore. Lin Jianfeng had to admit that Su Qingyun's current reputation was strong. If she said anything, they really wouldn't dare to do anything. Why does heaven favor her so much? Lin Jianfeng couldn't understand this question. Did he do something wrong just because he wanted to live a better life? Fuming with anger, Lin Jianfeng couldn't think of a way out. He was determined. This matter wasn't over. He wouldn't let Su Qingyun go. What Lin Jianfeng was thinking, Su Qingyun knew nothing about. The winter holiday had about 10 days left. She had nothing to do every day, so she went to help at the teacher training class. Everyone was surprised to find that her teaching was not worse than anyone else's. She explained each point clearly and logically. Everyone understood almost instantly. They eagerly absorbed the knowledge, not only from the textbooks but also learning teaching methods. Everyone worked hard because they didn't have much time left. Among these 10 or so people, only up to 6 will ultimately stay. No one wants to miss this chance. Everyone is working hard to study. Lu Cheng is undoubtedly the most diligent among them. He started at a lower point than others, which some people noticed and had opinions about. Lu Cheng knows this, so he is eager to prove he is no worse than anyone else. Su Qingyun watches him and admires him more. She specifically finds her middle school textbooks and gives them to Lu Cheng. Her own books are old and almost worn out, and she can't stand to see them like that. Here you go, Su Qingyun says, handing him a large stack of books. Lu Cheng opens his eyes wide and looks at the nearly new books in front of him. He hesitates to take them, saying, "These are so new. I'm worried I might dirty them." Su Qingyun pauses for a moment. The books are so new because the original owner didn't study much. There are no notes or even names written inside. They look brand new. It's okay. I won't need them anymore, Su Qingyun says with a smile. Lu Cheng presses his lips together, clearly eager, but still hesitant. He looks at the books with longing. Finally, Su Qingyun pushes the books into his hands.
Take them.
Lu Cheng looks at the books and whispers, "Thank you." His hands turn white as he grips the spine tightly. Then, Su Qingyun notices that he is studying even more diligently than usual, almost as if he wants to dive into the books. She is impressed. Such strong willpower makes him excellent for scientific research. You're welcome. If you have questions, ask me, Su Qingyun says with a smile. She admires people like him. Meanwhile, the training class is going very well. Over at the school, the construction has finally finished, just in time before the new semester starts. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. The person in charge of the school construction, who is sent to Luo Shui village, wipes the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, it's finally done. Before he arrived, the factory repeatedly emphasized that he must complete the task. This is not just about building a school, but also about their factory's reputation. Since they promise the villagers, they can't afford any mistakes. He quickly finds team leader Qin Youfu to inspect the work. Qin Youfu looks at the new school with great joy. He is delighted to see the impressive teaching building, the neat teacher's office, and the convenient toilets. Everything looks perfect. Not bad, not bad. He kept praising and shaking hands with the person in charge, saying, "Really? Thank you all for your hard work." It's nothing, the person in charge replied with a big smile. Finally finishing this tough task, he was even happier than Qin Youfu. "Well, if there are no problems, we will take down the construction team," he said. All right. Qin Youfu walked around the school, carefully checking every corner. He went to the spot where Shun Chongfu had kicked down a wall last time. He paused silently, then turned to the person in charge and asked, "Can I give it a try and kick it myself?" The person in charge twitched his mouth and made a light gesture, saying, "Feel free." Qin Youfu stared at the wall in front of him, took 2 steps back, ran up, and kicked with all his strength. The wall didn't move at all. He hurt his foot in the process, grimacing in pain. "Is there a problem, Captain?" the person in charge asked. No problem." Qin Youfu quickly controlled his twisted expression and smiled back. "Good," he nodded. "We'll leave now. The school should stay open for a few days before letting people in." Yes, Qin Youfu nodded hurriedly. Suddenly, he remembered something. He reached into his pocket and took out a red envelope, handing it to him. "This has been a tough time for you. Consider it a small token from our village. Keep it and use it to buy cigarettes, alcohol, or whatever your brothers need. In the future, if our village has any trouble, we might still need your help." Qin Youfu's words made the person in charge feel very pleased. Seeing the thick red envelope, his smile grew wider, and the frustration from the recent busy work seemed to disappear. No wonder this captain is so popular in the village. Look at how considerate he is. "Captain, you're too kind. It's no trouble at all. If anything comes up, just contact us. We'll definitely help," he said, happily putting the red envelope into his pocket. "Knowing I have your support, I feel at ease," Qin Youfu said cheerfully. They exchanged smiles. Despite some difficulties, overall, it was a satisfactory result for both sides. After sending away the construction team, Qin Yofu thought about it. Since the school was finished, there should be a grand opening ceremony. Having a new school in the village was a big event. He thought for a moment and quickly made arrangements to notify everyone. The village loudspeaker rang out again. Hello, hello, hello. I am the team leader Qin Yofu. I have good news to share. Our village's school has finally been built. Soon, before the new semester begins, our children will be able to go to school and learn. To celebrate this great event, the village council has decided to hold a school opening ceremony. The town leaders will be invited to attend, and all villagers must participate without fail. Let me repeat that. The loudspeaker broadcast twice more, and soon, the news spread throughout the village. The villagers were happy, but also curious. They gathered to discuss. What is this school opening ceremony? I've never heard of that before. We don't really know. Maybe it's like a recognition event? They invite some leaders, say a few words, and we listen. The process is pretty much the same, nothing special. After the school opens, will they start enrolling students? I've been thinking about which teacher I want my kid to be in. By the way, about the teachers, what's going on with the training classes selection? Why hasn't it been decided yet? Who knows? But I think most people in the training class are almost going crazy. My neighbor Shuqin is also in that class. She's been reading so much, she looks like she's lost her mind. She even keeps a book next to her during meals. Soon they'll choose teachers. They have to work hard. It's only about 10 yuan a month, easy work. Once the village kids are under their care, we won't dare offend them.
Who wouldn't want this job?
If I studied more, I'd want to do it too.
You?
Come on, someone mocked immediately. While the villagers discussed, the final assessment at the training class was underway. Qining, Su Hanhe, two teachers sent from the town, and Su Qingyun all worked together to create exam papers for each subject, covering elementary school knowledge and even some middle school material. This was to evaluate what the students had learned during this period. Besides the exam papers, there was another standard for assessment: how well the students performed in daily activities. This idea was first suggested by Su Qingyun. It was similar to university grading, where final grades included both exam scores and daily performance. The exam was not very difficult, but it was definitely not easy either. There were quite a few questions. In the classroom, everyone was writing quickly. Apart from the scratching sound of pens on paper, there was no noise. It was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Su Qingyun and Xia Qiu, who were called in last minute to supervise the exam, carefully watched the students. They observed each person's expression and movements. Everyone was focused on their work. Su Qingyun couldn't help but think how honest people are nowadays. She remembered her student days, when cheating methods were everywhere. Because there were many questions, they set the exam time for 3 hours. Su Qingyun kept checking the clock and only called time at the very last second. "Time's up, everyone hand in your papers," she said. Xia Qiu followed her instructions strictly. Quickly, she collected all the exam papers. Some students sighed in relief after finishing, while others, still working on the last questions, looked pale and frustrated. Once the exams were collected, there was no chance to redo anything. After grading the papers, the final list of teachers could be decided. It didn't take long for Su Qingyun and a few others to grade the papers. After calculating the scores and adding their usual performance records, they determined each candidate's total score. The top 6, ranked from highest to lowest, would be the ones to stay. "Teacher Qin, you go announce the results." "You're more friendly," Su Hanhe said with a smile. "Yeah, Teacher Qin, you should do it." "You're more experienced," Zhang Yan added. Qining sighed helplessly. "Are you leaving this tough task to me?" Su Qingyun covered her mouth and laughed. "But everyone agreed that you should do it." "All right, I'll go. If anyone has to offend others, I'll do it," Qining said without hesitation. She wrote the final results on a piece of white paper, then walked into the classroom. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on her hands. They looked nervous, some even trembling. At this moment, no one could stay calm. Qining looked around the room. "I think everyone knows that the final results are in my hands. Although we formed this class only recently, and the time was short, everyone studied very hard. We've seen all your efforts. I hope everyone, even if you didn't become a teacher, will not give up on learning. I believe that even if you're not on this list, you haven't gained nothing.
Right?
Knowledge is yours once learned. No one can take it away. With knowledge, you're never afraid wherever you go. This will be your lifelong treasure. Qining spoke sincerely and passionately. The crowd was stunned and moved, their tense feelings easing. They realized that even if they didn't become teachers, they had learned a lot, and that was a kind of success. Teacher Qin, go ahead and announce it. We can handle it, someone said with a smile. No need to prepare more. They knew Qining was worried about making them sad. All right, I will announce now, Qining said with a smile. She began calling out names one by one. Chen Yong, Wang Jingjing, He Gui. The people below listened quietly, holding their breath. Every name brought joy to some and disappointment to others. Some were happy to stay, others felt sad about missing out. In just a few seconds, it felt very long to them. Lu Cheng sat at the back of the classroom. He looked at Su Qingyan standing at the door, clutching his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his skin. His whole body was tense, and his heart was pounding in his chest. Finally, Qining called out the last name, Lu Cheng. He looked up suddenly, almost unable to believe his ears. Was it a dream? He heard his name? Did he stay? Did he become a teacher? That's it, the 6 people who passed are here. Congratulations. You are now officially teachers, Qining said, clapping. The people who stayed cheered happily. Those who didn't looked sad but still clapped to congratulate the others. Amid the loud applause, Lu Cheng sat there in a daze. Did he really do it? Is this real? He pinched himself hard. Ouch, it hurt. But the pain made him smile. The pain was real. He succeeded. He stayed, and he became a teacher. Lu Cheng was full of joy and excitement, but didn't know who to share it with. He sat quietly until he saw Su Qingyan about to leave. Then he hurried after him.
Suin-yun,
He called out quickly. Thank you, Lu Cheng sincerely said. If it weren't for her encouragement, he wouldn't have worked so hard. It was her that gave him confidence, and that's why he could succeed today. It's your own effort that made this happen. Why are you thanking me?
Suin-yun smiled.
Anyway, I just want to thank you, Lu Cheng insisted. All right, then I accept, Su Qingyan said, no longer arguing about it. Lu Cheng hesitated. Can I ask you questions in the future? Of course, Su Qingyan replied without hesitation. As long as I have time, what I say is always valid. Good. Lu Cheng couldn't help but smile faintly. He has fair skin and looks gentle. When he smiles, he has 2 dimples, which look quite cute. Su Qingyan also smiled a little. You look pretty handsome when you smile. Smile more in the future. Don't always look so gloomy. I'll go now, Su Qingyan said, turning to leave. Lu Cheng watched the girl's slender figure walk away, then suddenly smiled again. The team leader said they would hold a school opening ceremony, and it was really going to happen. He arranged for a stage to be built in the village square, and even went to the town to invite leaders to attend. The importance of education was clear, and participating in the ceremony wouldn't take long, so they happily agreed. Since the leaders were coming, Qin Yofu wanted to make the event lively and grand. He thought for a moment and decided to visit the Su family. What? Brother Fufu, you want me to give a speech on stage? Qining widened her eyes in disbelief. Yes, Qin Yofu nodded. No way, I can't give a speech. I'm the worst at talking. Qining quickly waved her hands, refusing.
Why not?
No one else can do it, Qin Yofu said firmly. You're usually so good at speaking in class. You're not bad at talking. I believe in you, you can do it well. But, Brother Fufu, Qining still wanted to refuse. This is an order from above. We can't refuse, Qin Yofu interrupted her. This is a school opening ceremony. The teachers are very important. The leaders will want to see our teaching staff. As the current head teacher, you need to go on stage and say a few words to show our school's purpose and educational ideas.
Well,
Qin Yofu had already said so, and Qining couldn't refuse anymore. She hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. All right, I'll think about what to say. That's right. Qin Yofu nodded happily. I'm leaving now. Take your time to think. He left, leaving Qining at home, scratching her head. After finally finishing a speech, she still wasn't sure if it was good enough. She took the draft to ask Su Qingyun. Yunyan, look at this.
How does my speech sound?
Su Qingyun took it and read carefully. After finishing, she gave a thumbs up. Good. Very well written. It's very inspiring. Really? Qining asked uncertainly. Of course.
Su Yun confirmed.
When the time comes, you just stand on that stage and read the speech loudly. I promise you'll get applause. Su Qingyun wasn't just comforting her mother. The speech was genuinely well written. It wasn't full of fancy words, but simple, honest language. It also included many helpful suggestions for the school, showing she put a lot of thought into it. Her confident look made Qining smile. Are you so sure? What if I get nervous and can't speak when the time comes? Qining asked on purpose.
No worries, Mom.
Just pretend everyone in the audience is your student. Teach as you normally do. If it's too hard, imagine everyone sitting there as a vegetable, then you won't be afraid. Everyone's a vegetable? Even the leaders? Qining laughed happily. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and playfully said, the leaders are more lively vegetables.
Ha ha ha.
Qining burst out laughing, and her nervousness disappeared completely. Qin Yofu organized a grand opening ceremony. Soon, the event arrived as scheduled. The town leaders kept their promises and came to support. The vice mayor and even the deputy director of the Education Bureau attended. Qin Yofu stood on stage with a big smile and began to speak. Today is the opening ceremony of Luo Shui Village Elementary School. I believe everyone knows it wasn't easy to build this school. It took a lot of effort, resources, and money to make it happen. Our Luo Shui village is not wealthy. In the past, few people could read or go to school. Later, we started a literacy class and some people learned to read. However, education remains a big challenge. Now, the government strongly promotes education, especially in remote towns like ours. We must do our best to improve education here. At the beginning of preparing for the school, I told everyone how important education is. I am happy that our villagers understand this. When funds were short, every family contributed money. Here I, Qin Yofu, on behalf of all the students who will attend this school, want to thank everyone and also thank you for supporting our work. After speaking, Qin Yofu bowed deeply. You're welcome, team leader. This is what we should do. Someone from the crowd called out immediately, and then thunderous applause broke out.
Good.
Qin Yofu said with a smile. Now, let's invite our teacher representative, Teacher Qining, to come up and speak. The Su family clapped loudly, their hands red from the applause. Today, Qining wore a new bright blue dress. Her hair was neatly styled, shiny braids, fair skin, and she looked like a young woman in her 20s. She stepped onto the stage, looked at the large crowd below, and felt her heart beat faster. Then she saw her daughter raising her hand high and giving a thumbs up. Qining felt strangely calm. What Yunyan said was true. Everyone below was just ordinary folks, nothing to be nervous about. After giving herself a few mental pep talks, Qining relaxed completely. She cleared her throat and said, Hello, villagers and leaders. I am Qining from Luo Shui Village. I am honored to be the representative teacher today. I have a few words to say. Her voice was soft but clear, calm yet strong. An old saying goes, a teacher is one who passes on knowledge, teaches skills, and clears doubts. Before this, I never thought I would become a teacher. But from the moment I became one, I wanted to be a good teacher. Our Luo Shui village. Qinying's speech continued. She didn't use fancy or complicated words. Even the older villagers with little education could understand her. They could also feel her sincerity and dedication. She truly wanted to be a good teacher. The villagers sitting below listened carefully and occasionally exchanged a few words. How come we never noticed before that Ai Min's wife is such a good speaker? Look at her words, all reasonable. Exactly. I feel more confident leaving my children in her care after hearing her talk. Why do you think the Su family has so many talented people? Soldiers, city workers, everything. Now, there's even a teacher. Do you think their family's good luck and good fortune help?
Sure. Keep your voice down.
Don't bring up these things. You're really brave. And look at Qining. She's the daughter of Qingyun. Someone who can raise such a successful girl can't be bad. Plus, Qining is from the capital. She's not like us. That's true. When my son Xiao who goes to school, I don't expect Qin Laosher to teach him as well as Qingyun's girl, but just half as good would be fine. She spoke happily, but someone nearby immediately poured cold water on her. Half as good as Qingyun? Her success is because she's smart. If she wasn't, no matter how much you teach, it wouldn't help. That's right, another person agreed. Look at Lu Cheng. He only finished elementary school but is better than many who finished middle school. He managed to stay on as a teacher. If his parents hadn't passed away so young, they'd be so proud now. Sigh, that's true. Maybe they just didn't have the luck. But now that Lu Cheng has a job and a good salary, he can support himself and his family. Who knows how many girls are interested in him? Hey, that reminds me, I suddenly thought of a distant niece of mine. She's pretty, smart, and quick. She looks quite suitable for Lu Cheng. Maybe I should. Su Qingyun sat quietly below, watching her mother's serious face. Hearing the noisy chatter around her, she couldn't help but smile. She understood her mother. Coming from a scholarly family in a big city, she had moved to the countryside somewhat clueless. She had been there for over 10 years, facing only the blue sky, land, and daily chores. All her dreams, ideals, and romantic fantasies had faded into the past. Now her mother has become a teacher and started her own career. It feels like she has found her life's direction. Her life is more fulfilling, and she has a sense of purpose. Because of this, her mother is willing to work hard to do well in her job. She studies late into the night more than she used to, and she asks her to help borrow some educational books from the county library so she can research them. Su Qingyun feels proud and happy. She is not just looking at a mother, but at a woman who has finally found herself. During Qingyun's speech, the leaders listening nodded in agreement and looked at her with admiration. The deputy director of the county education bureau quietly asked the vice mayor of Luoshui town, "This teacher looks good. We should pay special attention to her." The vice mayor smiled and said, "This Qin teacher is more than just a teacher. She has another identity." Oh. The deputy director became interested and asked curiously, "What other identity?" "She is the mother of Su Qingyun, the talented girl from Luoshui County," the vice mayor replied. "Really?" The deputy director widened his eyes and said with a smile, "That explains why she has such a bright future." Su Qingyun's name is well known in Luoshui County. Her reputation as a talented girl benefits not only her personally, but also the entire county, especially the education system. Su Qingyun is now like a shining symbol for them. The higher-ups have also said they will focus on her growth and life. The deputy director understands what this means. This girl is almost registered with the authorities. As long as she stays on the right path, keeps her mind sharp, and doesn't fall behind, she will surely achieve great things in the future. Right now, it seems they haven't made any special arrangements for her, but that's just because they are watching her closely. The deputy director knows the intentions of the higher-ups well. He looks at Qining, who is still giving her speech, with a meaningful gaze. As long as her mother behaves properly, the authorities will support her. Qining's speech lasted about 10 minutes. She read from a long script that covered several pages. Her throat felt a little sore afterward. "Please continue to support our work in the future. Let's work together to improve education and teach our children well. Thank you all." After she finished, she bowed deeply and didn't stand up straight for a long time.
Good.
The crowd was silent for 3 seconds before Su Aimin suddenly stood up and cheered loudly, her face full of excitement as she clapped her hands until they turned red. The villagers were stunned for a moment, but then started to clap loudly, the applause thunderous and deafening. Qin quietly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she stepped down from the stage. As soon as she came down, Su Qingyun eagerly praised her, saying, "Mother, you spoke so well." "Really?" Qining asked uncertainly. "Of course," Su Qingyun replied confidently. "Ask these uncles and aunts, don't they all say you did a great job?" Nearby, someone else added, I mean's wife. You did well. We all listened carefully. Don't call me I mean's wife anymore. Now you should call me Teacher Chin, someone else retorted, then smiled at Ning and said, Teacher Chin, from now on, our family's Huzi will trouble you. You must teach him well, just like you taught Qingyun. Everyone could tell her true intention behind these words. Ning couldn't help but laugh and say, Auntie, how can it be the same? Besides, after he starts school, he might be in a different class and I might not be the one teaching him. That's okay. Since he's at school, just help watch over him a bit, the Annie insisted.
All right.
No problem, Qin agreed cheerfully. On the stage, Qin Yofu had already moved on to the next part. The teacher has spoken, and now we should get to know the other teachers. After all, these teachers will be the ones working closely with the students in the future. Let's invite Su Hanhe, Zhang Yun, Lu Cheng, and 8 other teachers to come up on stage. Let's give them a warm welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. All 10 teachers from Luo Shui Village Elementary School had come onto the stage. Some of them looked a bit shy as they waved and greeted everyone. After recognizing the teachers, the villagers stepped down from the stage. Seeing this, Qin Yofu continued speaking loudly. Now, let's invite out the pride of Luo Shui Village Elementary School. Everyone, take a look. As soon as he finished, 2 people carried a wooden plaque onto the stage, but it was covered with a red cloth, making the characters on it unreadable. What's this? Why is there a red cloth covering it? There's even a big red flower on it. Isn't that something soldiers or officials wear? Why make it so mysterious? The villagers were suddenly curious and looked up with interest. This is a signboard made by the best carpenter I found, Qin Yofu explained. I read in the newspaper that when a new building is finished, they usually have a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Today, we will also do this to bring good luck. I hope our school will get better and better, and the children will learn more and become successful.
Great.
Although they didn't understand exactly what a ribbon cutting was, they understood the rest of what he said, and they cheered happily. Qin Yofu smiled and said, Now, let's invite the Deputy Mayor of Luoshui Tan and the Deputy Director of the Luoshui County Education Bureau to come up and unveil the signboard of our Luoshui Village Primary School. Su Qingyun was happy. She didn't expect her Uncle Yofu to be so trendy, knowing about ribbon cutting for good luck. The Deputy Mayor and the Deputy Director happily went on stage, standing on either side of the signboard. Qin Yofu handed them scissors, saying, Please, leaders, just cut from the middle. They took the scissors and slowly cut from the center, tearing the red cloth apart. The signboard was revealed, and the ribbon cutting was successful. Thank you, leaders, Qin Yofu quickly said, pulling down the red cloth to show the sign. Then he announced to everyone, I declare that the ribbon cutting was successful. Our Luoshui Village Primary School is officially established from today. The words on the signboard became visible. The dark brown sign read Luoshui Village Primary School in big, clear characters. The carpenter Qin Yofu hired did a good job. The simple characters looked strong and lively, and after carving, they were painted with gold paint. Everyone smiled happily, feeling truly joyful. Their village finally had its own school. The children could finally go to school. After the opening ceremony, it was almost time for school to start. The primary school in Luoshui Village enrolled many students for the first time. Whether they were of the right age or had already been in school for a few years, they all rushed over in a big group. After all, the town school was too far away. The children had to travel a long way every day, which was exhausting. Their shoes would wear out every semester. Now, there was a school right next to their homes, so no one wanted to go far away anymore. Qin Yofu expected many students, but he didn't think there would be so many. The teachers couldn't handle it all, and the local team even came to help, working so hard they didn't even have time to rest. Why are you pushing me? Who pushed you? I was just standing here. Stand behind me. Everyone, line up properly one by one. Fill out the form first, then pay. Don't push. Everyone can get in, Qin Yofu shouted loudly. The scene was just like people rushing to buy things in a department store. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed again. There were just too many people. School had started, and Su Qingyun's turn was coming. At the beginning of the new semester, she was called to the principal's office by Teacher Qin, with Ji standing nearby. They looked at Teacher Qin with puzzled eyes. Teacher Qin smiled and said, "Here's the thing. The higher-ups sent down a notice about a National Student Innovation and Invention Contest. The goal is to develop everyone's logical thinking and hands-on skills. Anyone interested can join. Our school plans to send 2 students. After thinking it over, I believe you 2 are the most suitable. Su Qingyun, you previously built a harvester by yourself. I have no worries about your practical skills. Jiu is solid in all areas of knowledge. I believe that together, you can create something impressive that will make our school proud and earn you honor. This contest is very important. There will be a preliminary round in our province to select 5 contestants, who will then go to the capital for the final. The top 3 winners will be awarded. I hear the first prize has a prize of 5,000 yuan. We don't expect you to win, but I believe you can at least make it to the finals." Teacher Qin finished encouraging them. There are only 6 spots for the national first, second, and third prizes combined. They didn't really expect these 2 kids to win, since the competition is nationwide. But with Su Qingyun and Ji's abilities, reaching the finals should be easy. When she discussed it with the principal, they had a good plan. As long as they made it to the finals, their school would once again be famous across the province. Innovation and Invention Contest? Su Qingyun and Ji looked at each other, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and asked, "Teacher, are there any rules about the scope of the contest? Like, what kind of innovation or invention it should be?" Teacher Qin recalled the document. There are no specific restrictions on the scope, but the entry must include a detailed invention plan, full records of experiments, and a complete physical prototype. Only then can it be considered a full entry. Of course. Su Qingyun nodded clearly, thinking that without restrictions, there would be too many options to choose from. Jiu considered for a moment and asked, "Since we are representing the school in the competition, will the school also cover the expenses for experiments and materials?" When Teacher Qin heard this, he paused briefly, then chuckled. So this kid was thinking about money while frowning over the details? "The school will cover it, don't worry. You won't have to pay a single cent," Teacher Qin said impatiently. "The laboratory on the 3rd floor of the teaching building is also available for you. Feel free to experiment."
Ypsilon rarely smiled.
That reassures us. Su Qingyun fought to hold back her laughter. She hadn't even considered the issue of funding for experiments. It's true, most slightly complex research projects cost a lot of money, involving many different aspects that require significant funds. She had to admit that Ji's question was very important. "All right, let's go down first. Think carefully about what kind of project we want to make." Teacher Qin waved his hand, starting to dismiss them. Su Qingyun and Ji returned to the classroom. It was a self-study period, and everyone was quietly doing homework or reading. The 2 lowered their voices and started talking softly. "Do you have any ideas?" Su Qingyun asked. "None." Ji honestly shook his head. Suddenly, he realized he was completely clueless about this matter.
Said? Suinjun Said.
"I haven't decided either." She wasn't because she didn't know what to do, but because she had too many ideas and lacked the conditions to realize them.
So, she didn't know where to start.
Whatever they decided to make had to be something feasible, inexpensive, and eye-catching. Under these conditions, their options were limited, and Su Qingyun felt a bit headache. "No rush.
Take your time."
Teacher Qin said there's still a month before the project deadline, so there's plenty of time. Jiu comforted her when he saw her frowning. That's true. Su Qingyun thought about it and agreed. Rushing wouldn't help in this situation. She focused back on the homework that Chu Xianming had assigned her. Since Chu Xianming had gauged her overall skill level, he was no longer satisfied with just giving her problems. Now, he asked Su Qingyun to write an independent math paper, regardless of the topic. As long as she managed to produce a paper, she would pass. These days, Su Qingyun has been busy writing her thesis and has no time to pay attention to anything else. Now, with the competition coming up again, she needs to finish her paper first before thinking about the contest. Ji watched her serious expression and started working on his own tasks. After school, Su Qingyun went to the recycling station. She hadn't been there since the winter break. It's been over a month. Before the break, because she thought she wouldn't come to town often, she asked Wang Jihua to find more parts and made a few more bikes. Just as she was about to enter the station, she called out Uncle Wang. Qingyun's here. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Jihua peeked out. His voice sounded a bit strange. Sensing something was wrong, Su Qingyun stepped inside. Wang Jihua was standing in the inner room, facing a middle-aged man who was looking around the recycling station. Wang Jihua turned to face Su Qingyun and gave her a subtle signal, looking slightly nervous. All the books we've collected these days are over there. Qingyun, you can go check it out yourself. The middle-aged man looked at Su Qingyun and, seeing her backpack, asked, Are you a student? Yes, Wang Jihua hurriedly replied. She's a student at the town middle school. She likes studying and reading books. I often collect old books here, so she likes to come and look. I see, the middle-aged man said after hearing this. He didn't show much reaction and continued to look around the recycling station, his eyes sharp, as if he was trying not to miss any detail. Su Qingyun noticed that Wang Jihua's breathing had become tense. She frowned inwardly. If he was so nervous, this man must have a special background. Thinking for a moment, she decided not to say much and pretended to look for books among the cardboard stacks, carefully flipping through them while secretly observing the man's movements. Suddenly, the man walked toward one of the small storage rooms in the recycling station. Wang Jihua's heart jumped to his throat. Inside were old parts of the bikes he had worked hard to collect. He absolutely couldn't let him see anything unusual. The middle-aged man looked at the pile of parts, frowned, and asked, All these metal things are just piled here. Why are they stored separately?
Well,
Wang Jihua's mind was racing quickly. The items we collect here are sorted later. These parts haven't been sorted yet. Really? The middle-aged man looked calm as he pointed to the pile of metal objects. You've stacked up so many things, but these are not sorted. Are they perhaps meant for other uses? His eyes focused on one of the handlebars. Wang Jihua felt worried. All the other parts were broken into pieces and unrecognizable, but this handlebar was very obvious. It clearly looked like part of a bicycle. Uncle, those things are actually left for me by Uncle Wang, Su Qingyun suddenly said. The man looked at her immediately. What do you mean? You asked him to leave those for you? Wang Jihua stood behind the man, his face changing color. He hurriedly signaled to her with his eyes, trying to tell her not to say too much. Su Qingyun pretended not to see and smiled harmlessly at the man. Yes, I am a student at the town middle school. There is a National Middle School Innovation and Invention Contest coming up. I am a participant. I need to invent and create some things myself. Since I know Uncle Wang well, I asked him to keep an eye out for some old parts. This can save some of my project money. Wang Jihua became even more anxious. What kind of strange contest was this? Was she making it up just like her previous stories about doing crafts? She didn't know this person's identity. If she was lying, it wouldn't be easy to hide from him. He felt more and more nervous. The National Middle School Innovation and Invention Contest? The man repeated the name of the contest, frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked Su Qingyun, What is your name? Su Qingyun, she answered with a steady smile. The man repeated her name, murmuring, Su Qingyun? That name sounds a bit familiar. Maybe you saw me in the newspaper, Uncle, Su Qingyun continued. Yes, I saw you before. I am from Luoshui village. I once made a corn harvester for our village and the provincial government recognized me, she said all at once, listing her awards and honors. Now is not the time to be modest. She had to speak facts to prove her participation in the contest. The man's eyes widened slightly. He remembered now Su Qingyun, the girl who was recognized by the province. It was her. His expression softened. I see. Wang Jihua saw his face and let out a small sigh of relief. He didn't expect this girl to have such a big reputation. Just mentioning her name changed the director's attitude. All right, take your time to watch. Good luck with the competition, and try to bring honor to Luo County again. Little Wang, I'll be leaving now. I'll come back next time to check on things, the man finally said. Okay, Director Zhang. Safe travels, and you're always welcome to come back and check on our work, Wang Jihua said with a big smile as he saw Director Zhang off. As soon as the man left, Wang Jihua wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and almost collapsed on the ground. That scared me to death. Uncle Wang, you're overreacting a bit, aren't you? Wang Jihua turned to look at her, glaring. You don't know who that was just now?
Who was it?
Su Qingyun was genuinely curious. The head of the County Industry and Commerce Bureau. Why would the head of the County Industry and Commerce Bureau come here to check? Su Qingyun was stunned. It's all because of a fool. Wang Jihua cursed. There was a fool who bought a bicycle, rode it to deliver a gift, and was noticed. Although they didn't find the buyer, they did discover the bicycle was assembled from old parts. Now they're checking all the recycling stations in the county. I just got the news that Director Zhang came by right after. Luckily, you managed to smooth things over just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it. By the way, is that competition you mentioned real? Yes, Su Qingyun nodded, feeling worried. Since higher-ups are investigating, she knew she couldn't continue this business for now. It would be too risky if they got caught. She shared her thoughts, and Wang Jihua nodded repeatedly, looking worried.
I think the same.
We should lay low for now, avoid attracting attention, and wait until this passes. This sudden inspection was quite frightening. They couldn't take any more risks in the short term. Su Qingyun nodded, eager to go back quickly and warn her father. She pedaled her bicycle fast, rushing home. Meanwhile, Director Zhang, who had just left the recycling station, thought for a moment and told his assistant, call the bureau later and ask if there's a national middle school innovation and invention competition. Also, ask about Su Qingyun. When Su Qingyun arrived home, she didn't even stop her bicycle before rushing into the house and shouting, Dad. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Qin came out of the house, puzzled. Son, where is my dad? Did he go to the convoy today? He went, but hasn't come back yet. Don't worry, sit down and take your time. Qin saw she was out of breath and poured her a glass of water. Is there a task for the convoy? Why did my dad go again? Su Qingyun was anxious when she heard this. She was worried her dad might not know about this and could get into trouble if something went wrong. No, there's no task. Someone came looking for your dad, saying there's a meeting for the convoy. He hurried off. I don't know what's so important about the meeting, Qin explained. Su Qingyun paused while drinking water. A meeting? That means the convoy team knows about the situation. Maybe they asked her dad to be careful. Her nervousness eased a little. Soon after, Su Aimin returned, looking serious and not in a good mood. Quietly, Su Qingyun said, Dad, come here for a moment. The father and daughter went inside to talk privately. Dad, do you know about the bicycle being checked? Su Qingyun asked softly. Yes, Su Aimin replied in a low voice. I just went to the convoy. The leader mentioned it and told us to be careful with our trips and follow-ups. They're checking closely lately.
Right.
I also went to Uncle Wang's recycling station. A government inspector came to check. Luckily, we managed to smooth things over. We need to be more careful now. Don't do anything risky. Safety is the most important. I understand. Su Aimin nodded, showing he knew what to do. After talking, both felt more relaxed. Qin called them to eat. Su Qingyun and her dad exchanged a look, understanding that this secret must be kept from his wife/mother. Here they come. Su Qingyun responded loudly. Then she and her dad left the room. Hello, this is the Luoshui County Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Is this Luoshui Town Middle School? The only phone in the principal's office rang. The principal answered, puzzled. Why would the county bureau call his school? Yes, I am the principal of the middle school. How can I help you? He asked.
We want to ask about something.
Is there a national middle school student innovation and invention competition happening recently? The caller inquired. Yes, the principal was even more confused now. Since when does the county bureau care about education matters? Does your school have a student named Su Qingyun participating in this competition? The person on the other side continued to ask. Yes, Su Qingyun is a student in the competition. The principal was even more confused. They just decided this yesterday? How did this news get to the County Industry and Commerce Bureau? All right, there's nothing more. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. After hanging up, the principal still looked puzzled. Why did they ask a few random questions? It was really confusing. The person on the phone reported the situation to Director Zhang. After hearing it, Director Zhang nodded, finally easing his doubts. Continue checking other places. The next day at school, the principal thought for a moment and called Su Qingyun to the office to ask about what happened. Principal, are you saying that yesterday someone from the County Industry and Commerce Bureau called to ask if I participated in the competition? Su Qingyun repeated what the principal said. She was secretly surprised. She didn't expect Director Zhang to be so cautious and to ask around before confirming. Yes, I was wondering about that too, the principal frowned. Could it be that the Industry and Commerce Bureau also cares about this competition? Probably not, Su Qingyun honestly replied. Yesterday, I wanted to visit the recycling station in town to see if I could find useful parts for the project. I ran into Director Zhang from the County Industry and Commerce Bureau. He asked me a few questions and probably called you to confirm what was going on. What's there to confirm? The principal still couldn't figure it out. He also wanted to understand the connection. Then he remembered Su Qingyun's earlier words about going to the recycling station to find usable parts. Qingyun, this competition is very important. Not only for you, but also for the school. So, don't worry about the funding for the experiment. Just go ahead boldly with GU. Our school can afford this money. Don't be too frugal. The principal felt a bit worried. It was strange that students had to dig through recycling stations for parts. If this got out, it wouldn't look good for the school's reputation. I understand, Principal, Su Qingyun smiled. But saving a little is better. If there are resources we can use, why not take advantage of them? Good, as long as you understand. These details are not important. What's important is that you have a good project to enter into the competition. Of course, only you and GU can work on it together. If you need any help, just ask. The school will do what it can to assist. Thank you, Principal. It's nothing.
You can go now.
Su Qingyun turned and left the principal's office. The smile on her face disappeared. Even the local business bureau would call the school to inquire about her situation. Things are probably worse elsewhere, so her father and the others need to be more careful. What's wrong? GU asked when he saw her come out of the office, looking upset. I'm fine. Su Qingyun controlled her emotions and forced a smile. What did you want to tell me? Seeing her calm down, GU didn't ask further. He took out his sketchbook and pointed to the densely written notes and drawings. Look, I have a rough idea. How about we make an upgraded version of a bicycle? An upgraded version? Su Qingyun was surprised. She looked at GU's notebook, which detailed his ideas and the functions of his planned improved bicycle. Most bicycles today are pedaled with feet, which is slow and tiring. I want to invent a lightweight bicycle that doesn't need foot pedaling. I know there are motorcycles, but they are too heavy and need fuel. I was thinking of combining the best features of bicycles and motorcycles to create a vehicle that's quick, easy to use, and light. Listening to GU excitedly explain, Su Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Her eyes changed as she looked at him. Thinking creatively, learning from others, having a long-term vision. This kid really is a genius. Isn't what he's describing the electric bike that later became a major part of small transportation in Huagua? But I haven't decided what to use as a power source instead of gasoline, GU frowned, looking a bit troubled. Use electricity, Su Qingyun suddenly said. Electric? GU was surprised. He thought deeply for a moment, then shook his head. How would that work? Batteries? That won't do. Battery, Su Qingyun said firmly. A rechargeable battery. Battery, GU muttered a few times, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. We just need to build a battery that can store electricity, and then we'll have enough power to drive the vehicle. He thought for a moment and frowned, saying this idea is good, but it might be hard to actually do. Not only is it difficult to operate, but we don't even have the right conditions, Su Qingyun said sharply, like a cold splash of water. Making a car is too hard. We lack the materials and the experimental setup. It's almost impossible for just the two of us to do it. The process of creating an electric vehicle from nothing to something is very complicated. Even if we had a complete plan and experimental ideas, we couldn't do it because we lack the necessary conditions. Jiyu opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He was silent for a while and then said, I was thinking too simply. Not all ideas can come true. He hadn't thought everything through. Seeing his sad expression, Su Qingyan felt a little sorry. It was her idea, and not being able to make it happen was a bit upsetting. It's okay. You thought of so many good ideas. We can't do it now, but that doesn't mean we won't in the future. There will be chances. Life is long. Let's think about it some more. Jiu smiled, I know. No need to comfort me. He was never the type to stop because of current difficulties. If this way doesn't work, he would find another. Su Qingyan smiled. Who's comforting you? I'm just comforting myself. It's hard for me too if this great idea can't be realized. Hard for you? Jiu also smiled. He thought for a moment, then took a big white rabbit candy from the table and handed it to her. Eat some candy. Maybe you'll feel better? Su Qingyan looked at the candy in his hand, paused, then took it with a smile.
Thanks.
Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. From a side angle, Xiaqiu watched their interaction. She squinted her eyes. These two sometimes look sad, sometimes smile, and Jiu even gives Yunyan candy. No matter how she looked at it, something seemed off. She touched her chin and pondered. Could Jiu really have feelings for Yunyan? After school, Xiaqiu went home with Su Qingyan. Usually, they would walk part of the way before riding their bikes. Xiaqiu looked at Su Qingyan's delicate profile, wanting to ask something but hesitating. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Su Qingyan asked curiously. It's nothing. Despite her curiosity, Xiaqiu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Do you like anyone right now? Like someone?
Su Yun looked confused.
No, I don't. Wait. Su Qingyan suddenly asked back, Are you liking someone? I definitely don't. Xiaqiu denied quickly. I'm asking about you. Neither of us has anyone. Su Qingyan smiled. Why are you asking such questions all of a sudden? It's nothing. Xiaqiu saw she wasn't pretending, so she didn't say more. She suddenly realized that the girl didn't seem to understand things clearly. Looking at Lin Jianfeng, he also wasn't very clever. He had been tricking her for a long time and still hadn't figured this out. Let's go home early today. My mom said she's making fried meat, Xiaqiu said happily again. Su Qingyan nodded, without overthinking. As soon as she got home, her mom handed her a letter. Yun, this is a letter just sent by the mailman. A letter? Su Qingyan was puzzled. Who would send her a letter? She looked at the sender on the envelope, Yanjun. Why was it him again? Su Qingyan found it strange. Last time, Yanjun invited her to work at the research institute, but she refused. Why was he contacting her again? She opened the envelope and read the letter carefully. It wasn't long. The main idea was that there was a new project and they wanted her help, offering some project funding. Wow. He hasn't given up yet? Right now, her main focus was preparing for the college entrance exams. She didn't want to think about the research institute. She took a new piece of paper to write a reply to Yanjun, planning to refuse. But after writing a greeting, she hesitated. If she went to the research institute, wouldn't that be a good opportunity for their competition? The research institute was a great place for experiments. Even if electric bikes couldn't be made, they could try other things. Su Qingyan put down her pen and stroked her chin, thinking carefully. After a moment, she continued writing, deciding to ask the institute's opinion first. What if they didn't agree? She quickly finished a reply and planned to send it to town the next day. She hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Jiu about this. If it didn't work out, she didn't want to disappoint him. The next day, Su Qingyan left early, first going to the post office to send a letter, then heading to school. When she arrived, Jiu was already at his desk, focused on drawing and writing. Have you been coming early these days? Su Qingyan asked with a smile. Usually, Jiu would arrive just in time for class. She glanced at Jiu's notebook, which was filled with new ideas. Su Qingyan felt more pleased. You really care about this competition, huh? I've never seen you take it so seriously. Maybe because he's smart, you can do things effortlessly. Whether in life or studies, he usually seems relaxed and indifferent, as if nothing really matters to him. But this time, it was the first time she saw him so serious. This is a competition for both of us. Of course, I take it seriously, Ji said, lifting his head. He's always tried to do his best in everything. Since he's competing with Su Qingyun, who is very clever and strong, he doesn't want to be the one holding her back. All right, let me see what ideas the great designer Ji has come up with today, Su Qingyun said, taking his notebook. I was thinking, Ji explained excitedly, we can't build a big bicycle right now, but maybe we can make a small machine. I focused on radios, which are quite common now. I want to invent a radio with more functions. Ji continued enthusiastically. For example, current radios only tune into different programs, but if you miss the time, you can't listen anymore. I want to improve that by adding recording and playback features, making it more convenient. He often hears the chubby kid next door crying to listen to fairy tales. If he misses out, he almost screams all night, unable to sleep. He briefly shared his idea, and Su Qingyun thought for a moment. You mean making a recorder? A recorder? Ji considered the word, his eyes shining. Yes, exactly, a recorder. Su Qingyun looked at his bright eyes and couldn't help but smile. It was true, no matter the age, people who talk about their dreams shine with excitement. Ji looked like a boy who had just found a precious treasure. Sounds good. I have no objections. Let's do this. Su Qingyun didn't care much about the idea, which was quite good. Currently, there are no radios available domestically, so this is a blank market opportunity. Then, if we're sure about it, we need to find an old radio first, Ji said shyly. Actually, I have an old radio at home that I accidentally broke last night. That radio belonged to his father and had been used for many years. Last night, he accidentally damaged it, and his father scolded him quite a bit. Maybe we can ask Uncle Wang if he has any discarded radios. We could try to fix one and see if it works, Ji suggested after some thought. Su Qingyun shook her head. Most of those are sent to the recycling station and can't really be repaired. Radios are electronic devices, unlike bicycles, which are mechanical. When they break, they are often beyond repair. That makes sense, Ji agreed. He frowned and thought for a moment. Maybe I should buy a second-hand one. It shouldn't be expensive, and the school doesn't have to pay for it. He knew the school didn't have much money. They kept tuition low, and even waived fees for many poor students. If it weren't for occasional grants from above, the school would be very poor. A second-hand radio would only cost a few dozen yuan, which he could afford. No need, Su Qingyun said, waving her hand. I have one. I'll bring it tomorrow. The radio her father gave her before, she had kept it hidden at home because she was afraid of being discovered. She hadn't used it much and had locked it in a cabinet. Now, she could take it out and contribute to their competition. That works, Ji said without hesitation. They discussed their experiment ideas and the principles behind the invention of radios. As they talked, the day quickly passed. Knowing they were discussing the competition, some teachers turned a blind eye and let them be. But in the eyes of the whole class, it was a different story. Seeing the two girls whispering closely, their heads together and their obvious closeness, the classmates all smiled with a hint of affection. The next day, Su Qingyun brought the small radio she had hidden at home to school. The two of them went to the laboratory during the afternoon study period. The school's laboratory is on the third floor of the teaching building. It is called a laboratory, but really it just has a few simple experiment tools more than other classrooms. Su Qingyun looked at the limited equipment in front of her and sighed. How could they do anything with just these things? At this time, resources were very limited. Having a laboratory in their small-town middle school was already good. Complaining wouldn't solve anything, so they had to find their own way. Su Qingyun couldn't help but think of the research institute in the provincial capital. That large institute must have complete equipment, and they wouldn't lack anything needed for experiments. Thinking of this, she looked forward to the stern reply even more. What's on your mind? Ji asked, noticing her lost in thought. Nothing, Su Qingyun replied, snapping back to reality. Let's get started.
Okay, Yi nodded.
Then, the two of them took apart a nearly new radio into pieces. They carefully laid out each part in order, making sure they could reassemble it without damage after disassembly. Su Qingyun looked at the broken radio and fell into thought. She knew how radios work. They receive high-frequency signals through an antenna, then decode these signals into audio, which is converted into sound waves and played out. In simple words, a radio is a small wireless receiver. What they needed to focus on was the recording part, how to record sound, and how to store it. These were the questions they had to solve. Any ideas? How can we capture the sound?
Su Qingyun asked. Jiyu had thought about this for a long time.
He frowned and considered carefully before finally saying, magnetic effects of electric current. No wonder he's a genius. Su Qingyun looked at him with admiration. Jiyu's answer was spot on. Yes, the working principle of a recording device is based on the magnetic effects of electric current, and playing sound involves electromagnetic induction. For storing audio, Su Qingyun immediately thought of tapes. Tapes had been around for over 10 years worldwide, but in their country, they were hardly used. But just because they weren't widely used didn't mean they couldn't be. When Jiyu first proposed his idea, Su Qingyun already had a plan. They wanted to make a tape recorder. The tape recorder mainly consists of a microphone inside, a tape, a magnetic head for recording and playing, an amplifier circuit, a speaker, and a drive mechanism. Considering the complexity of the parts and the steps needed to make it work, and comparing it to these simple-looking devices in front of her, Su Qingyun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on and frowned. She took a deep breath. There's no rush. She could take her time. Perhaps because Su Qingyun gave a clear answer this time, Yan Jun responded very quickly. When the mailman delivered the letter to her, only about 4 or 5 days had passed. Su Qingyun opened the letter. It was full of Yan Jun's excited words. He agreed to her request, and she could go help at the research institute. She didn't need extra money. She just wanted to go with Jiyu into the research institute and borrow their space and equipment. Actually, this reply could have reached Su Qingyun a couple of days earlier. The delay was because the research institute checked on Jiyu. Since the institute is a secret organization, not everyone can enter. After confirming everything was fine, Yan Jun sent her the reply. Getting a definite answer made Su Qingyun very happy, but it also brought some problems. For example, explaining the situation to the school and convincing her family to let her go to the provincial city. This trip wouldn't be just a few days like last time. It might take at least a month and a half. She thought for a moment and decided it was best to tell Jiyu about this first. During class, Jiyu said, about that magnetic head you mentioned yesterday, I've been thinking. Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Su Qingyun interrupted him.
Huh?
What is it? Go ahead. Jiyu looked puzzled. There's an opportunity now. We can go to the research institute in the provincial city to work on our recorder. Do you want to go? The research institute in the provincial city. Jiyu was surprised for a moment, then quickly said, yes, why not? Such a good chance. If we go, the equipment problems that have been bothering us will be solved, right? All right, then get ready. We're heading to the provincial city. Su Qingyun said happily, snapping her fingers.
Then she paused.
Of course, first we need to ask for leave.
Huh?
Jiyu hadn't fully processed the news when she pulled into the office to ask Teacher Qin for leave. Ask for leave to go to the provincial city. After hearing their plan, Teacher Qin looked at them in surprise. Are you sure you want to go to the research institute in the provincial city? Be careful you're not being tricked. I'm sure. Su Qingyun smiled and nodded. This is a researcher I met when I went to the provincial city last time. He works at the research institute and has written me 2 or 3 letters. This time, because of the competition, I think it's a good opportunity. Many of our ideas with Jiyu depend on those devices to be completed. Is that so? Teacher Qin thought for a moment. All right, as long as your family has no objections, this leave can be approved. Anyway, for these 2 students, it doesn't make much difference whether they attend school or not. Thank you, teacher. Su Qingyun happily expressed her gratitude. That evening, after school, she told her family about it.
What?
Going to the provincial city? At least half a month? That long? Her grandma and her father both spoke with surprise on their faces. Wu Guixiang looked worried. Dear, the provincial city is too far away and going for so long. How can we be at ease? Maybe your dad should go with you? His truck team hasn't had much to do lately anyway. No need, Grandma, Su Qingyan said with a smile. I'm not going alone. Besides, if I go to the provincial city, I'll stay directly at the research institute, so it's safe. Nothing will happen. I'm already this old. I should go out and see things myself. I can't always have my dad follow me everywhere. He can't stay with me forever, she added.
Why not? Su Aimin immediately said.
Wherever you go, I'll go too. Your mother and I have discussed it. If you work in the county, we'll go to the county. If you work in the provincial city, we'll go there. Wu Guixiang glanced at her son. You really think ahead. Of course, Su Aimin said proudly. He and Qining only have one daughter. Naturally, they don't want to be apart from her, so they plan to go along. But the house in the provincial city must be more expensive, right? Su Aimin thought to himself. It seems he needs to earn more money. What if his daughter goes even farther in the future? Su Qingyan opened her mouth, surprised that her father was thinking so far ahead. She couldn't help but laugh a little. Dad, I'm only going out for half a month. It's not like I'm not coming back. It's not that serious. But it's not right, Yun Yun. Listen to your dad, he began. Enough, Wu Guixiang interrupted him. Let Yun Yun go. She's right. She's an adult now. Going to the provincial city, staying at the workplace, it's safe. Yun Yun is right. As parents, we can't always be with our children everywhere. We need to teach them to face things on their own. Although she is older, she understands these principles. Su Aimin wanted to say more, but Qining held his hand and shook her head. Usually, the majority's opinion matters, so Su Aimin had nothing more to say. Qining agreed because she heard that Ji Yu would also be going along. Although she hadn't met Ji Yu many times, she knew he was a mature and steady boy. Having both children together would ensure nothing bad happened. Once everything was settled, Su Qingyun and Ji Yu quickly packed their things, took the letter of introduction, and boarded the train to the provincial city. Before leaving, Ji Yu's mother repeatedly reminded him to take good care of Su Qingyun. Although they didn't want their parents to see them off in the provincial city, Su Aimin and Ji Yu's mother insisted on sending the children to the county bus station. After getting off the bus, they headed to the train station. Let me carry this, Ji Yu said softly when he saw her carrying a large bag. Su Qingyun didn't refuse and handed it to him. It's a bit heavy. It's okay, Ji Yu replied, taking the bag. His tone was strangely serious as he tightened his grip on the handle and wrapped the strap around his hand again. Why was it so heavy? She looked like she was carrying it easily. Ji Yu's muscles tensed as he held the bag. What do you have in here? He asked curiously. Some daily necessities. My mom was worried I wouldn't get used to the city, so she packed everything for me. Is it heavy? Not too bad, Ji Yu said stubbornly, shaking his head. Su Qingyun couldn't help but smile. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the train station just in time to check their tickets and board. Let's go. Our carriage is up ahead, Ji Yu said, looking at their tickets. Both families bought sleeper tickets for their children to be more comfortable. They didn't mind spending a little extra. Okay, Su Qingyun nodded. We're here, Ji Yu said, looking at the seat number in front of him. They were in the same compartment. Su Qingyun's ticket was for the upper bunk, but Ji Yu kindly offered her the lower one. Looking at the two empty beds across from them, she remembered what happened last time and muttered, I wonder if anyone is on the other side. Ji Yu didn't know what she was thinking and asked, Are you hungry? Should we go get something to eat first? They came from the town by bus and haven't eaten yet. Okay. Su Qingyun was also hungry. The two of them put down their things. Before leaving the compartment, she reminded Ji Yu, be careful with your valuables. If they encounter another situation like last time, she really might get angry.
Got it.
Let's go, Ji Yu said. They went to the train car, where the dining section was, ordered 2 dishes at random. The food was okay. Neither of them was picky, so they finished quickly and filled their stomachs. When they returned to the compartment, there was already another passenger sitting opposite them. It was a woman in her 20s or early 30s, looking simple and plain. Maybe it was her first time on this kind of sleeper train, and she looked a bit nervous. Hello. Su Qingyun and Ji greeted politely, since they shared the same compartment and would be traveling for many hours, seeing each other often. Hello. You both, the woman replied nervously. Su Qingyun and Ji nodded, but didn't say much. After a while, the woman, feeling bored and unable to hold back, asked, Are you both going to the provincial city too? Ji looked at her. This train only goes to the provincial city. There were no stops along the way. If they weren't going to the provincial city, where else could they go? That's true, the woman said awkwardly with a small smile, then asked, Are you familiar with the provincial city? Not really, Ji replied simply. I see. The woman frowned in frustration. That makes things difficult. Su Qingyun glanced at her luggage, a military green bag with a 5-pointed star on it, looking like something from the army. She asked, Miss, are you going to the army in the provincial city? Yes. How did you know? The woman's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. I think your bag looks like military gear, Su Qingyun said with a smile. The woman smiled shyly. My husband is in the army. I'm going to see him this time. Before Su Qingyun could ask further, the woman spilled everything like a bucket of beans. We've been married for several years. He's only come back twice. This time, he got promoted to a company commander, so I can finally join the army with him. That's why I'm going to find him. But I don't know the city well, and I can't read many words, so I'm worried I might get lost. Talking about her soldier husband, her face showed pride and happiness. A promoted officer? Su Qingyun was a bit surprised. How many years has your husband been in the army? Seeing how young the woman was, she wondered if her husband was already a senior officer. More than 10 years. He joined the army when he was just a teenager.
10 years? No wonder.
Su Qingyun nodded in understanding. Don't worry. Usually someone from the army will come to pick you up at the train station. You won't get lost, she reassured her. Really? The woman said, happily. That's great. Thank you so much. No problem. The two casually chatted for a while, then Su Qingyun and Ji continued discussing their radio. Seeing the young man and woman whispering together, the woman found the scene very pleasing to the eye and couldn't help but comment. Girl, you and your boyfriend look very close, just like me and my husband. We met through an arranged date, and we haven't seen each other many times, but we're very close. He writes me letters and sends me things often. Boyfriend? Su Qingyun was momentarily stunned. I'll tell you back then. Before the woman could finish, Ji suddenly blushed deeply, his mind filled with the words boyfriend swirling around. You two must take good care of each other. Even though you're young, you seem mature and sensible. When you grow older and get married, I believe you'll be happy. Young man, you should treat such a good girl well. No, Miss Wee. Ji finally snapped out of his embarrassment, his face turning red as he hurried to explain. Thank you, miss. I'll take your good wishes, Su Qingyun said with a gentle smile before he could finish speaking. What was she saying?
Did she deny or admit?
Ji was stunned, open-mouthed. Su Qingyun winked at him secretly. Girl, you two keep talking. I'll go to the bathroom, she said and left the stall. Now only the two of them remained. Ji looked at her face, trying to control his racing heart.
You just now. What?
Su Qingyun was momentarily confused, then realized. Are you asking why I didn't deny it? We're young and out here. It's better to act a little closer so others won't find it strange. Since we don't know each other well, once we get off the train, we can go our separate ways. Denying or not denying doesn't really matter. Su Qingyun said indifferently. Her last train ride taught her that no matter how harmless someone seems, you must be careful. Also, when you're outside, your identity is given by yourself. She can say whatever she wants. Ji was left speechless by her words. It seemed to make sense, but he felt a strange sense of disappointment inside. Why was he feeling like this? He tried to suppress this odd feeling. You're right. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Su Qingyun didn't see the brief look of disappointment on his face and continued to focus on their discussion. Soon, the woman returned. Seeing the two of them serious about their talk, she didn't disturb them again. Outside the window, the scenery sped past quickly, and it soon got dark. Ji went to buy some food from the dining car. Since they had eaten a lot at noon, they weren't very hungry, so they just ate a few bites. Ji bought some steamed buns. They were clean, with thin skin and big fillings. When he tore one open, the juicy meat spilled out, and the aroma filled the compartment instantly. The woman looked at the big bun and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It smelled so good. "Big sister, are you hungry?" Su Qingyun suddenly asked, holding out a bun.
Here, take one.
"We bought too many, and we can't eat them all." No, that's not polite," the woman refused, despite her craving. "It's okay. If you don't help us eat it, it'll just go to waste." "Take it," Su Qingyun insisted. The woman hesitated for a moment and then reached out her hand. "All right, I'll accept it. Thank you so much." "No problem," Su Qingyun smiled. The woman took the bun and ate small bites. The rich meat aroma made her smile contentedly. Su Qingyun looked at her worn-out blanket and felt a bit puzzled. According to her, her husband was already a senior official, and they should have a good allowance. They had no children, so why did they seem so tight on money? Also, someone willing to buy this kind of sleeper ticket wouldn't hesitate to buy a bun to eat. Although Su Qingyun found this strange, she didn't think too much about it. After eating, she started to feel sleepy. She said a few words to Ji Yu and then went to bed. The surroundings were quiet, and she quickly fell asleep, sleeping peacefully through the night. The next morning, the train safely arrived at the provincial capital station. Everyone orderly disembarked. "Give me the bag," Ji Yu said. "No need, or maybe you can help big sister carry this." Su Qingyun saw the woman struggling a bit with the large military bag.
No.
"I can carry it myself," the woman quickly refused. They didn't insist further. They left the train station just after each other. At the exit, there were always crowds of people, all stretching their necks to look for or greet someone. Seeing the woman looking around nervously, Su Qingyun asked, "Big sister, what's your name? I can help you find her." I am Wang Ru," the woman said with a grateful smile. Su Qingyun looked for a sign, with the name Wang Ru written on it among the crowd. Ji Yu, tall and long-legged, glanced around and quickly found it. He pointed and said, "Over there." Su Qingyun followed his gaze and saw a young soldier in uniform holding a sign with Wang Ru's name. "I don't recognize that person." Wang Ru looked at him, confused. "Big sister, that should be your husband's comrade. Maybe your husband can't come to pick you up because he's busy. You should ask and check his name and identity to be sure," Su Qingyun patiently explained. Yes, I was so confused from the ride. I didn't realize," Wang Ru said, patting her head with a sudden realization. "Then I'll go over." She jogged a few steps and then turned back, smiling. "Girl, young man, thank you so much. If I get the chance, I'll treat you to a meal." Su Qingyun waved with a smile. "All right, our good deed for the day is done." Su Qingyun snapped her fingers. "Let's find the person coming to pick us up." Yan Jun had said someone would meet them at the station. Ji looked at her with a smile. "Wait, look at that sign over there. Isn't it ours?" Su Qingyun suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her expression strange. Ji looked over and instantly fell silent. "Welcome to Luoshui County, little experts visiting for guidance, Su Qingyun, Jiyu." Su Qingyun stared at the person whose face was blocked, unable to see clearly. She was speechless. Who taught them to write signs like that? "Let's go, little experts," Jiyu chuckled.
Su Yun helplessly followed.
After walking a few steps closer, she suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed happily, "Brother Chi-hung, why are you the one coming to pick us up?" The person turning around was Chi-hung, no one else. He was dressed in black sportswear, looking lively and sharp, full of energy. As soon as he saw Su Qingyun, he smiled brightly. He put down his sign and said, "I'm here on someone else's behalf. It's only been a few months, and you've grown taller?" He gestured to Su Qingyun's height. "Just a little," Su Qingyun replied with a small gesture, smiling. Jiyu saw how familiar the two looked and slightly frowned. almost unnoticed. Is this your classmate?
Kvei Henkes gaze shifted to Ynoe.
He had already heard from Jun the details of what happened. Yes, let me introduce him. This is Chi Hung. You can call me Chi Hung-ge, just like Su Qingyan does. And this is Jiyu. Chi Hung-ge, you can just call me by my name, Su Qingyan quickly explained. Ji looked calm but polite, saying hello. Hello, hello. This young man looks lively, Chi Hung said cheerfully, not noticing any cold attitude from Jiyu. Shall we go now? Su Qingyan asked cautiously. Old rules, first we drop off your things, then we go eat. We're celebrating you too. Chi Hung waved his hand. He had taken leave just for this. All right, your place. You arrange everything, Su Qingyan said with a gentle smile. They would stay here for at least half a month, so staying at a guest house was out of the question. Jun had already applied for a place at the Research Institute, and Chi Hung, a regular visitor there, smoothly led them to their accommodation. 2 rooms, 1 for each of you. Drop off your things, wash your face, and tell me if you need anything, Chi Hung explained. Okay, thank you, Chi Hung-ge. Chi Hung waited outside while they quickly unpacked, washed their faces, and came out. Time's about right. Chi Hung checked his watch. Jun should be coming out of the lab soon. Let's go to the restaurant and wait for him. Okay, they agreed without hesitation. Chi Hung led them to the state-run restaurant where they had a reservation. In a certain laboratory at the Research Institute, Jun was busy in his lab, wearing a lab coat. Because he was thinking about something, his movements were a bit hurried. His assistant looked at him curiously. Ge, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush today? Today, we have a distinguished guest. Of course I'm anxious. Jun smiled. Who's the guest? The assistant asked, puzzled. About the person I mentioned earlier, the young expert I invited to help, Jun said mysteriously. Young expert? Assistant paused, then remembered. You mean the one who helped us with data analysis before? Exactly. Wow, Ge, you really brought him here? The assistant said excitedly. For those doing experiments, having someone to handle data analysis makes everything much easier. It speeds up progress and improves efficiency. That's right, Jun said proudly. I wrote her 3 letters before she agreed to come. Tell everyone to be polite to her when she arrives. He sounded like he had gone to great lengths to invite her. The assistant quickly promised, got it. We'll make sure she's happy and try to keep her here longer. That might not work. Jun thought for a moment. She still has school. School? The assistant stared, stunned. Yes, didn't I tell you? Jun asked with confusion. What did you say? The assistant held back a sigh. All he heard was how amazing Ge said this person was. Who would have thought such a talented person was still in school? Going to college is fine. Teachers usually approve leave, the assistant said. Being able to help in the Research Institute during university is a rare opportunity for students and teachers alike. Why wouldn't they agree? Who told you she's in college? Jun waved his hand. She's still in high school, 2nd year. 2nd year of high school? The assistant was stunned. A high school student helping at their Research Institute? More than once? Just how impressive is this person? The assistant couldn't help but feel more curious. All right, you finish this experiment and write the report. I'll come see the results this afternoon, Jun said, glancing at the time. He didn't have time to stay and hurriedly left. By noon, before Jun could even mention it in the lab, the assistant had already spread the news everywhere. Jun hurried as fast as he could. When he arrived at the state-run restaurant, the dishes on the table were almost ready, and the people arrived early. Sorry, I'm late. I arrived late, Jun apologized repeatedly. Ge, Su Qingyan quickly greeted him, then introduced Jiyu. Ge, this is my classmate I told you about, Jiyu. Hello, Jiyu nodded politely. Okay, everyone is fine. Jun stood in front of the table, looking at the 2 people. He was very happy. These were the people he had invited several times. Seeing the girls smiling happily, Jun still felt a little nervous even though he knew she was young. When he was lost in thought and standing still, Chi Hing pulled out a chair for him. No, you're late, so sit down quickly, Chi Hing said without politeness. I have good food here. I hope you brought enough money or cards today. Don't make me pay for you later. What's that supposed to mean? Yenjun rolled his eyes. Today I'm eating freely. You three won't make me go broke. All right, Chi-hung said with a smile. He knew Yenjun wouldn't go broke. He was young but already at a high level, and his monthly allowance was probably quite large. Plus, Yan's family was very well off. Yenjun sat down and looked at Su Qingyun with admiration. We've known each other for a long time, but this is the first time we're meeting officially.
Su Ingyun smiled.
Brother Yenjun, I really couldn't come before. This time, I'm here because of the competition. Yes, I understand, Yenjun nodded. Chi-hung was curious. What kind of competition is that? The National Middle School Students' Innovation and Invention Contest, Su Qingyun answered, but Yenjun interrupted before she finished. This contest is a big deal, Yenjun said. It's happening in our research institute's residential area. Several high school students there are busy preparing for it. Sounds interesting, Chi-hing said, getting a bit interested.
How about you?
Do you have any ideas yet?
Yes, Su Ingyun nodded.
We've planned the main idea and steps. The only problem is that we don't have the right conditions to do it there, so we came here to use the Research Institute space. No problem, Yenjun said confidently. I'll find an empty lab for you. You can use the equipment and tools inside freely. He had already talked to his superiors about it, so there was no need to worry. Thank you, Brother Yenjun, Su Qingyun said gratefully. But Yenjun changed the subject. You also need to help with the things in my lab.
You promise me.
Of course, Su Qingyun replied without hesitation, agreeing immediately. All right, enough talking, Chi-hung said. Let's eat now.
Eat, eat, eat.
Yenjun immediately called Su Qingyun and the others. During the meal, Yenjun ate while explaining the general situation of their project to Su Qingyun, so he could get a basic understanding. Of course, he only shared information that could be disclosed, without hiding anything from Chi-hung and Ji-yu. Su Qingyun listened and nodded, thinking about it. That's about it, Yenjun said, finally stopping as he got dry throat.
Okay, I understand, Su Ingyun nodded.
Later, after we finish eating, I'll take you to the lab to meet the team and get a better understanding of the project, Yenjun said apologetically. You've been in the car for a long time, so you should rest first, but our project schedule is very tight, so we have no choice. It's okay, Su Qingyun said casually. I want to finish up and go back early. Ji-yu paused while picking food. Does that mean she will be busy with her own project, and also with their recorder? He hesitated for a moment, then asked Yenjun, Brother Yenjun, can I help with this project? When Ji-yu said this, everyone was stunned. Yenjun looked at his serious face and thought for a moment before replying, as long as it helps our project and is beneficial to it, I welcome your help. How about this? Later, you and Qingyun can go see it together, Yenjun suggested. Okay, thank you, Ji-yu said with a slight smile. After finishing their meal, everyone prepared to head to the Research Institute. It wasn't far, and everyone was full and wanted to digest a bit. Watching Chi-hung and Yenjun walk ahead, Su Qingyun slowed her pace and stayed behind with Ji-yu. She whispered, Why do you suddenly want to help with the project? We agreed before that when I help over there, you take care of the recorder stuff. It's nothing, Ji-yu replied casually. Since we're here, I want to learn more. I'm also quite interested in the project Yenjun mentioned. Really?
Su Ingyun looked suspicious.
What else could be the reason?
Ji-yu asked back.
That's true, Su Qingyun nodded, unable to think of any other reason. Let's go, Ji-yu quickened his steps. At the entrance of the Research Institute, Chi-hung was about to leave. I'm heading off now. Qingyun, dear best. Come to my house for a meal in a few days.
My dad often mentions you.
Okay, please say hello to Uncle for me.
Got it.
Chi-hung nodded and walked away confidently. Yenjun carefully verified their identities at the door before entering the institute. They walked to the laboratory building. Yenjun led the way, opened the lab door, and found the researchers inside still busy. When they heard the noise, they all turned around. Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment. Yenjun clapped his hands. Seeing everyone put down their work and gather around, he continued, The person I mentioned earlier, who will help us, has arrived. Say hello to them. He stepped aside, revealing Su Qingyun and Ji behind him. The two young, slightly naive-looking faces made everyone's eyes widen. Are they too young? Can they handle this? The researchers, initially happy, now looked doubtful.
Hello, I'm Su-ingun.
I've joined the project team today. I hope everyone will support me, Su Qingyun said with a smile. Jiyu tried to smile and said, I'm Jiyu. Is that all? The researchers looked at each other. Regardless of what they thought, they still smiled and greeted the two.
Hello, I'm Chen Qing. I'm Zhang Qian. I'm Guo Chao.
Brother Yen, why are there so many people? Yen Jun's assistant quietly tugged at his sleeve. Didn't they say it was just one person? Buy one, get one free. Understand?
Yen Yun whispered.
We're making a profit. The assistant looked at Su Qingyun and Jiyu with suspicion. What's the use of having more people? The key is quality. Has Director Yuan returned? Yen Jun asked again. Not yet. He said he'd be back this afternoon. The assistant replied softly, warning Yen Jun, so, Brother Yen, you'd better arrange things for them before Director Yuan returns. You know his temper. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Yen Jun understood. He felt a headache coming on. If the people he brought couldn't show real ability, Director Yuan's fiery temper might tear them apart and kick them out of the lab. Su Qingyun's abilities were well known to him. As for Jiyu, Yen Jun couldn't help but focus his gaze on him. The tall, slender boy stood upright with a calm expression. He wondered if Jiyu was also quite capable.
Yen Yun felt uncertain.
After everyone had greeted each other, Yen Jun thought for a moment and decided not to say more. He found two people to take care of Su Qingyun and Jiyu. Hey, Chen Qing, take Qingyun. Guo Chao, take Jiyu. Get them familiar with our work. Once they understand, assign some tasks to them. Got it, the two replied in unison.
Yen Yun nodded.
His plan was to quickly test their abilities through this arrangement. Su Qingyun and Jiyu had no objections to his plan. All right, everyone, keep working. Yen Jun clapped his hands, and the lab quickly returned to its busy state. Chen Qing, who was in charge of Su Qingyun, was a girl in her 20s. She introduced herself as someone who had joined the research institute right after college. She seemed friendly and enjoyed chatting with Su Qingyun. She began explaining the project, speaking clearly but not too fast. Su Qingyun listened carefully, asking questions from time to time. The atmosphere was friendly. As they talked more deeply, Chen Qing felt more surprised. She realized that no matter what she said, the girl in front of her seemed to understand instantly and could think beyond what was said. There was no barrier to understanding. Because of her young age, Chen Qing had initially thought she was just a kid, but now she saw her as an equal. That's about it. I've explained everything. Do you want to try doing it yourself? Chen Qing asked. Yes, Su Qingyun agreed immediately. All right then. Chen Qing opened her notebook, pointing to the work plan. Can you handle this experiment? I'll watch from nearby. Be brave and do your best. Su Qingyun nodded calmly, showing no signs of nervousness. She briefly glanced at Chen Qing's work record and then started working. Chen Qing couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to look at it again? No need. I've remembered everything, Su Qingyun replied. Chen Qing was stunned. Just from that one look? You remembered it all? What kind of incredible memory is that, like a human scanner? She didn't say anything further, watching Su Qingyun perform each step. Her eyes widened more and more, her mouth open in surprise. Her movements were quick and steady, flawless in every way. It seemed as if she knew each step of the experiment by heart. She used the equipment smoothly, without any hesitation. She didn't look like a beginner in a laboratory. Instead, she seemed like an experienced researcher who had done hundreds of experiments before. How was that possible? Chen Qing was surprised by her idea. During the next while, Chen Qing watched Su Qingyun complete the experiment perfectly. Even when she wanted to give some advice, she couldn't find a chance to speak. Every step was flawless, leaving no room for correction. She simply had no opportunity to say anything. Chen Qing couldn't help but look at Yen Jun. Was she really that talented? Did she need her to teach her? Finally, Su Qingyun wrote the final conclusion in her experiment notebook, signaling the end of this small experiment. She closed the pen and handed the notebook to Qin Qing, asking sincerely, "Please take a look. Is there anything wrong?" Qin Qing's face was complicated as she took the heavy notebook. She guessed without looking that it was perfect and without mistakes. "Very good, no problems," she said quickly after finishing her review. As expected, she couldn't find any flaws. "That's good," Su Qingyun smiled. Qin Qing had explained almost everything she needed to. There was nothing more to teach her, so she assigned some more work to Su Qingyun. Both of them started working busily. Meanwhile, over with Jiyu, although he didn't have Su Qingyun's extraordinary knowledge and insight, he was truly a genius. Guo was not very patient. He spoke quickly and deeply, often needing to go around in circles to make himself understood. After talking for a while, seeing Jiyu silent, he stopped and asked, "Did you understand everything I said?" "Almost all of it." Jiyu nodded calmly. "Really?" Guo was half doubtful. He thought for a moment and said, "Later, I'll give you some tasks to do. Be confident and do them freely. I'll watch from nearby." "Okay." Jiyu agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later, Guo, with a look of surprise, exchanged glances with Qin Qing. Although they were some distance apart, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Could their understanding's speed be so terrifying? Were these two people abnormal? Or was every high school student now this impressive? Jun was also watching the two people's performance. Seeing that they quickly adapted and handled everything smoothly, he relaxed and felt relieved. Luckily, there were no problems. Otherwise, when Director Yuan returned, it would have been hard to explain. As he was thinking, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit hurried into the lab. He looked at everyone working in an orderly way and nodded with satisfaction. Good. It seemed that everyone had been working seriously even while he was away. Wait. Why are there two more people? Director Yuan looked at Su Qingyun and Jiyu, both unfamiliar faces, and paused. He waved to Jun Xiaoyan, "Come here." "Director, you're back? How is the project in Beijing going?"
Yun hurried over.
"Let's not talk about that now. First, tell me who these two are," Director Yuan said with a serious look. "Why are they bringing so many people into the lab? This is a place for work, not for playing. Who said they are here to play?"
Yun explained carefully.
"That girl is Su Qingyun from Luoshu County, the one I mentioned to you before. Do you remember?"
Yun?
Director Yuan frowned and tried to recall. "The one who helped us with data analysis before?" Yes, that's her," Jun said. "I've invited her several times, and this time I finally managed to bring her here." "And the guy?" "You didn't tell me there were two people," Director Yuan said, sizing up Jiyu. "That guy's name is Jiyu. They are classmates and came together from the provincial capital. I checked. This kid is pretty talented, maybe even as good as Su Qingyun."
"Oh."
Director Yuan became interested. "So, two geniuses in one class? Is that really so lucky?" Jun sensed the sarcasm in his tone. He touched his nose and said, "If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself." "I really will go see," Director Yuan said seriously. This was his lab and not just anyone could enter. Without the right skills, he wouldn't let anyone in, no matter who invited them. He watched the two people working carefully, without disturbing them directly. Instead, he stood nearby, observing their actions. Su Qingyun and Jiyu stood on either side, focused intently. Their hands moved precisely, without hesitation or mistakes, as if they were experienced lab workers. Director Yuan quickly saw which parts each was responsible for, and his eyes showed surprise. These two were very skilled, acting like veterans in the lab. It really goes to show that appearances can be deceiving. He turned slightly and quietly asked Jun beside him, "Are you sure these two are high school students?" 100% sure, Jun replied confidently. "This is unbelievable," Director Yuan said, rubbing his chin. "Are high school students really at this level now? I think in the future, we might as well recruit from high schools directly. You guys, each of you, are not as good as they are." Jun was silent. He wondered why they suddenly started defending the students. It had only been a few minutes. How could their attitude change so quickly? Director Yenjun said helplessly, think about it. How many Sukinjians and Jiyus are there in the whole province? Don't be too greedy. All right, Yuan nodded. 2 people are fine. We're short of staff now. How long can these 2 stay? They were just on leave. They came to the provincial city for other reasons, so they can probably stay in our lab for only 10 days or, at most, a couple of months. That's too short. Yuan frowned in dissatisfaction. It's only been a short while. Director, they're still in school, Yenjun whispered. They're in their 2nd year of high school now, just a year away from graduation. We can recruit them again after they graduate. Yuan paused, surprised. They're not going to college? With such talent, they should definitely pursue further education. Hearing this, Yenjun fell silent and forced a bitter smile. Director, you know how limited college spots are now. Yuan also remained silent for a moment. After thinking, he said, let's keep observing. If these kids truly have ability and talent, I'll personally write to the higher-ups to request spots at 2 universities. He really couldn't stand to see talented students go unnoticed.
Yunus has widened.
Director, are you serious? Getting college spots isn't easy, but if Yuan is willing to personally write the application, it's a different matter. Of course I'm serious. Yuan nodded. When have I ever spoken empty words? No, I'll thank you on their behalf then.
严俊脸带笑容，根本没有考虑到苏青云2人是否愿意。在他看来，这可是难得的好事。袁主任站在原地，看着2人忙完工作后，走上前去。你是苏青云吗？您是。苏青云疑惑地转过身，他注意到这个人在旁边看了他很久。这是我们实验室的袁主任。严俊介绍道。袁主任您好。苏青云礼貌地打招呼。你好。袁主任笑着说，感觉怎么样？还适应吗？挺好的。那就好。袁主任笑得更大了，真是麻烦你们特意跑来。你们放心，我们实验室不会让你们白做事的，补贴什么的都会有。谢谢袁主任。袁主任停顿了一下，你刚才做的那些实验记录可以给我看看吗？当然可以。苏青云递出自己的实验记录本，袁主任接过后认真看了起来，他的眼睛变得更亮，嘴里不停地赞叹，不错，写得很好，条理清楚，数据详细。谢谢袁主任夸奖。苏青云淡淡一笑。对了，你之前帮我们做的那个数据分析也很棒，这次也麻烦你了。好的，这是我应该做的。苏青云点头。他本来答应严俊要做这部分工作。袁主任和他聊了几句后，转向季月，也赞不绝口。他心里大致了解了2人的能力后，心情很好，拍了拍严俊的肩膀。小严，你这次做得不错，真帮我们实验室找了2个好帮手。这是我应该做的，主任。严俊笑着说。苏青云和季月一直在实验室忙到天色暗下来。他动了动僵硬的脖子，好久没在实验室待这么久了，身体累，但心里觉得很充实。好了，今天就到这里吧，你们也累了，早点回去休息。严俊叫停。苏青云和季月点头，准备离开。等一下，严俊叫住他们。
Su Qingyan looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Don't rush to leave yet, Yenjun said with a smile. Wouldn't you like to see your own laboratory? Su Qingyun's eyes lit up with surprise. Right now? Jiyu also showed a hopeful smile. Yes, right now. Yenjun nodded confidently. He led the way ahead, and the 2 followed behind. As he walked, Yenjun explained, it's called a laboratory, but actually it's more like a large storage room for our research institute. It has all kinds of equipment, enough for you to play with. At this time, the country was developing rapidly, and many research institutes had numerous projects. Since they were in the provincial capital, it was hard to find an empty laboratory. This storage room was something Yenjun thought of on the spur of the moment. Many outdated devices from the institute were stored here, enough for Su Qingyun and Jiyu to tinker with their little gadgets. Soon they arrived at the place. Yanjun unlocked the door with a key and let them inside to take a look. This is the place. Take a look first. If everything's fine, I'll give you the key. You can decide whether to stay here in the morning or in the afternoon. Sounds good. We're very satisfied. Su Qingyun nodded happily. The storage room was large, and although a bit messy, it truly had everything Yanjun mentioned. Every device they wanted was here, very complete. Jiyu also nodded, his eyes shining brightly. Good to hear you're satisfied, Yanjun said with a smile. So, do you want to look around more or head out now? Let's look around a bit more, Su Qingyun replied. Standing in front of this treasure trove, they had no mind for eating or resting. Here's the key. Yanjun handed the key to Su Qingyun. I'll be leaving now. You should head back early and rest. Okay, thank you, Brother Yanjun, Su Qingyun said. After Yanjun left, Su Qingyun and Jiyu eagerly examined the equipment in the storage room. Su Qingyun's eyes grew brighter as she looked. Although these devices seemed outdated by future standards, they were the best available now. Jiyu's eyes also sparkled, and he couldn't help but smile. This is the first time I've seen so many experimental devices. I only read about them in books before. The familiar yet strange feeling made him feel a bit excited. Su Qingyun looked at him and smiled, saying, "This is the first time I see you so happy too." Jiyu has always been a calm and reserved person, but now he can't hide his excitement on his face. Jiyu was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled with pursed lips. "All right, we've seen enough. Let's go first," Su Qingyun said, exhaling. "We have plenty of time. No rush now. Later, we need to seize the moment, work hard, and fix our recorder." Su Qingyun locked the door, and the two left. Although there was a cafeteria at the research institute, since they rarely came to the provincial city, they wanted to go out and explore, to eat something. Walking on the wide streets of the city, both felt very happy. The tall buildings around them couldn't block the setting sun. As the sky changed from orange to dark blue, the moon quietly rose above the trees. The sky, still clear and unpolluted, sparkled with stars. "Tomorrow will be another good day," Su Qingyun suddenly said. "Yes," Ji replied softly. "Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry," Su Qingyun said with a small smile. "Then let's get something to eat," Ji said with a gentle laugh. There weren't many private restaurants now, so they could only eat at state-run ones. They didn't order much, just 2 dishes, braised pork with cabbage and stir-fried potato strips. They also ordered 2 bowls of plain rice porridge with pickled radish to help digestion. As they ate and talked about the details of the recorder, they became more and more interested. Su Qingyun put down her chopsticks, forgetting to finish her meal. "I think the magnetic head there." "Eat first," Jiyu interrupted patiently. "Don't choke." Okay, Su Qingyun realized she was too eager. "Eat first. We need to be full to work well." When they finished and left the state-run restaurant, it was already past 7. There weren't many entertainment options at night, and the street was quiet. Jiyu looked at the empty street and asked, "Shall we go back now?" Su Qingyun checked the time. "It's still early. Why don't we find something to do?" "Over there." Su Qingyun pointed excitedly at the street corner. It was a movie theater still open for business. "Let's go watch a movie." She had never been to a cinema in this era before. A movie? Jiyu hesitated, as if something came to mind, and a faint blush appeared on his white face. "Don't want to watch? Then we..." "Sure," Jiyu interrupted quickly, a little hurriedly. "We can go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Qingyun looked at him curiously. "Let's go and see what movies are playing lately." Ji stepped forward quickly, his steps noticeably nervous. Su Qingyun shook her head and followed him. At the cinema entrance, there were posters of the latest movies. The posters showed lively actors in fashionable clothes, with expressive faces and exaggerated gestures, giving a sense of the times. Currently, movies are showing Rolling Wheels, Children of the Prairie, Blue Sea and Red Waves, and Young Firefighters. Which one do you want to see? This one. Ji was still lost in thought and casually pointed to a poster. Young Firefighters? Su Qingyan looked at it. Then let's watch that. I'll go buy the tickets. Ji went to the ticket window and bought 2 tickets for $7.50, 20 minutes before the show started. Inside, there was a waiting area. But now, cinemas don't sell sodas or popcorn. People bring their own cups of water, and some even bring snacks like sunflower seeds or peanuts. TVs are still not common, and the main entertainment now is watching movies. Even at this time, many people are watching. Su Qingyan looked around. Most waiting for the show were couples, some dressed in work uniforms, looking like workers just finished their shifts. Others wore dresses or zhongshan suits in cold weather. All of them looked shy and a bit reserved. Seeing this, Su Qingyan suddenly realized that it wasn't very innocent for a man and woman to come to the movies alone late at night. And Jiyu just now. She squinted at Jiyu's face, which was just recovering from a blush. What is this kid thinking? 20 minutes passed quickly. Jiyu said, "It's about time. Let's go in." They checked their tickets and entered. The cinema only has a few screening rooms. Each room shows one movie at a time. When the current show ends, the next audience can come in. When they checked their tickets, the previous viewers had just left. Su Qingyun curiously looked around the room. It was very large, built like a grand hall. Rows of wooden seats looked old-fashioned, and at the front was a huge white screen. The audience gradually started to enter the theater. Su Qingyun and her companion had good seats in the middle. As soon as they sat down, the seats beside them filled up. It seemed there were quite a lot of people. Once the noise died down, the movie began. Nowadays, movies are shown with film projectors that take turns, so there's no need to stop and change the film. This way, the screening is smooth and viewers aren't interrupted by pauses. The projectionist had been trained and tested thoroughly. A skilled projectionist can switch films seamlessly. In this era, projectionists are very in demand. Even temporary projectionists earn more than regular factory workers. The movie is about the winter of 1943. It tells the story of a small boy named Xiao Song who is wounded in the leg during a forest fight. Later, Xiao Song joins the struggle and becomes a brave soldier. The story isn't very complicated, but the actors perform well, and the lines are strong and clear. Everyone watches eagerly, feeling excited and moved by the characters' experiences. However, not all viewers are just watching the movie. For example, a man and a woman sitting in front of Su Qingyun and Jiyu, through the gap between the seats, under the dim light, Su Qingyun saw their hands slowly touch and intertwine after a few tentative tries, then clasp tightly with fingers linked. Wow, who said people in this era are conservative? Isn't that quite bold? They've already held hands. Will there be more explicit scenes later? Su Qingyun's mind wandered. Jiyu also saw what was happening. He awkwardly looked away, but his mind was full of the image of their hands intertwined. If those were his and Qingyun's hands. Wait, what am I thinking? Jiyu suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling a rush of heat all over. He nervously tugged at his shirt collar and cleared his dry throat. What's wrong?
Suin-yun whispered.
Because she didn't want to disturb others, she was very close to Jiyu, almost whispering into his ear. Jiyu only felt a tingling sensation in his ears, as if they were numb and itchy. A warm feeling rose up, and the scent of the girl's perfume filled his nose. He felt dizzy and blushed instantly. Uncomfortable, he shifted slightly to the side, creating some distance. What's wrong? Su Qingyun looked at him with a puzzled expression. Nothing, just a bit thirsty. Jiyu cleared his throat and explained. Maybe I ate too much salty food last night. I should have bought 2 bottles of soda. It's okay. Let's just watch the movie first, Jiyu said hurriedly. Su Qingyun sat up straight again and focused on the movie. Jiyu closed his eyes, but his mind was no longer on the film. All he could think about was the feeling he had just experienced. He placed his hand over his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Thump, 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 a loud reminder of his recent excitement. He thought he was going crazy. Jiyu's clear eyes looked as dark as ink. When the movie ended, the hero's brave act, combined with the sad music, made everyone feel deeply involved. Even after the credits rolled, people still kept thinking about it. Old movies have their own charm. They aren't full of commercial tricks or flashy effects, so they are worth watching.
Let's go, Su Qingyun said, standing up.
Okay, Ji replied, also standing. They left the cinema. It was already past 9 o'clock. The street was almost empty. The cold wind pierced through their clothes and into their bones. Su Qingyun instinctively tightened her coat. Are you cold?
Ji asked.
A little. Su Qingyun's voice trembled slightly.
Yue frowned.
It was still a walk to the research institute. After hesitating for a moment, he took off his scarf, gently passing it around Su Qingyun's slender, fair neck, wrapping it a few times and tying it securely. The scarf, still warm from his body, made Su Qingyun feel cozy. She caught the fresh scent of the boy, and she froze, opening her mouth but unable to speak for a long time. After tying the scarf, Ji realized his action might have been too sudden. A look of regret crossed his brow. I'm sorry, he said. Both of them spoke at the same time, their eyes meeting in surprise.
Ha!
Su Qingyun couldn't help but laugh first. Why are you saying sorry? Ji also smiled. In the cold night, his smile was like the first light of dawn. Then you don't need to thank me either. This kid's smile is surprisingly good-looking. Su Qingyun's heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. She hesitated to meet his bright eyes. Let's go. It's getting late. The two returned to the Research Institute's dormitory. Just before entering, Su Qingyun took off her scarf and handed it back to Jiyu. Good night. Jiyu entered the room holding a scarf. He sat on the bed, lost in thought. After a while, almost instinctively, he brought the scarf close to his nose. The faint, stirring scent made his heart flutter again, lingering at his nostrils. Jiyu leaned back and sank into the soft bed. He covered his eyes with his hand, hiding the deep shadows beneath them. The next morning, Su Qingyun woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. She was full of energy. While washing up, there was a knock on the door. You're up so early? Su Qingyun opened the door and saw Jiyu. Yes, I just went to the cafeteria and brought you breakfast. Jiyu indicated the bag he was holding. Su Qingyun looked surprised and widened her eyes. Eat it while it's hot, Jiyu said, taking out some steamed buns and soy milk from the bag, still steaming. Su Qingyun suddenly felt a little hungry. Come in and sit first. I'll be right there. Jiyu went into the room and sat on a chair waiting for her. Su Qingyun finished washing quickly, sat opposite him, and ate a few bites of the bun, taking a big sip of soy milk. Seeing her cheeks puffed out while eating, Jiyu smiled.
Eat slowly, no rules.
I didn't expect the cafeteria at the Research Institute to taste pretty good, Su Qingyun praised. From now on, let's eat there. It tastes good and saves time. Yesterday, Yanjun had given them many meal tickets for the cafeteria, enough for both of them. All right, I'm done. Let's go, Su Qingyun said, wiping her mouth. They chose to do their own tasks in the morning and help in Yanjun's lab in the afternoon. They opened the storage room door, took a deep breath, and started working. Jiyu, pass me that tool. And that one over there. We'll install the circuit board later. Jiyu, I'll handle this mechanical transmission device.
You work on that.
Inside the large storage room, Su Qingyun's voice was lively and continuous. Only Jiyu's responses, okay, kept coming. Overall, Su Qingyun took the lead in their teamwork. Even when Jiyu disagreed, he spoke calmly. They generally had no serious disagreements. Su Qingyun was very pleased. In collaborative experiments, the worst mistakes are having opinions that are either too different or too similar. If opinions are too different, conflicts may arise and slow down progress. If opinions are too similar, it's hard to find problems, which isn't good for the project. Fortunately, their personalities complement each other well. One asks questions, the other finds answers, and together they solve problems happily. Before they knew it, it was noon. After finishing his work, Su Qingyun called a break. That's enough for now. Let's go eat. We need to eat well to have energy for work. They went to the Research Institute's cafeteria. It was Su Qingyun's first time there. The cafeteria was large, with several food counters. They used the meal tickets given by Yanjun to pick 2 dishes, and then found a seat. Their unfamiliar faces naturally drew attention from others in the cafeteria. Many looked over and whispered,
Who are those two?
New interns at our institute. They look a bit too young. Interns? No, they're assistants brought in by Director Yuan. Assistants? What do you mean? I heard Jun asked for them. They help with data analysis, and they're both high school students. High school students? That's impressive. Yes, I heard Director Yuan praising them this morning. He said he wishes he could keep them at the institute forever. That's quite something. The deputy director of the institute, Yen Cheng, listened to the gossip nearby. Seeing his son's proud expression, he smiled. You did something reliable this time. What do you mean I did something reliable? Jun was unhappy. I've always been dependable, you know? All right, you're dependable, Yen Cheng replied casually. Tell me, did Director Yuan really say he would write recommendation letters for them? Of course. He told me himself. Jun nodded. So he's really quite satisfied with those kids, Yen Cheng said, a bit surprised. He knew old Yuan well. Honest and upright. He hated anyone using his name for personal gain. If he personally took the trouble to help them write college applications, it showed he truly valued talent. He looked at Su Qingyun and the other person from a distance, his interest deepening. If only talented young people like them could stay at their institute forever. Yen Cheng thought for a moment and said, Let's observe a bit more. If it's really necessary, I can help write the application. You write it?
Yen Yunes has widened suddenly.
Director Yuan writes applications, and his father writes them too. These aren't the same level of things. His father's support for 2 university spots is almost guaranteed. What's wrong with writing it? Yen Cheng asked back. This is to help train talent for our research institute. Do you understand? But what if they finish university and don't come to work at our institute? Yen Jun asked with a shrug. What if they find a better option? That's still training talent for the country. Yen Cheng said firmly. Wherever these talents go, they contribute to the country. It's all good. People should have a big picture, you know?
All right, Yen Yun nodded.
Then he couldn't help but tease. What if they go abroad? Hey, are you deliberately arguing with me? Yen Cheng's eyes widened, looking fierce. He raised his chopsticks to tap his head. You're not thinking positively at all. Never mind what I said. Yen Jun immediately lowered his head to eat. Yen Cheng finally gave up. Oh, and about their stipends. How do we calculate that, Yen Su? Yen Jun remembered this matter. Su Qingyun and the others have a special situation. It's a unique case in the institute. He had no reference point and didn't know what level to set for their stipends. Yen Cheng thought for a moment and said, Let's base it on the stipend for a formal researcher. If they make significant contributions later on, they can get extra bonuses. Formal researchers? Yen Jun was surprised again. Usually, researchers in our institute need 2 or 3 years to go from intern to formal researcher. The gap between an intern researcher and a formal researcher is quite big. Su Qingyun and the others have only been here a few days, yet they're already receiving the treatment of formal researchers. That's already very generous, not to mention bonuses. You're really generous, Yen Jun couldn't help but say. It's nothing, Yen Cheng scoffed. These 2 kids can handle this level of treatment. All right, then I'll prepare the application based on formal researcher year, Yen Jun said. Yeah, hurry up and eat, Yen Cheng told him. Over there, Su Qingyun and Ji Yu were eating their meals quietly, seemingly ignoring the surrounding sounds. They ate while discussing the morning's experiment, reviewing it to find any problems. They ate quickly and finished soon. Looking at the time, there was still a while before the afternoon shift. How about going back to take a nap? Su Qingyun thought. A short rest will make me feel more energetic this afternoon. You go back to sleep, Ji Yu said. I want to go upstairs and check again. In the afternoon, they would be busy in Yen Jun's lab, so they needed to make good use of the time. All right, I'll go first, Su Qingyun agreed, without hesitation. After taking a nap, she felt more refreshed and went straight to Yen Jun's lab. Ji was already there, preparing for an experiment. Director Yuan was standing nearby, looking at him with a kind and caring expression.
Su Jun si vered inexplicably.
The look in Director Yuan's eyes made her feel a little uneasy. Little Sue is here. Director Yuan turned around and saw her, his expression softening even more. These two kids were now his little treasures. Why yes, I'm here, Su Qingyan stammered. Hello, Director Yuan. Good, Director Yuan said repeatedly. How is it? Are you used to working at the Research Institute? Yes, I am, Su Qingyan nodded. That's good.
Well,
I'll get busy now, Director Yuan, she asked. Go ahead. You're busy. Su Qingyan quickly started preparing her work. Director Yuan stood nearby, watching the two with a pleased look. It was really good, very good indeed. Director, could you tone down that look of yours? Yen Jun suddenly appeared beside him, speaking softly. Aren't you worried about scaring them? That look clearly seemed like he was planning to recruit those two. Yuan's scheming was obvious to everyone.
What are you talking about?
Director Yuan's face darkened. Go. Are you free? I'm not free, so I should get to work, Yen Jun said, then quickly slipped away before Yuan's slap could land. This kid, Yuan muttered with a smile and a scolding. The afternoon remained busy. Su Qingyun and Jiyu became more skilled at their work in the lab. Their quick reactions and hands-on ability amazed all the researchers in the lab. Now, everyone is so advanced. What will the future be like? It's really like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward. Many researchers feel a bit of urgency in their hearts. The busy afternoon quickly passed. When it was time to leave work, Su Qingyan took off her lab coat and rubbed her tired forehead. Let's go, said Jiyu, who was also ready to leave. The two walked straight out of the Research Institute's gate. Yesterday, Su Qingyan forgot to send a safe message to her family after arriving in the provincial city. They must be worried and waiting anxiously. At the post office, they planned to send a telegram home. Now, telegrams are charged by the number of words, which is quite expensive. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and sent only one sentence back. All is well. Don't worry. I will return soon. Now, sending a telegram costs 3.5 cents per word. With 13 words, it totals 45.5 cents. It's not cheap, but since phones are common yet, this is the fastest way to communicate. It takes about 6 hours for the message to reach the other side. After sending the telegram, Su Qingyun looked at the time. It was still early. Since they had come out, they decided to grab a quick bite outside before heading back. Their work was gradually becoming more organized. In the mornings, they focused on their radio projects, and in the afternoons, they helped in the laboratory. They managed both without delay, living fulfilling days. After a week like this, they finally had an afternoon off. I plan to go out for a walk. Do you want to come?
Suingyun asked Ye. Ye Ypsilon nodded.
Sure, I'll go with you. There's nothing else to do anyway. It's good to relax a bit. After leaving the Research Institute, Su Qingyan followed her memory to take the bus to Qingbei Street. After getting off, she walked a long, winding path. Luckily, Su Qingyun remembered the way, or she might have had trouble finding the place. Since the new year had just passed, most people didn't have much money. Their desire to buy things was lower, and the crowd on Qingbei Street was much smaller than the last time she visited. As they walked, Su Qingyun whispered to Jiyu, "This is the eastern part of the provincial city. This street is known for its black market, where all kinds of goods are sold. If you want to buy something, you can take a look." Jiyu looked at the somewhat empty street and frowned in confusion. The black market in the provincial city is so bold? They're openly operating on these streets? He wasn't unaware of the existence of the black market. As long as residents needed something, whether in Luo Water Town or the capital, the black market would never truly disappear. Even during tight times, it was just a matter of people avoiding the spotlight. Once the danger passed, it would come back. Over time, authorities often turned a blind eye. However, black markets are usually hidden in the most remote places. How could they openly operate on the street? That seemed too bold. Of course not. Su Qingyan shook her head. Look around. All you see are people. They are very careful, moving to different locations almost every day. Only those who know where to go will find the market the next day. They change places quickly, This is their usual way. Ji-yu suddenly understood. No wonder. So, where are we going now? We're not regular customers, so how would we know where the market is? They wondered. Su Qingyan stood at the busy intersection in the middle of Qingbei Street, her gaze calm. We need to find someone first. She casually stopped a passerby and asked, Excuse me, ma'am, could you tell me how to get to number 32, West Street, Qingbei Street? The middle-aged woman was initially cautious, but relaxed when she saw they were harmless young people. She pointed in a direction. Go straight ahead until the end, then turn left, then right. About 200 meters from there. Thank you so much, Su Qingyan said with a bright smile. They followed her directions and walked for about 10 minutes. Soon, they arrived at the address, number 32, West Street, Qingbei Street. It was a simple house, looking quite ordinary. Seeing no one around, Su Qingyan raised her hand and knocked on the door twice, then 3 times, then twice again. After a moment of silence, a male voice came from inside. Who is it? Uncle Wang, it's me, Qingyun. She lowered her voice. Wang Meng was surprised. When he recognized her, he quickly opened the door. Seeing the pretty girl standing there, he stared in shock. Qingyun, why are you here? Where's your father? He asked, glancing at Ji-yu beside her. My father didn't come this time. He asked me to find you, Su Qingyan said with a smile. This is my classmate. It's okay. She was telling Wang Meng that Ji-yu could be trusted. Hello, Uncle Wang. My name is Ji-yu. Ji politely greeted him. Come in, Wang Meng said. The two entered the house. Wang Meng quickly poured them some sugar water. After they drank, Wang Meng looked puzzled and asked, Why did your father send you to see me? Did something happen on his side? Nothing serious, Uncle Wang. My father just won't be coming to the provincial city for a while. You can also relax about what he told you before, Su Qingyan said. After the bicycle was checked last time, the team didn't dare to make any small moves. Since there was no profit, Su Aimin also stopped going to the team. When Su Aimin first came to the provincial city with the team, he found Wang Meng. They discussed that one person would find the goods, small items like jewelry and hairpins, and some light fabrics, and the other would transport the goods. They split the money 4 to 6, with Su Aimin getting 4 because the risk of shipping was higher and only he could handle it. Until now, their cooperation had earned them quite a bit of money. If the bicycle hadn't been checked, Su Aimin would have gone to the provincial city at least 3 times a month. He was addicted to making money. Although Su Qingyan didn't say much, Wang Meng was not stupid. He understood her meaning. He nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Recently, the situation on Qingbei Street has been tense. Not many shops are still selling things openly. Wang Meng didn't have any stock at the moment. It's better to lay low and avoid trouble for now. That reassures me, Su Qingyan sighed in relief. The limitations of the times are clear. It's not easy to contact someone far away. Luoshui County and Beijing are very far apart, and news doesn't always get through. Any mistake could be dangerous. Before coming, Su Aimin specifically called her aside and told her to find Wang Meng. Although he had also sent a secret telegram to inform Wang Meng, speaking face-to-face was more reassuring. Qingyun, besides coming to see me today, do you have anything else to do? Wang Meng asked. Su Qingyan replied, I want to buy some things. Since she was visiting the provincial city, she wanted to bring something back for her family. Also, she planned to visit the Qi family. She wouldn't go empty-handed. Today, she also wanted to look around Qingbei Street. Uncle Wang, is anyone selling things today? Yes, Wang Meng nodded. Although the situation is tense, there are still people trying to make money. Some are daring to sell things openly. They probably wouldn't find it on their own. That's okay, Wang Meng nodded. It's nothing serious. When you come to the provincial city, I, as your uncle, have to host you. The 3 of them left the house. Wang Meng locked the door and led the others into a small alley. After wandering through many twists and turns, they finally reached their destination. It's just down that alley ahead. Be careful. If anything looks wrong, let's leave quickly, Wang Meng warned.
I understand, Su Yinggun nodded seriously.
As usual, they only entered after exchanging a secret signal. Once inside, Su Qingyun looked around the whole room. She raised an eyebrow. It was clearly the same place where she and her father had found the radio parts last time in the north. Manzi, so many people come to this area. Are you worried others might notice? The young man from last time spoke impatiently before seeing who Wang Meng brought. Recently, things had been tense, and these three people definitely looked like obvious targets. Brother-son, regular customers. Wang Meng pointed to Su Qingyun. Sun Chen looked carefully at Su Qingyun. He frowned and recognized her. She was the girl who, with her father, bought a box of radios from him last time. It was a big order, and he remembered her well. After recognizing her, Sun Chen smiled slightly. Oh, distinguished guest. What would you like to buy today? Just looking around, Su Qingyun said casually. All right, take your time. If you need anything, just ask, Sun Chen said lazily. Su Qingyun started browsing the shop. It wasn't very big, only about 30 square meters, but it had many items. It was even more stocked than small general stores. The items were covered with plastic sheets, probably to prepare for sudden situations so they could quickly pack everything up. She looked around carefully and finally chose a few pieces of soft fabric. These were the safest gifts, as they wouldn't be easily rejected. She picked neutral colors, neither bright red and green nor dull shades, things that wouldn't go wrong. Looking at a pair of leather shoes on a nearby shelf, she thought for a moment and picked up a pair. These shoes with rubber soles were sturdy and durable. Her father often traveled outside, so these shoes were perfect. When she was done, she looked at Ji Yu, who had nothing in his hands, and asked, "Aren't you buying anything?" He looked at his mother, who still seemed to like the gift from last time. Su Qingyun was speechless. Who gives the same gift twice? I'll choose, she said. In the end, Su Qingyun picked warm, thick gloves for Mrs. Ji. She had noticed before that Mrs. Ji rides her bike to work every day, and her hands are often red and cold. These gloves are good, and the color matches the scarf from last time. Su Qingyun packed everything and asked Sun Chen, "Boss, how much is this all?" Sun Chen glanced and quickly told her the price. As Su Qingyun reached into her pocket, one hand had already handed over the money. Long, slender fingers. "What are you doing?" "Why are you paying for my stuff?" "I'm paying for the gloves," Ji Yu said slowly. Before Su Qingyun could say anything more, Sun Chen happily took the money. "It's okay, if your partner pays." "Partner?" Wang Meng's eyes widened slightly. "Does I mean know about this?" "No, boss, you misunderstood," Su Qingyun hurried to explain. Ji Yu didn't say anything, and Sun Chen understood with a wink, so they aren't a couple yet. Su Qingyun wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She could only give the money to Ji Yu when they got back. Suddenly, a gentle knocking sound came from the door. The room fell silent instantly. The knocking repeated twice. Sun Chen looked alert. "Who's there?" After a second of silence, a voice came from outside. "Boss Sun, it's me." It was a slightly rough middle-aged woman's voice.
"I'm Antoine."
Sun Chen's expression relaxed immediately. He clearly knew this woman. "Why are you all coming together?" he muttered, about to go open the door. "Wait a moment," Su Qingyun suddenly stopped him. Sun Chen turned around, confused. "Let's avoid them for now," she said, her heart pounding. She had a bad feeling. Her sixth sense was usually accurate, better to trust it than ignore it. Gathering here was risky. It was better to hide for a while. Sun Chen hesitated, then pointed to the back room. "Boss Sun, what are you doing? Why haven't you opened the door?" the woman outside urged. Su Qingyun made a quick decision. "Ji Yu, Uncle Wang, let's go." The three of them quickly slipped into the inner room. Sun Chen looked at the closed door, pushed the nearby cabinet aside, rubbed his face, and then calmly opened the door. As he just opened the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Sun Chen's heart jumped. He saw that beside his familiar customer, there were two men with red armbands on their arms. "Oh no," Sun Chen thought to himself. Instinctively, he blocked the doorway. Although he looked weak, he was tall, and the door was narrow. Blocking it, they couldn't see inside clearly. The serious-looking man with sharp eyes stared at him. "Sun Chen, right?" We are from the business bureau. Someone reported you for illegal trading.
Step aside. We need to check inside.
Sun Chen's hands trembled. A middle-aged woman with a sad face looked down, ashamed to meet his eyes. She didn't mean to cause trouble. She just had no choice. She knew Sun Chen well and came to buy things from him. Somehow, these two bureau officers blocked her and asked her to lead them to Sun Chen's place. Could she refuse? Boss Sun, don't blame me. I really had no choice, she said. Who could have reported him? Sun Chen's mind twisted for a moment. Then he quickly forced a smile and pretended to be confused. Are you two mistaken? How could I do such things? If they just moved aside, everything would be fine. But inside the room behind him, there were so many things. It was obvious at a glance. He trusted Aunt Wang too much and didn't think much, which gave others a chance. Stop talking nonsense. Move aside, the man said impatiently. If you don't step aside now, you'll look guilty. I can take you away directly. Hey, it's not. Stop wasting time. Another man pushed Sun Chen aside impatiently. He was tall and strong, and with a forceful push, Sun Chen staggered back a few steps. The two men immediately rushed inside. When they saw the items in the room, their eyes lit up. Wow, Sun Chen, you've collected so much to resell. You've got guts. Inside the room, everything from tiny needles and threads to large fabric and clothing was piled high. Sun Chen's face turned pale. He opened his mouth to explain, but had nothing to say. Now he was caught red-handed. Any explanation sounded weak and useless. The best thing is for you to think about where all these things came from. If you don't explain, you won't leave with us today, the man said sharply, his eyes cold as a blade. Count everything here carefully and record it. Sun Chen grew more nervous. He had been working in Qingbei Street for a year or two and had never had any problems. Even when there were small signs of trouble, he always knew in advance. But this time he was caught off guard. He frantically thought in his mind, who could have reported him? Even now, Sun Chen refused to lose his composure. He dared to break the law because he had backing behind him. He didn't believe he would get caught this time. It was just a loss of some goods. Although he felt upset, he had no choice now.
I don't know anything.
Who can prove these things are mine? I just saw the door was open, so I came in to look around. I just arrived a little earlier than you. Sun Chen refused to admit anything, thinking they didn't have proof of a transaction, so he still had some room to maneuver. The man looked at him in disbelief, clearly surprised that Sun Chen was so bold. Even at this point, he was still arguing. Fine, you're stubborn, huh? I'll tell you, being stubborn doesn't help. We have witnesses. The man pointed at the middle-aged woman who had moved to the side, then at the items. These are evidence. With witnesses and physical evidence, who would believe these aren't yours? I don't believe it. Sun Chen calmed down a little and even managed a small smile. This room isn't mine. I have nothing to do with it. You can check where these things came from. It's not my problem. I was just watching the door and saw it wasn't locked, so I came in to look around. I was curious, isn't that normal? They couldn't pin anything on him, so he wasn't afraid. I was also surprised. If you hadn't come, I might have gone to the police. There are so many things here, it's really frightening. You're quite eloquent, the man said angrily, his chest rising and falling. Then how do you explain opening the door when Aunt Wang knocked? If it's not your place, why did you open the door? And why were you so cautious? I just know her. We're not close. Plus, I heard her voice and didn't know what she wanted. I thought she might want to come in and take a look. I had to open the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Sun Chen was now just being shameless, refusing to admit anything, sticking to the denial tactic. All right, you're really something. The man clearly wasn't good at dealing with someone as cunning as Sun Chen and gritted his teeth in anger. Anyway, we will report everything we know honestly. No matter how stubborn you are, there's nothing you can do. He looked at another man with a face full of impatience. Make sure to remember everything, every needle and piece of thread. Don't miss a thing. The man then looked back at Sun Chen. You just sit in that chair and don't move. He was worried Sun Chen might cause trouble. Okay, Sun Chen replied calmly as he sat down heavily. The middle-aged woman crouched nearby, not daring to move. Watching the two men carefully search through the records inside the house, Sun Chen felt lucky he wasn't caught at the scene of the deal. If he had been, no matter how much he argued, it wouldn't have helped. Fortunately, those three people left quickly.
Wait.
Sun Chen suddenly stood up. Weren't those three people still inside just now? Stop. Sit down and don't move. The man shouted angrily, turning to glare at Sun Chen. Sun Chen slowly sat back down, his eyes sweeping toward the door inside the room, his face looking grim. Inside, Su Qingyun and the others crouched on the ground, listening to the noise outside. Their faces were also worried. This was probably Sun Chen's storage room, filled with many items. The space was small, so the three of them could only squat and discuss a plan. Su Qingyun's voice was almost angry. They're outside now, and they won't leave anytime soon. Soon they'll check here. We need to leave quickly. The only thing she was glad about was that the door and the walls of this room were both white, with a wooden cabinet blocking the view. It was hard to notice there was a door here. This is really bad luck. I've been in Qingbei Street for so long, and this is the first time I've run into something like this, Wang Meng said, his face full of anger. Sorry, Uncle Wang. I caused you trouble, Su Qingyun said apologetically.
Don't say that.
We're family. Forget about this for now. We need to think about how to get out, Wang Meng replied. Ji Yu also frowned tightly. He looked behind him. There was no door leading outside from inside, but there was a large exhaust fan. If they squeezed together, all three might be able to get through. However, the screws at all four corners of the fan were tightly fastened, and the fan inside had to be removed. Outside, people could come in at any moment. They had no tools here. How could they open the exhaust fan as quickly as possible? Su Qingyun and Wang Meng clearly noticed as well. They started looking for useful tools in this small room. They looked around for a while but found nothing except a small roll of wire. Will this work? Wang Meng hesitated. It has to work, even if it doesn't, replied. Wang Meng believed he couldn't open the exhaust fan with wire, so he didn't argue. Ji Yu remembered how brave Su Qingyun was when she hit someone last time, and he didn't think he could do better. He said nothing and let Su Qingyun go ahead. Su Qingyun picked up the wire, glad it was thin enough to fit into the hole. But I'm not tall enough. The exhaust fan was on the ceiling inside, and she couldn't reach it. The nearby objects were small and couldn't be used as a step. Then, you stand on my shoulders, and I'll hold you up, Wang Meng suggested after thinking. That won't work. Su Qingyun quickly shook her head. It wouldn't look good for her to stand on her elder's shoulders. Stand on my shoulders, Ji Yu suddenly said. Seeing Su Qingyun about to refuse, he added quickly, at this point, there's no time to hesitate. Just do it. Okay. Su Qingyun gritted her teeth and ignored everything else. Ji Yu squatted on the ground. Su Qingyun carefully stepped onto one foot, hesitating on the other. Hurry up, Ji Yu urged.
Wang Meng supported Su Yun.
She made up her mind and stepped on the other foot. Wang Meng steadied her nervously. I'll lift you up, Ji Yu said. The weight on his shoulders was lighter than he expected. He pushed himself up and slowly stood. Su Qingyun finally reached the exhaust fan. She straightened the rolled wire, carefully inserted it into the hole, and turned it with a clever twist. But the wire wasn't a screwdriver or pliers, so progress was slow. It took a long time to turn just once, and at this rate, it might take forever to unscrew all 4 screws. Brother Zhang, there's a door here, someone suddenly said from outside. Let me see. There really is one. The man twisted the door lock but couldn't open it. He ordered, Sun Chen, hurry up and open it. Su Qingyun paused for a moment, then sped up her work. I already told you, I have nothing to do with this. I don't have the key to open this door. Sun Chen's voice sounded slightly tense. He knew that once the door was opened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. The man sneered, that just proves there's something secretive inside. I'll ask you again, will you open it or not? Not going to open it, Sun Chen said firmly, biting his lip. Fine, you're tough. The man sneered angrily and called to another person, "Come on, Xiaoli. Let's kick this door down together. I refuse to believe there's nothing inside." "Hey, you guys." Sun Chen hurriedly tried to stop them. "What? Didn't you say it's none of our business?" "Well, we're kicking the door, and you can't stop us," the man said coldly, interrupting him. Sun Chen was speechless, only watching as the two men moved forward to kick the door, feeling anxious. "Qingyun, how much longer?" Wang Meng asked nervously, sweating on his forehead. The thin door wouldn't hold much longer. "Very soon," Su Qingyun replied quietly, her serious expression more focused than when she was doing experiments. Doing experiments made her feel useful, but now she felt urgent and anxious. Ji was acting as a steady human chair, supporting Su Qingyun without moving an inch. Su Qingyun's hands were almost glowing from twisting screws, her fingers slightly raw from rubbing, but she kept working quickly. She had already removed 3 of the 4 screws, and the cover of the exhaust fan was about to fall off. Outside, the pounding on the door suddenly stopped. "Brother Zhang, I think I hear something inside." "It sounds like someone is talking," Xiaoli asked in confusion. "What?" Brother Zhang exploded with anger. "Someone is inside?" "Sun Chen, isn't your guest hiding in there? You really have guts." "Xiaoli, keep kicking. Let's see where they can run to. When this is over, Sun Chen, even if you have 10 mouths, you can't deny it." After that, they kicked the door even harder. The thin door couldn't withstand the force of 2 strong men, and it was about to give way. Finally, Su Qingyun unscrewed the last. She looked at the fan blades, clenched her teeth, and suddenly pulled hard. The blade snapped off with a loud bang. The noise was loud enough to be heard outside, confirming their suspicion. Someone was inside. "Listen up, people inside, you can't run away." When Su Qingyun heard this, she twitched her lips. His words made them seem like fugitives being chased by the police. "Quick, let's go." The gap finally opened, and Su Qingyun couldn't wait to move. She supported herself with her hands and was the first to squeeze through the opening. Wang Meng looked at Jiyu. "You step on my back and then go up quickly." "No," Jiyu shook his head. "You go first and step on me. I'm taller, so I can get up more easily. Once I'm up, you pull me from above." "All right," Wang Meng agreed. Time was tight, so he didn't argue. He stepped on Jiyu's back and climbed into the exhaust vent. Once inside, he awkwardly turned sideways, reached his hand down, and Jiyu grabbed it. Using his height advantage, Jiyu pushed himself up with his other hand and managed to get through. At this moment, the door inside had already been kicked open, and it looked like it would break open with just a few more kicks. "Let's go." They couldn't stay any longer. Su Qingyun led, Wang Meng followed in the middle, and Ji was at the back. The 3 of them crawled out of the exhaust vent. Just as they disappeared, there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open. "Where are they?" Zhang Ge and Xiaoli rushed in, their faces turning pale when they saw the empty room filled with clutter. Xiaoli looked at the fan blades on the ground and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, could they have escaped through the vent?" Zhang Ge also saw the bright opening and clenched his teeth. "Chase them." They were about to run outside when Zhang Ge suddenly stopped. "You stay here and guard Sun Chen. Don't let him escape. I'll go after them." Sun Chen stared in disbelief at the dismantled exhaust fan. His eyes widened. These 3 really were impressive. They tore through his place and ran. But luckily, thank goodness, the gods protected him, and he wasn't caught. He hoped they would run fast. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit more relieved. Zhang Ge chased outside. The vent passage wasn't very long. Even if someone crawled out, they wouldn't get far in a short time. He didn't believe he wouldn't catch anyone today. Meanwhile, after Su Qingyun and the others crawled out of the vent, they reached a small alley behind Sun Chen's shop. Su Qingyun asked Wang Meng, "Uncle Wang, which way should we go?" He was the most familiar with the area. Wang Meng looked around and said, "This way." "Follow me." He stepped forward quickly. The 2 hurried to keep up with Wang Meng's pace. The alleyways here are full of twists and turns, crisscrossing like a chessboard. Wang Meng and his group are heading east when they happen to cross paths with Brother Zhang, who also chose this direction. As they turn a corner, they see him ahead. Brother Zhang frowns, looking serious, scanning the area like a hawk for any suspicious people. Su Qingyun and her friends slow down, trying to breathe calmly. Even if they encounter someone, they must not show any strange behavior that could make others suspicious. Stop right there. A voice suddenly calls out. The three of them stop. They recognize that this is Brother Zhang's voice. She quickly adjusts her expression, turns around, and looks at him with a puzzled face. Are you calling us? Yes. Brother Zhang eyes them suspiciously. Two young people and one older person. What kind of group is this? Is there something you want?
Skamli.
Wang Meng has seen many troublemakers in Qingbei Street before, so he remains calm. The three of them look normal. Brother Zhang's eyes are sharp. He shows his work ID and says, I work at the city's Industry and Commerce Bureau. We're investigating illegal activities. There are suspicious people around here. Have you seen anyone? No, Su Qingyun replies confusedly. We're just passing through. We didn't see anyone. She looks young and innocent, which can be quite convincing. But Brother Zhang has been following them for a while and has seen these three here.
He starts to suspect.
Aren't you from the provincial capital? He asks, noticing that Su Qingyun's accent doesn't sound local. Not us. Su Qingyun points to herself and Jiyu, then to Wang Meng. But my uncle is. We're here to visit him. You're from the provincial capital? Brother Zhang examines Wang Meng, who looks very ordinary. Where do you live? Number 32, West Street, Qingbei Street. Wang Meng answers honestly. And where are you two from? Besides visiting friends, what else are you doing in the city? Brother Zhang asks one question after another. Suddenly, he notices the bag on Su Qingyun's back. What's inside that bag? Open it and take a look. Wang Meng's heart tightens. The bag is full of things they bought earlier, which they can't let him see. Sorry, comrade, I can't show you inside my bag, Su Qingyun replies calmly, refusing. Reason. Brother Zhang's eyes immediately became alert. Su Qingyun took out her temporary work ID from her pocket. This is my ID. My classmate and I are currently staff at the Provincial Research Institute. The items in this bag are related to our research project and are confidential. I'm sorry, I can't open it for you. Provincial Research Institute? Brother Zhang paused, suspicious. He took her ID and looked at it carefully. It had her photo, name, and a clear official seal. It's real. She was so young to work at an institute? Brother Zhang felt a bit confused. Jiyu also took out his work ID. After looking at it a few times, Brother Zhang returned both IDs to them. Since they are from the Provincial Research Institute, they had nothing to do with the person who ran earlier. The Research Institute is high level. He couldn't afford to offend them. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Brother Zhang took a deep breath and apologized. Things are stricter now. Please forgive us. It's okay, just doing our job, Su Qingyun smiled. We won't bother you anymore. Brother Zhang relaxed his expression. All right, we're leaving now. After they finished talking, the three of them left. Walking down another street, they finally let out a long breath. I'm so scared. Wang Meng patted his chest. Even though he's seen a lot in Qingbei Street, this was the first time he was questioned face to face. Qingyun, you're really this good? He gave her a thumbs up. Wang Meng was impressed. How could this girl stay so calm? He was scared just now, but she remained composed and quickly cleared herself of suspicion. But then Wang Meng remembered Go, who was also brave and careful. From a small rural place, he dared to do business with goods from the provincial city. His vision was sharp. These father and daughter were both clever, really impressive. Don't praise me, Uncle Wang, Su Qingyun said helplessly. If we hadn't stayed calm just now, it would have been over. That Brother Zhang was really sharp. The three of them had a scare, but couldn't wander around anymore. After saying goodbye to Wang Meng, Su Qingyun and Jiyu took a bus back to the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Brother Zhang couldn't find the person and had no choice but to return to Sun Chen. The person was still there, not running away. Seeing him come back alone, Sun Chen smirked. Shaoli, have you finished counting everything? Brother Zhang asked. Yes, Brother Zhang. Shaoli couldn't help but ask Brother Zhang, Did you catch the person? No, just like a slippery eel. I didn't see anyone. Brother Zhang looked unhappy. Sun Chen's smile became even more obvious. Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? Still able to smile. Brother Zhang sneered. I didn't catch the person, but you're still here. Come back to the station with me for questioning. All right, I'll go with you, Sun Chen said calmly as he stood up. Since they didn't find the person, everything could be twisted. Even if he was alive, he could be made to seem dead. Su Qingyun and Ji Yu only relaxed fully after returning to the research institute. After gulping down a big glass of water, she said with some fear, today was really tense. If they had delayed opening the exhaust fan or revealed a clue in front of Brother Zhang, they definitely would have been caught. Luckily, you reminded me to bring my work ID before we left, Su Qingyun said gratefully. Ji Yu had asked her to bring her ID just before leaving, saying it could prove her identity in case of emergencies. It turned out to be useful.
Ypsilon nodded.
In a big city like the capital, the investigation is strict. Tell your uncle that it's best not to cause any trouble for now. He spoke indirectly, but Su Qingyun understood him. She also nodded. She knew that someone like Sun Chen, who dared to open a small shop, probably had a complicated background. Still, even with that, they were investigated. I wonder if he can escape this time, Su Qingyun sighed. But it doesn't matter to us anymore. Getting caught for shady dealings is very serious. Fines, confiscation, or even jail for several years. It all depends on whether Sun Chen's background is stronger or the punishment is harsher. Ye Ji said. Don't think about it. Rest for a while, and later we can go to the cafeteria for dinner.
Okay.
After such a tense and exciting afternoon, Su Qingyun was really tired. In the following days, both of them stayed quietly in the laboratory, working diligently. As days passed, their research showed initial success, and Director Yuan's lab praised them highly. Meanwhile, the village of Luoshui was bustling with activity. Third brother, how much longer do you think Yunyun will be gone? Wu Guixiang sat in the yard, feeling sad as she sighed. Neither Qin Ying nor she and Bauer had been apart for so long before. Losing someone at home really makes things feel different. It seems a bit emptier and colder. Mother, you said you asked Yunyun to go, and you're the one hoping she'll come back, Su Aimin said with a smile. If it were me, I'd have gone with her. Go to. Wu Guixiang shot him a sharp look. Whether I go or not doesn't matter. I'm worried about my good boy Bauer. If I stay home, I just get annoyed. It's better to go out. How could you be such a mother? Su Aimin said, feeling wronged. And isn't she my daughter too? Without me, how could I have a daughter like you? Wu Guixiang said confidently. Su Aimin choked a little. That's what she said, but he still felt awkward about it. Wu Guixiang sighed again. I wonder how she's doing in the provincial city. Is she eating well and staying warm? Mother, you're just worrying too much, Su Aimin said. She's working at a big research institute. Of course she's eating well and staying warm. He wasn't worried at all. With his daughter's cleverness, what could possibly go wrong? She'll be back in a few days. Didn't she send a telegram?
Su Aimin comforted her.
That's easy for you to say. Do you think I don't worry about my own daughter out there? Wu Guixiang didn't want to argue with her troublesome son anymore. Just as she was about to say more, she heard a lot of noise outside. What's going on out there? Wu Guixiang stood up and looked around. Their yard gate was open and someone was passing by. Wu Guixiang quickly asked, Shunzi, what's happening outside? Why does it sound so noisy? Grandma Wu, you don't know yet? Shunzi looked excited. Someone's come to our village to settle accounts with the young people. Guess who it is?
What?
Wu Guixiang suddenly got interested. Who is it? Lin Jianfeng. Shunzi said. Lin Jianfeng? Wu Guixiang was surprised and quickly asked, what's he up to now? He's been flirting with a girl from the neighboring village. Now her parents have come to complain, and they're arguing in the village office, Shunzi explained, looking at the other villagers rushing over. He was a bit anxious. Grandma Wu, I have to go see what's happening. I'll talk to you later. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off, and those who didn't know better might think it was his own family matter, so concerned he was. Is there really such good news? Wu Guixiang exchanged glances with Su Aimin, both smiling happily. Su Aimin was very pleased. It looks like Lin Jianfeng has really lost out this time. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't come looking for us. Third brother, hurry, let's go see the excitement. Wu Guixiang said eagerly, completely forgetting her earlier downcast mood.
Su Aimin nodded.
He was excited to see that fool's face, so he quickly followed his mother. At home, Zhang Xinlan had gone to her parents' house. Qining was still at school, and the others were busy working in the fields. Su Dalin usually didn't like to join in the fuss. After thinking it over, only the two of them, free and easy, went happily. The village office was once again crowded with people. Qin Youfu, inside, was about to go crazy. Looking at the two talking nonstop in front of him, he felt exhausted. He wondered what kind of trouble he had gotten into to have such knowledgeable young people like Lin Jianfeng in their village. Not only was he involved with a girl from the same village, but now he was also reaching into the neighboring village. It was one thing to flirt, but he couldn't even settle things with her family. Her parents came to complain. Lin Jianfeng, though a young man sent to the countryside, was now considered part of the village. Being called out like this made Qin Youfu feel embarrassed. Captain Qin, our girl Qingqing is innocent, but now her reputation is ruined because of Lin Jianfeng. How will she get married in the future? You have to give us an explanation. The middle-aged couple sitting opposite Qin Youfu looked very respectable, not like villagers. They looked angry and spoke passionately, almost slamming the table. They were Pan Fangfang's parents. They knew about her secretly dating Lin Jianfeng. At first, they only disapproved but didn't strongly oppose. It wasn't until yesterday, when they went to the county town and her mother met her long-lost cousin, that they found out their daughter had visited recently. Her mother's cousin was Wang Chunming, the uncle Pan Fangfang had asked for help with her teacher job before. Wang Chunming hadn't planned to tell her parents about this, but when they came to visit and casually chatted, the topic was brought up. Pan Fangfang's parents only then realized how much trouble Lin Jianfeng had caused by borrowing their daughter's figurine. In the past, when Pan Fangfang gave money or things to support Lin Jianfeng, they couldn't stop her, and as their family wasn't lacking anything, they just turned a blind eye. But this time, it truly crossed their bottom line. They tried to ask Wang Chunming for help, but almost caused trouble for him. Hearing about Lin Jianfeng harassing young girls made Pan Fangfang's parents furious and trembling with anger. After returning from the county town, they didn't go directly to confront him, but instead sent someone to find out more. They discovered that Lin Jianfeng's reputation in Luoshui village was completely terrible. Initially, the villagers' attitude toward Lin Jianfeng wasn't good, but they wouldn't go out of their way to criticize him. However, when the issue of the teacher position came up, everyone in the village grew to hate him even more. Whenever someone asked about Lin Jianfeng's character, they would spill all his bad deeds like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Hearing this, Pan Fangfang's parents couldn't sit still. They went straight to Luoshui village. To protect their daughter's reputation, they didn't mention their relationship, but claimed that Lin Jianfeng had been harassing their daughter unilaterally. After all, he had a long record of misconduct, so no one would doubt them. They came not only to make Lin Jianfeng cut ties with Pan Fangfang, but also to force him to reveal everything he had taken from them. They thought Lin Jianfeng was easy to mess with. If he refused, they would make sure he suffered consequences he couldn't escape. Qin Youfu's forehead veins throbbed. He didn't care about the relationship between Lin Jianfeng and Pan Fangfang, but the accusations about Lin Jianfeng trying to profit from Pan Fangfang made him think deeply. Although they didn't say it outright, Qin Youfu guessed that the teacher position Lin Jianfeng got last time was probably through a young girl. He felt disgusted. Now, he had no good feelings left for Lin Jianfeng at all. The villagers listened to the whole story and were stunned. Oh my goodness, Lin Jianfeng really is involved with Pan Fangfang. I knew I wasn't wrong last time. I just want to know how so many young girls could be deceived by him. Did he drug them, or something? Not to brag, but Lin Jianfeng looks pretty good, gentle and scholarly. Maybe those girls just like that kind of guy. Trying to please him is useless. The girl's parents have already come to see us. Besides, Apart from his looks and a bit of education, what else does Lin Jianfeng have?
Exactly.
Any family that marries their daughter to him is really unlucky. A group of people looked down on Lin Jianfeng as if he were beneath them. Captain Qin, we've told you everything clearly. Just tell us how you plan to handle this, Father Pan asked. Please don't worry too much. We will investigate this thoroughly. If we find out Lin Jianfeng really did this, we will punish him severely. Even though Qin Youfu was upset, he had to calm these two down first. This was a small matter about their relationship, but if it got worse, it could damage the reputation of Luo Shui village. He had to keep control of the situation. There's nothing to investigate, Mother Pan said angrily. Wasn't Lin Jianfeng involved in something like this before? It's not the first time. Are you trying to protect him? I tell you, if Lin Jianfeng doesn't pay the price and returns everything he took from my daughter, the Pan family won't give up. We might even go higher up to get justice. Let's see if they will help us. Don't be impulsive. We need to ask the people involved first, Qin Youfu quickly said. Has your daughter come here? When he asked that, their expressions froze. Fong Fong, that stubborn girl, refused to break up with Lin Jianfeng. If they could, they wouldn't have come to Luo Shui village to ask the village committee to intervene and control Lin Jianfeng. No, Mother Pan said quietly. Qin Youfu was speechless. The person involved wasn't even here. What could they say? No, Brother Pan, Sister Pan, if we want to solve this, we definitely need both of them here to confront each other. I'll go find Lin Jianfeng first, Qin Youfu decided after thinking. He looked at a young man nearby who was watching the scene and asked, Have you seen Lin Jianfeng? No, the young man replied, then smiled mysteriously. But at this time, he should be with Fong Fong on the small hill outside the village. Everyone knew about Lin Jianfeng's secret meetings with Fong Fong. It was obvious, but no one dared to say it out loud. He often went out to meet her and many people had seen him. Some even whispered about him behind his back. Some people, besides joking, also feel a bit jealous. They envy Lin Jianfeng because he looks decent and can attract women. Although making a living through women isn't respectable, they still secretly wish they could get by just by talking and enjoying life. Because of this, people from Luo Shui village, especially the young intellectuals, dislike Lin Jianfeng very much. This time, Pan Fong Fong's parents came to ask for an explanation. The most excited about this were those who enjoyed gossip. When Qin Youfu asked, he quickly revealed where Lin Jianfeng was. Pan Fong Fong's parents were furious when they heard their daughter was still meeting Lin Jianfeng secretly. They were shaking with anger. They didn't realize that their words yesterday hadn't reached their daughter. This was partly their fault. They should have made her stay away from Lin Jianfeng from the start, instead of letting her fall deeper. Qin Youfu also looked upset. What a mess. Look at this. He hesitated, unsure what to do, and asked Pan's parents cautiously. Captain Qin, please send someone to call them over. This must be settled today, Pan's father said firmly. He was determined to cut off Fong Fong's relationship with Lin Jianfeng in front of everyone in the village, so everyone could see clearly and there would be no way back for them. Okay, Qin Youfu nodded. Since Pan's parents weren't afraid of losing face, he had no worries either. Lin Jianfeng's reputation was already bad, so he didn't mind it getting worse. He asked the young man who was nearby to go find Lin Jianfeng. The young man had been eager to see Lin Jianfeng's embarrassment. As soon as he heard, he ran faster than a rabbit. A few others who liked watching the drama also followed. Meanwhile, Lin Jianfeng was indeed on a small hill near the village, their usual dating spot. It was quiet there. Lin Jianfeng was holding Pan Fong Fong in his arms, looking tender and affectionate. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were truly in love. Lin Jianfeng's job as a teacher was no longer important. Without that job, he held tighter to Pan Fong Fong. She was his only source of income now, and he could control her completely. Brother Jianfeng, why do you think my parents don't understand me? You are educated, refined, kind, and good to me. Why don't they like you? Pan Fong Fong leaned into his arms, pouting. Just yesterday, they even suggested I break up with you. What? Lin Jianfeng immediately became nervous. What's going on? The two old folks before, although they disagreed, didn't oppose so strongly. It's because my cousin told my parents about what happened last time and they got really upset. Now, they want me to break up with you, Pan Fong Fong said angrily. I gave him so many gifts and I helped him, but he didn't help me back. Instead, he even reported me. He's just a distant relative, not that close. Just like last time, she asked her cousin Pan Chong to help teach Su Qingyan a lesson. Even when he got into trouble, he didn't betray her. But her cousin was quick to sell her out. You can tell who is closer among relatives. Lin Jianfeng felt a wave of disgust after hearing this. They still had the nerve to talk about this matter. Don't say that, Fong Fong. Your parents just worry about you, Lin Jianfeng said with a forced smile. I know I'm just a young outsider with no background. How can I give you happiness? It's normal for your parents to be worried about me. As soon as he said this, Pan Fong Fong got anxious. How could that be? I know Brother Jianfeng is the best person in the world to me. No one can make us part. I have everything, and I have you. Don't worry. No matter what my parents say, I won't agree. I like you, and I want to be with you for the rest of my life. I won't marry anyone else. This was a bit bold, and Pan Fong Fong's face turned slightly red. Lin Jianfeng looked touched. I only want to marry you. The two hugged again, feeling bolder, as they thought no one was around. When the young people called them, all they heard were these cheesy words. The man's face twisted in disgust. In broad daylight, it was really embarrassing. Seeing their mouths almost touch, he immediately cleared his throat loudly. This startled Lin Jianfeng and Pan Fong Fong so much that they quickly separated. His heart was pounding fast. He looked up and saw a few people breathing a sigh of relief. It was these people. Fortunately, everything was okay. Chung, what's wrong? Lin Jianfeng, you really have a lot of interest, said the young man named Chung. Can't you find a more secluded place with your partner? It was really uncomfortable to watch. Even this small hill was no longer a clean place. What partner are you talking about? Lin Jianfeng had already let go of Pan Fong Fong. He casually said, This is a girl from the neighboring village. She borrowed a book from me last time, and today she's returning it. Although the Pan family knew about his relationship with Pan Fong Fong, Lin Jianfeng didn't want outsiders to know he was committed. After all, he planned to develop other relationships too. Next to him was a book, which was a prop they had prepared for their secret meeting. It was part of their prearranged story. Yes, I am here to return the book to Brother Jianfeng, Pan Fong Fong said shyly. Jianfeng told her that if their relationship got out, it wouldn't look good for her reputation. So, they decided to keep calling each other friends publicly. When her parents agreed, they could announce their relationship openly. Honestly, Jianfeng's excuses worked well for Pan Fong Fong. She was so touched by his words that she almost cried, wishing she could show her gratitude right then. Chung and the others were speechless. They had just seen the two of them almost hugging and kissing. If they didn't speak up, they might have started rolling on the ground. How could Jianfeng pretend to be innocent? Brother Jianfeng, are you trying to make someone jealous? They thought. Their expressions showed they found this situation hard to explain. Jianfeng had good mental strength and stayed calm. Since they hadn't caught him doing anything wrong, he wasn't worried. What is going on? Jianfeng asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable about being interrupted during his moment. Chung sneered, The squad leader wants you to go to the big team office. Go to the big team office? Jianfeng was surprised, ignoring the you for a moment. Not you, but you all, Chung pointed at him, and then at Pan Fong Fong. Us. Jianfeng's face changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Did the squad leader know about his relationship with Pan Fong Fong? That was not good. Pan Fong Fong was also surprised. She hadn't expected her own situation to be mentioned. She was stunned. Why would the village squad leader call me? Even if they knew about her relationship with Jianfeng, the squad leader of their village had no right to interfere with her, right? Chung was even more speechless. Now she realized she wasn't from their village anymore, yet she kept coming here to meet with a man in secret. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Chung glanced at Pan Fong Fong. Your parents are already here.
What?
Pan Fong Fong's face turned pale instantly. Her parents had gone to the Luo Shui village squad office? What were they planning to do? Lin Jianfeng was clearly also thinking about this problem. Could he be here to settle scores with him? The two of them didn't have time to think much and quickly ran to the team office, with Ah Chung and others following closely behind. How could they miss this lively scene? When they arrived at the team office and saw the crowd surrounding it in 3 layers, Lin Jianfeng's face grew even more grim. Seeing that the main characters of the incident, the man and woman involved, had arrived, everyone became excited, expecting a good show. Pan Fangfang's face turned pale as she pushed through the crowd to get in. Seeing her parents sitting upright, she became anxious and reached out to pull them. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Let's go home." Pan's mother shook off her hand and snorted coldly. "Since you don't want to cut ties with Lin Jianfeng, we have no choice but to find someone who can control him. Our daughter from the Pan family can't be fooled like this." She and Pan's father had only cared about their daughter's reputation. They hadn't said the two were dating. They only said Lin Jianfeng was harassing Pan Fangfang unilaterally. But everyone knew what was really going on. Their actions were just to keep up appearances. "I've already said that Brother Jianfeng is a good person. Why do you have such a big problem with him?" Pan Fangfang said with a grievance. She truly believed her parents had issues with Lin Jianfeng and didn't wish for their relationship to be happy. "Can we talk about this when we go home?" she begged her parents. But since the Pan family parents had come, they had made up their minds and were as firm as iron. "No, we will settle this here. In front of everyone, cut all ties with Lin Jianfeng and never see him again. Also, the money and things you gave him must all be returned. Our Pan family is not poor, but we're not fools either. Why should someone with no connection to us take so many things?" Pan's mother gritted her teeth. They only had one daughter and were not traditional parents who favored boys over girls. They loved Pan Fangfang very much. They never shortchanged her in food, clothing, or expenses. She always had some extra money. But unexpectedly, all that money ended up in that kid's pocket. How could they not want it back? After saying this, the crowd was in an uproar. Remembering what happened with Su Qingyan before, everyone thought, "Wow, Lin Jianfeng is using the same old tricks again and has tricked another person?" Faced with the mocking and gleeful expressions around him, Lin Jianfeng clenched his fists. This scene reminded him of the last time he argued with Su Qingyan here. His anger flared up again. Are these people really using such tricks to cause trouble? Who does Lin Jianfeng think he is? If he suffers even a little today, he won't be called Lin anymore. Lin Jianfeng knew he couldn't panic now. He must not give in to their tricks or lose his composure before anything happens. He needed to stay calm and think clearly. In a short time, his mind had already turned many times. But no matter what he was thinking, everyone could see that he was just trying to make excuses for himself. Few cared whether he was losing face or not. In this village, Lin Jianfeng had long lost his reputation. People were just bored and looking for entertainment. But Lin Jianfeng didn't think that way. He considered himself a decent person and wanted to save his dignity. After calming down, he forced a bitter expression and said to Uncle Pan and Aunt Pan, "Uncle, Auntie, I know you have opinions about me, but I promise, Fangfang and I are just friends. I mean her no harm.
Please believe me."
His face still looked a bit intimidating, with a bitter expression that seemed meaningful. But everyone saw through him. His words were just lies to cover himself. No one cared about whether he lost face or not. The Pan family knew very well how bad Lin Jianfeng's reputation was, so they didn't believe a word he said. "Believe?"
Aunt Pan sneered.
"Believe what? Do you think we can't see through your tricks? You're just a smooth-talking con artist trying to scam money and things. My husband and I have eaten more salt than she's eaten rice, and we can tell your wicked heart. What a joke." Uncle Pan also looked serious. "Lin Jianfeng, you're a young man from outside the village. You came here with no relatives or friends, and now you're trying to fool our Fangfang into a relationship. She's simple and innocent, but that doesn't mean we can't see through you. If you're smart, hand over the money and things you took. If not, don't blame us for being rude." Uncle Pan turned to Captain Qin Yofu. Captain Qin, in this situation, can I report Lin Jianfeng for harassing the local people and cheating them out of money after coming to the countryside as a young scholar?
No.
Dad, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Pan Fongfong loudly exclaimed in disbelief and immediately stepped in front of Lin Jianfeng, looking protective. I told you, Brother Jianfeng didn't lie to me. What do you want to sue him for? Pan's father didn't want to argue with his troublesome daughter and simply looked at Qin Yofu, waiting for an answer.
Well.
Qin Yofu hesitated, unsure how to respond. There's no proof. Although Qin Yofu secretly hoped to get rid of Lin Jianfeng, now the situation was complicated. It was the Pan parents themselves who were speaking, and both Lin Jianfeng and Pan Fongfong denied everything. They claimed to be just normal friends with no other involvement, so there was nothing more to say. Do you need more proof? Pan's mother said impatiently. He's taken so many good things from our family. Where could he hide them? Just search his place directly. I'll see how he can argue then. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng's face flickered with panic for a moment. The situation was sudden, and he hadn't expected this to happen. The things Pan Fongfong gave him were indeed hidden at the youth accommodation. If they searched carefully, they would find them, and then nothing he said would matter. He couldn't let them search. That was the only thought in Lin Jianfeng's mind. Uncle, Auntie, Fongfong, and I really have nothing between us. You can rest assured. I see her as a sister, not more, Lin Jianfeng said with a helpless look. Since Pan Fongfong's parents hadn't said they were a couple, he certainly wouldn't admit it publicly. Was he stupid? What if Pan Fongfong really clung to him? He, Lin Jianfeng, was just playing around, but he definitely wouldn't marry a village girl in such a place. He still dreamed of returning to the city, so he didn't care much for the girl here. It was just a temporary sacrifice for a better life. When they heard Lin Jianfeng deny their relationship publicly, even though Pan Fongfong understood why he said that, her face darkened for a moment. But she quickly returned to normal. The Pan parents were also angry. They could say the two weren't a couple, but hearing Lin Jianfeng say it made them feel that their daughter had given so much and gained nothing. He even dared not admit her publicly. How could they not be angry? The villagers who heard Lin Jianfeng's words also looked strange. Brother and sister? Wasn't that what Lin Jianfeng used to say to deceive Su's daughter? Now, he was using the same trick again? How boring, no new tricks at all. Hearing these words among the crowd, Wu Guixiang and Su Aimin rolled their eyes, so hard it seemed they might pop out. Lin Jianfeng really speaks without thinking. Wu Guixiang muttered, Now I understand what Yun meant, people who are shameless and bold, and those who are self-degrading and fearless. Lin Jianfeng is a perfect example. Even after what happened last time, he dares to do it again. The people nearby burst out laughing when they heard this. The joke was funny because it was about Lin Jianfeng. This shows that Su's daughter is quite clever. Seeing what happened earlier on the small hill, Chung and the others were speechless. How does Lin Jianfeng manage to lie so easily without blushing or feeling guilty? They truly admired him. Someone couldn't help but say, they were almost kissing on that small hill. Brother and sister? I've never seen such a sibling pair. Another person laughed and added, Yes, brother and sister in love. This immediately caused a burst of laughter.
Quiet.
Qin Yofu tried to stop the commotion, but everyone heard him, and it didn't help. Lin Jianfeng suddenly turned around, glaring with resentment at the two people speaking. Do they have the right to talk? They looked at him calmly, unafraid. What were they looking at? They were just telling the truth. Pan's parents' faces changed drastically. Mother Pan almost fainted, her vision blurred. She looked at her daughter in disbelief and trembling voice asked, Are what they said true? They believed that Pan Fongfong and Lin Jianfeng weren't dating because they trusted their daughter wouldn't be so foolish as to do something inappropriate with Lin Jianfeng. But now, they saw them on the small hill, close enough to kiss. What about other times and places? Pan's parents couldn't bear to think about it. Pan Fongfong felt guilty and dared not meet her mother's eyes. She turned her head away and couldn't speak. Seeing her like this, The couple understood everything. Pan's father's expression suddenly looked like a spilled paint palette, full of colors. He looked at his daughter blocking Lin Jianfeng, and his anger surged. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and with a loud slap, hit Pan Fangfang's face. Shameless! How could I have a daughter like you? His face trembled with emotion, and he looked heartbroken, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The slap was very hard, and Pan Fangfang's face quickly turned red and swollen. She covered her face and looked at her father in disbelief. Her father had never hit her in all these years, not even once, but today he hit her in front of so many people? Pan Fangfang immediately calmed down and looked at her father with anger. Dad, you hit me? I'm hitting you, ungrateful girl. Pan's father saw her expression and struck her again in anger. After all these years, what kind of daughter has he raised? She treats him like an enemy. Ah! Pan Fangfang cried out in pain, clutching her face. Uncle, stop hitting her. Lin Jianfeng quickly pulled Pan Fangfang away. Qin Youfu hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. Brother Pan, don't fight. Please don't fight. Pan's mother also reacted and hurried forward to hold her husband back. Dad, calm down. No matter what, you can't hit the child. How can I stay calm? Pan's father turned red with anger. She dares to do such things. What else is there to fear? Pan Fangfang, I tell you, if you insist on being with him, then don't call yourself a daughter of the Pan family. Just go with him. Your mother, and I will pretend we never had you. This can't be right. Lin Jianfeng was anxious. If things went like that, how could he get any benefits from the Pan family? He would also have to flatter Pan Fangfang, that stubborn woman. How could that be? But then he thought again and calmed down. No, it wouldn't happen. The Pan family loved Pan Fangfang very much. They wouldn't abandon her. It was just a moment of anger. He needed to stay calm. Since his relationship with Pan Fangfang was now clear, he wouldn't pretend anymore. At worst, he would date her for a while, then discard her when she lost her value. Lin Jianfeng thought this plan through very well. Pan's mother was also furious, her eyes red, but she still tried to control her emotions and advised her daughter, Girl, tell your father. As long as you cut ties with Lin Jianfeng, everything will be fine. Pan Fangfang covered her face, stubbornly refusing to speak, but she still looked at her father with hatred. Say something. Pan's mother couldn't hold back anymore. She cried and hit her daughter. Let her speak. The parents' sincere efforts were obvious to everyone. Some people sighed inwardly. Fangfang finally spoke. She had a swollen face and was crying as she looked at her parents. I will never leave Brother Jianfeng in my life. I want to be with him. No one can tear us apart. Shameless girl. Pan's father, who had just calmed down, couldn't hold back anymore. He slapped Fangfang and scolded her as he hit. I told you to be with him. To stay with him. Why are you doing such shameful things? Ah! Fangfang shouted while dodging. Stop hitting her. Stop hitting her. No. Big brother. Why are you hitting Lin Jianfeng? Why are you hitting your own daughter? Someone suddenly spoke, and Pan's father paused. He immediately realized, yes, this little brat should be beaten too. He turned to call out to Lin Jianfeng, his movements harsh. He was tall and strong with a lot of strength, and Lin Jianfeng, being a weak scholar, couldn't withstand it. Lin Jianfeng was beaten so badly, he kept dodging. He was hurt all over from Pan's father's beating, and his anger grew inside. What does the Pan family think of him? They can scold and hit him whenever they want. Lin Jianfeng, after all, is a scholar. How does he look in front of so many people? It's clear they are just a bunch of uneducated roughnecks. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. Qin Youfu hurriedly called people to break up the fight. What would happen if they caused trouble in their village? The villagers nearby listened to Qin Youfu. Since Lin Jianfeng had already been hit several times, some people stepped forward and separated the others. Pan's father, still with red eyes, struggled and tried to hit him again. Lin Jianfeng was now covered in dirt, his clothes torn, and his buttons missing somewhere. He glared fiercely at Pan's father, his hatred obvious. Fong Fong, who was turned away from him, didn't notice and looked at her parents with tears streaming down her face. What do you want? Can't you stop fighting? Seeing brother Jianfeng suffer so much unfairness, Fong Fong turned her head and looked at his injuries. Her heart clenched tightly, and she didn't notice the sudden change in Lin Jianfeng's expression. Jianfeng, does it hurt? Fong Fong gently touched his face with concern. Lin Jianfeng's face was full of tenderness, mixed with a hint of grievance. He softly said, I'm fine. Don't worry. It's all my fault. That's why you have to suffer this. Fong Fong's eyes filled with tears, and she felt even more guilty. Why are you saying that? I told you that no matter what happens, we will face it together, Lin Jianfeng said softly, so gentle it seemed like water might drip from his voice. As they looked at each other, sparks flew, and their tender feelings almost became real. Everyone watching this scene looked twisted with discomfort, speechless, many clutching their cheeks as if their teeth had been knocked out. Seeing the two still ignoring everyone and exchanging flirtatious glances, saying shameless things, Father Pan was so angry he nearly fell backward, almost hitting the ground, but Mother Pan quickly helped him. How could I, Pan Changui, have a daughter like this? Such bad luck for our family, Father Pan shouted to the sky, full of sadness. Mother Pan couldn't stop crying either. How could their hard-earned daughter turn out like this? Such an outgoing girl. Many others shook their heads and sighed, full of regret. Qin Yofu felt bitter inside, but as the team leader, he had to step in to mediate. Brother Pan, Sister Pan, look at this situation. They are so determined. Maybe you should discuss it privately? In his opinion, these two were a bad match. One was bad, the other foolish, but their parents didn't see it that way. What's there to discuss? There's nothing to talk about. Our Pan family will never accept such a son-in-law, Father Pan said firmly, with a tone full of disgust, clearly showing his dislike. Lin Jianfeng was hurt by this look for a moment, but quickly reacted. He forced a smile and said to Fong Fong, since your parents don't like me maybe we should forget about us? I can't let you be unfilial or let others look down on you, even if I care about you. It might just be that we're not meant to be. You should go back with your parents and forget about me. Lin Jianfeng acted more and more dramatic, looking pained, as if he had lost his parents forever. Wu Guixiang and Su Aimin looked twisted with discomfort, almost vomiting after lunch. Good grief, Lin Jianfeng's words are really hard to listen to, Wu Guixiang said. Yeah, I think even the cowherd and weaver girl had a harder time. His words really gave me goosebumps, Su Aimin added. I've also got goosebumps. I can't take it anymore. Why didn't I notice how cheesy Lin Jianfeng was before? This guy really opened my eyes, someone else said. Lin Jianfeng didn't care what they said. Since everything was already out in the open, he decided to act even more tragic. He deliberately said this to make Pan Fong even more convinced and loyal to him. As long as he controlled Pan Fong, the Pan family parents wouldn't cause trouble. Threatening to cut ties was just a scare tactic. Lin Jianfeng was very confident that, given how much the Pan parents loved their child, they wouldn't ignore her. At most, they would be angry for a while, but in the end, they would still agree with her. When that time came, he could do whatever he wanted. This move of Lin Jianfeng's, using retreat to advance, successfully made Pan Fong panic. She quickly grabbed Lin Jianfeng's hand and said, No, that's impossible. Brother Jianfeng, I won't leave you. I promise no one can make us part, not even my parents. I will follow you for the rest of my life. After saying this firm vow, she turned to look at her parents. Seeing their sad expressions, she clenched her teeth, made up her mind, and said fiercely, Mom, Dad, I am already with Brother Jianfeng. I can't live without him. What? This sentence was like a bomb, exploding instantly among everyone. Did Lin Jianfeng and Pan Fong really have a secret relationship? Lin Jianfeng was really terrible. Looks like this Pan girl is quite reckless, huh? What reckless? She's just a little troublemaker. She knows how to men. But Lin Jianfeng isn't a good person either. Honestly, these two are just a perfect match, made for each other. In the village, The older women hated girls who lacked modesty. Hearing this, they immediately started criticizing. Just taking the girl's innocence like that, shouldn't her parents be furious and punish Lin Jianfeng? Both of them are willing participants. Isn't that enough? They can't be blamed. The crowd's gossip grew louder, some even making flirtatious comments about Pan Fangfang. Even in later times, women often bore the brunt of gossip and blame in such situations. Wu Guixiang and Su Aimin exchanged glances, unable to smile. They both thought of their own Yun Yun, feeling a sudden wave of fear. If Yun Yun and Lin Jianfeng had something going on back then, they might have even fought Lin Jianfeng with knives. Looking at Pan Fangfang's parents, they trembled all over. If it weren't for each other supporting them, they might have fainted from anger. They never expected their daughter to do something so shameless and to boast about it in front of so many people. Did she think her reputation wasn't bad enough? The most shocking person was Lin Jianfeng. Even though he often kissed and hugged Pan Fangfang and took some small advantages, he really hadn't done anything serious. Forget about whether he had the chance, he wasn't stupid. If he had done such things, he wouldn't be able to get rid of Pan Fangfang. So, even though he had thought about it in his mind, he controlled himself and never had a real relationship with Pan Fangfang. Who knew she would just blurt out things like that? Does this woman have a problem? She says anything without thinking. She doesn't care about her reputation, but he still does. Lin Jianfeng almost fainted from anger. Luckily, he knew he had to explain, or it would be over. Seeing everyone's expressions, he nervously said, No, I didn't do anything. I admit I was dating Fangfang, but we only kept it emotional and respectful. We are innocent, and we haven't done anything. Please believe me. But who would believe him? Why would a girl ruin her own reputation for no reason? What's the point? This Lin Jianfeng really isn't a good person. He dares to admit he's dating her, but he's afraid to admit if he did anything. Exactly. If he admits it, he shows some courage. I never thought he'd be such a man. The contempt in everyone's eyes almost made Lin Jianfeng break down. He shouted, I really haven't done anything. I swear. Ha! Everyone sneered, not believing his lies. Just now, they said the two kissed on the small hill. How could they not have done anything? Even Pan Fangfang's parents didn't believe him.
Lin Jianfeng hurriedly pushed Pan Fangfang.
You need to explain. We haven't done anything. Say something. Tears welled up in Pan Fangfang's eyes, but she still said firmly, It's okay, Brother Jianfeng. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I belong to you, and nothing can separate us. She never thought that saying this would affect her reputation. She didn't care about that. She only knew that if she said this, she and Lin Jianfeng would never be apart. Lin Jianfeng was almost cursing. Idiot. This woman is just an idiot. For the first time, Lin Jianfeng regretted getting involved with such a foolish woman. Enough. Pan Fangfang's father sighed heavily, looking like he had aged 10 years. Pan Fangfang, your mother, and I can't control you anymore. If you want to be with him, then be with him. We won't interfere anymore. Really? Pan Fangfang's eyes lit up. Before she could feel happy, she heard her father speak. We don't care who you want to be with, but from now on, you are no longer our Pan family daughter. I mean what I say. Come back with us now, and I will find the team leader to write a certificate so you can leave our Pan family. Pan's father said this firmly. Although Pan's mother looked sad, she didn't speak against it. Their Pan family doesn't have only Pan Fangfang as a child. Her actions now affect the family's reputation. With such a niece, no one would want to marry a girl into their family. So even though they felt sad, they had to do this. No, Mom and Dad, you can't. Pan Fangfang was frightened when she saw her parents' expressions. She hadn't expected them to say this. Maybe they were angry before when they said they wouldn't recognize her, but now they seemed serious. How could they do this? It's nothing we can't do. All these years, consider us having raised you for nothing. Pan's father cut her off, looking firm. Qin Youfu saw things had become serious and spoke up, Brother Pan, she's your own daughter. She's just confused for a moment. She made her own decision, and she must take responsibility, Pan's father said firmly, unwilling to say more. Unless one day you can completely separate from Lin Jianfeng and marry according to our plan, maybe we can accept you. Otherwise, forget it. When Pan's father said this, Pan Fongfong fell silent. She wouldn't part from brother Jianfeng. After speaking to Pan Fongfong, Pan's father looked at Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng felt a sudden nervousness. In front of everyone, Pan's father looked at Lin Jianfeng and said clearly, "My daughter wants to be with you. I can't control her anymore. But I will not forget the things you took from our Pan family. The money you borrowed and the items you took add up to at least 200 yuan. You must pay it back."
Wow.
200 yuan? Everyone gasped. They were shocked by Lin Jianfeng's shamelessness and also amazed at how rich the Pan family was. Their daughter could easily give away 200 yuan to someone else. How wealthy was the Pan family? Lin Jianfeng didn't expect him to insist on this. His face looked uncomfortable. It was just some things he took. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? The Pan family wasn't poor. Pan Fongfong spoke up. "Dad, that was all my own choice to give to brother Jianfeng. How can I ask him to return it?" Lin Jianfeng clenched his teeth in anger. Does her words mean she admits he really took something? This foolish girl. Lin Jianfeng cursed her silently again. "That is our Pan family's money, our family's belongings," Pan's father said coldly, glancing at her. "You're not even considered one of us anymore. Why should you decide? If I tell him to return it, he must return it. Otherwise, I will report to the police. Yes, if he doesn't return the money, we will report to the police." Pan's mother added, "Our family's money didn't come from the wind. Why shouldn't he return it?" Pan Fongfong's face turned even paler. She had been spoiled since childhood and had never heard her parents speak so harshly. She thought their anger was just temporary, but even now, she didn't want to think too deeply about it.
How?
"Don't you like Fongfong? Can't you even return this little bit of money?" Pan's father deliberately provoked Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng was now in a difficult position. He had just been involved in a heartfelt scene with Pan Fongfong, and that foolish girl even said they had a relationship. Now, if he denied it and they really reported to the police, it would mean he was lying about the money and involved in inappropriate relationships. That would be the end. While he was pondering his next move, Pan Fongfong spoke again. "It's just 200 yuan. I will pay you back. I believe brother Jianfeng and I are capable and can't possibly fail to repay." Her words also carried some resentment towards her parents. Lin Jianfeng looked at Pan Fongfong in disbelief. Why was she speaking up for him again?
Good.
Pan's father had been waiting for this. He looked at Qin Youfu. "Captain Qin, please bring paper and pen. Let's make a written agreement." Seeing his determined expression, Qin Youfu had no choice but to take out paper and pen. After all, this was a problem caused by their village. He cursed Lin Jianfeng silently 1,000 times in his heart. Pan's father quickly wrote the agreement and asked Lin Jianfeng to sign. Holding the thin paper with trembling hands, his knuckles turned white. He wished he could tear it apart, but he could only hold himself back. He knew he couldn't act impulsively now. Even if he had to do something, he couldn't lose control at this moment. The most urgent task was to deal with these two old people. He signed his name with a trembling hand, almost biting his teeth in frustration. Father Pan carefully kept the note and looked at Pan Fongfong again. "Come back with me to the team leader and end this relationship." "No, I don't want to." Pan Fongfong quickly shook her head, tears falling like beads. "Dad, please don't do this. I've made up my mind and won't change it. Let's go." Father Pan forcefully pulled Pan Fongfong along, and Mother Pan hurried to follow. Lin Jianfeng saw this, thought for a moment, and decided to follow. He couldn't let Pan Fongfong truly leave the Pan family, or his source of income would be gone. The scene ended here. Everyone watched the big show and left feeling satisfied. It's easy to predict that for a long time, this will be the topic people talk about during their free time. Once everyone left, Qin Youfu wiped his face and made up his mind. Lin Jianfeng was no longer welcome in Luo Shui village. He was like a bad influence, ruining the village's reputation. He couldn't allow him to stay. Wu Guixiang and her son slowly walked home. She sighed. Lin Jianfeng really causes trouble. He's harmed another girl. That's true, Su Aimin nodded. I'm just glad Yunyan saw through him early, or who knows what might have happened. Su Aimin couldn't imagine if Yunyan acted as stubborn as Pan Fongfong. He might have gotten so angry, he would have lost his temper right then. When they reached home, others in the family had also returned. Hearing about Lin Jianfeng, they asked for details and became even happier. They were glad Lin Jianfeng got into trouble. This story spread quickly through the nearby villages and towns. The lively gossip in Luo Shui village was unknown to Su Qingyun in the provincial capital. These days, she was at a critical stage of her experiment. She and Ji Yu worked hard to save time, almost wishing they could stay in the lab all the time. Only Yan Jun kept reminding them to eat and rest so they wouldn't overwork. That's enough for today, Su Qingyun said, putting down her work and rubbing her forehead tiredly. Yes, Ji Yu also looked exhausted. He didn't have Su Qingyun's experience or knowledge, so he put in more time and effort. He had visibly lost weight recently. But both of them felt very excited. Seeing their work slowly come to life gave them a great sense of achievement. Just a little more to finish, Su Qingyun said happily. Their recorder was almost complete, with only the finishing touches left. It wasn't complicated, just a matter of time. Su Qingyun checked the time. It was past 11 o'clock. Let's go. Today, the two of them planned to visit the Qi family. Qi Heng had already come to remind them a few times, so now they had time. Su Qingyun took the gift for the Qi family and went with Ji Yu. Originally, Ji Yu didn't plan to go, but he couldn't resist Su Qingyun and Qi Heng's persuasion, so he went along. When they arrived at the Qi house, they were greeted by Qi Heng's father, Qi Chu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Hello, Uncle Qi, Su Qingyun quickly greeted. Qi Chu smiled and said, You're quite hard to invite, little girl. My mistake. I apologize. I was busy, but as soon as I had time, I came to see you, Su Qingyun hurriedly explained. Although they hadn't seen each other in a long time, they didn't feel awkward or distant. Qi Chu looked at Ji Yu. This is your classmate, right? Hello, Uncle Qi, Ji Yu nodded with a smile. Good. Come in quickly. Qi Heng was helping his mother in the kitchen. When he heard the noise, he poked his head out and greeted familiarly. You're here? Need any help? No, it's okay. Qi Heng waved his hand. You two sit for a while. It'll be ready soon. All right, Su Qingyun said, not being polite.
The three sat down.
Qi Chu asked with concern, How do you feel working at the Research Institute? It's pretty good, Su Qingyun replied. It's tiring, but I learn a lot and feel fulfilled. I like it. Yes, young people should have this kind of enthusiasm, Qi Chu nodded affirmatively. With your talent, you're well suited for this field. Keep working hard. I will, Uncle Qi. By the way, Qi Chu remembered something. About the wheat seed cultivation trial site you mentioned. Weren't you saying you wanted to help your hometown? Yes, Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. Could there be news? Qi Chu smiled and said, What a coincidence. Our agricultural college is planning to send people to Luoshu County for further investigation. When the time comes, we can go together. Su Qingyun was overjoyed. That's wonderful. She knew that if Luo Shui village could truly be chosen as a testing site, it would bring great benefits to the farmers. Naturally, she felt happy about it. Once you're selected, you must help out, girl, Qi Chu said.
Me?
Su Qingyun was surprised. Uncle Qi, you know I have no experience with farming at all. That's okay, Qi Chu replied. I heard from Qi Heng that you work in data analysis at the Research Institute. So, you can continue doing that at the testing site. The data from each stage of seed cultivation is very important. Professionals should do professional work. Uncle Qi believes in you.
That.
Su Qingyun didn't expect this part. She thought for a moment and said, If I can help, I will definitely do my best. All right, just having you say that is enough. Qi Chu looked at her with even more admiration. This girl not only has talent and ability, but also is willing to do practical work. That is very rare. They chatted casually for a while. Chi-Chu also asked about Ji-Yu. During the conversation, he realized Ji-Yu was also a promising young person. His mood became even better. Okay, that's enough. Let's get ready to eat. A gentle woman came out of the kitchen.
Ning sukinkyun sait.
Ning Yan smiled and nodded. Ji stood up and helped carry the dishes. The chief family of 3, along with Su Qingyun and Ji-Yu, sat down one after another. Chi-Chu happily raised his glass. Come on, it's rare for us to gather like this. Let's toast. Everyone clinked glasses, happy and cheerful. Su Qingyun and Ji stayed at the Research Institute for a few more days. Their project in the lab was completed, and their small invention achieved good results. Finally, everything was finished, and it was time to go home. They returned with the Agricultural College's inspection team. A large group of people boarded the train heading to Luo Shui County. On the way back, nothing special happened, and they soon arrived at their destination. The inspection team was received by local officials and stayed at the county guest house. Since Su Qingyun and Ji-Yu were not part of the team, they each went home separately. They left with many packages, and on the way back, they had even more belongings. Su Qingyun had sent a telegram to her family in advance, informing them of her schedule. Her father was already waiting at the town bus station. From afar, she saw her father waiting among the crowd, and Su Qingyun happily called out. Hearing her voice, Su Aimin quickly stepped forward and took the things from her hands. Why do you have so many things? If I had known, I would have gone to the county to pick you up. No need. Taking the bus back isn't tiring, Su Qingyun said with a smile. Su Aimin carefully looked at his daughter, his face showing concern. Have you lost weight?
No, Su Yun replied.
The cafeteria at the Research Institute is good. It's in the provincial capital after all. Anyway, whether she was doing something big or important, her parents always felt she was hungry or thin. Let's go quickly. Your grandma has prepared some delicious food at home for you. Okay. When busy, she didn't notice it, but when she relaxed, she truly felt homesick. Su Qingyun also missed her family. She quickened her pace with her father. Yunyun, tell me about your time at the Research Institute, Su Aimin said. Did anyone give you a hard time? Dad, what are you thinking? We work together there. Why would anyone trouble me? I was at the Research Institute. As they walked and talked, Su Qingyun shared her recent experiences in detail.
Su Aimin listened carefully.
When she described the dangerous situation when she went to find Wang Meng, Su Aimin's eyes widened in shock.
How could that happen?
He exclaimed, feeling scared. It's a good thing you left quickly. What if they had caught you? It's nothing now, Su Qingyun said proudly, lifting her chin. Your daughter is very clever. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go to find Wang Meng. No, I should have gone with you to the provincial capital, Su Aimin said regretfully. A trip wasn't a big deal, but risking such danger with his child made him regret more and more, frowning with remorse. It's really okay now, Dad. Su Qingyun quickly changed the subject. Has anything happened at home recently? Not really, but... Su Aimin grinned mischievously. The village has something.
What?
Su Qingyun looked at her father's mischievous smile, feeling curious. I'll tell you. Didn't Lin Jianfeng get involved with a girl from the Pan family next door? Her parents came to visit, and they went straight to see Uncle Fu.
And?
Su Aimin eagerly told her about it. The whole village was the happiest about Lin Jianfeng's situation. Su Qingyun's eyes widened in surprise. That's it? So Pan Fongfong still doesn't want to part with him? Yes, that girl is like she's possessed. You didn't see it. Her parents almost fainted from anger at the time, Su Aimin sighed. What happened afterward? Su Qingyun asked. Did Pan Fongfong really cut ties with her family? Su Aimin shook his head. No, after they returned home, her parents seemed to soften again, or something. They took her back and reportedly kept her locked inside, not letting her see Lin Jianfeng. Honestly, I think these are just band-aid solutions. The real problem is Lin Jianfeng. We need to deal with him first, Su Aimin said, recalling how he had beaten Lin Jianfeng before and feeling a bit regretful. He thought he had gone easy on him. Su Qingyun also sighed. I know Pan Fong Fong is foolish, but I didn't think she was this foolish. Such extreme love obsession is really rare. Su Aimin also remembered how Pan Fong Fong had tried to get someone to deal with Su Qingyun. He snorted coldly, not only foolish but also mean. She brought it on herself. In a way, they are quite a match. Girls who cause trouble over a few words get scammed for money and feelings. There's nothing worth sympathizing with.
Swing Post.
That's true. She's not a saint. If someone tries to hurt her, she shouldn't feel sorry for them. As the father and daughter talked, they soon arrived home. Su Qingyun pushed open the gate and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Wu Guixiang and Qining heard her and hurried out. "Oh, my treasure." Wu Guixiang looked excited, pulling her in for a close look. Qining also looked at her daughter. "She's thinner." Both of them looked at her with the same worried expression. Su Aimin said, "I told you she lost weight." She wouldn't admit it. "She's probably just too busy over there." Wu Guixiang said, "Baby, Grandma will make you some good food to help you regain the weight you lost." Next to them, Zhang Xinlan thought, "Isn't Yunyun actually rounder than before she left? What are these people looking at?" "Stop standing there." Wu Guixiang pulled Su Qingyun inside. "Grandma cooked chicken for you. Drink some soup to warm up. The weather isn't too cold now, but it's not warm either. Drinking hot soup still feels nice." "Okay, thank you, Grandma." Su Qingyun no longer argued with her family about being fat or thin. She sat down obediently and took the chicken soup from Wu Guixiang's hand. The hot chicken soup had its chicken fat carefully skimmed off and was sprinkled with fresh green scallions. The aroma was very tempting. She took a small sip, feeling warmness slide down her throat and into her stomach, making her feel very comfortable. She then drank a few more sips. "Drink slowly, be careful it's hot." "There's still more in the pot," Wu Guixiang said softly. The child was in such a hurry to drink. She must be very hungry. Zhang Xinlan secretly pouted. There were only a few chickens at home, and now they had killed another one. How could life go on like this? She muttered to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud. After all, Su Qingyun had sent quite a bit of money to the family before. If she dared to complain, her mother-in-law Wu Guixiang might just shut her mouth. Her eyes turned and she asked Su Qingyun, "Did you get her salary this time?" She didn't really understand what Su Qingyun was doing in the provincial city, but it didn't make sense that she had money last time and not this time. What was she after? Salary?
Swing Post. "No, I didn't."
Zhang Xinlan looked disappointed and a little suspicious. Could it be that the girl was secretly holding on to money and not telling the family? "But there is a subsidy," Su Qingyun smiled. "How much?" Zhang Xinlan's eyes lit up. Why was her tone so breathless? Wu Guixiang shot her a sharp look and snorted. "How much does that have to do with you? Why wouldn't it matter?" Zhang Xinlan said confidently. "Shouldn't she share the money she earns with the family?" "How dare you ask that?" Wu Guixiang said bluntly. A woman who's always thinking about her niece's money. People would laugh their heads off if they heard that. Zhang Xinlan's confidence wavered. "I'm just thinking about the family. You know very well why I'm thinking about myself." Wu Guixiang sneered. She knew exactly what kind of scheming her second daughter-in-law had. Su Adong glared at his wife. "Stop talking so much." Zhang Xinlan clenched her teeth. He only yelled at her now. Why didn't he make decisions about other things? Su Aimin smiled slightly. Qining didn't say anything. The couple both knew that they didn't need to step in, just their mother could handle Zhang Xinlan easily. Su Qingyun saw that they all fell silent and continued. "The total is 300 yuan. I will give myself 100, my parents 100, and keep 100 for myself." She had already decided how to split the money. The subsidy from the research institute was based on being a formal researcher, but in reality, the amount was less. The 300 yuan also included a bonus. The institute said that after submitting the project results later, she would also get a share, so there might be more money in the future. 300 yuan? The others were surprised. Yunyun had only been gone for about 10 days, yet she already had 300. On average, that's 30 yuan a day, which is as much as a worker earns in a month. That's too much. Okay, Wu Guixiang nodded without hesitation. Even if she didn't give a single cent to her family, she wouldn't say anything to Su Qingyun. The money was earned by herself. Although their family wasn't wealthy, they didn't need a student to support them. The wages of her 3 grandchildren would help the family a little, but the calculation wasn't that simple. The money Su Qingyun gave at once was much more than what the other 3 combined, so it couldn't be compared directly. When Su Qingyun spoke, Zhang Xinlan also kept quiet. She couldn't just ask someone to give her the money, right? Her mother-in-law would really scold her if she did. After drinking the chicken soup and eating a piece of meat, Su Qingyun felt almost full. She rubbed her stomach and said, "I'll go rest in my room." She had been very busy lately. When she relaxed and returned to her familiar home, she felt an endless wave of sleepiness. "Okay, go quickly." Qingyun patted her daughter's head. Su Qingyun headed to her room. By the way, suddenly, she remembered something. "Dad, where's my bicycle?" She hadn't seen it in the yard. "Your bicycle?" Su Aimin looked at Zhang Xinlan. "Second sister-in-law, where's the bicycle?" A few days ago, when Zhang Xinlan visited her parents, she borrowed the bicycle. The family didn't want to refuse such a small favor, so they agreed. She returned yesterday. The family was busy talking about Su Qingyun's return and didn't pay attention to the bicycle. When Su Qingyun mentioned it, he suddenly felt like something was missing. Zhang Xinlan didn't expect this to come up suddenly. She forced a dry smile. "The bike is still in my parent house. My younger brother said he wanted to borrow it for a couple of days." "Your younger brother?"
Su Aimin frowned in displeasure.
"Second sister-in-law, I lent you my bicycle, and now you're giving it to someone else without telling me?" "My younger brother isn't just anyone," Zhang Xinlan whispered back. "I was thinking Yunyun wasn't home, so I lent it to him. Don't worry, he'll return it in a few days." "Is it really yours? You just lend it out?" This bike was bought with Yunyun's own money for her classmate. "It's her personal property," Wu Guixiang snapped. Initially, Su Qingyun said she borrowed it from a classmate, but later she said she bought it herself. The family didn't suspect anything. "If I didn't ask, you wouldn't tell me, right?" "Zhang Xinlan, I see you're getting bolder. I warn you, if this bike gets scratched or damaged, you'll see how I deal with you." It won't happen, Zhang Xinlan hurriedly promised. "I swear it won't be a problem. I'll ride it back myself in a couple of days." "Good." Zhang Xinlan nodded with a serious face. Since she said so, Su Qingyun didn't say anything more. She told her father, "Dad, I'm going to rest now. Please help me sort the things in my bag, some fabric I bought for everyone and the shoes I bought for you. You can choose what you like." Hearing that she bought gifts for her family, Wu Guixiang couldn't hold back and scolded Zhang Xinlan again. "Yunyun works hard outside and still remembers to bring things home. And you? You treat her stuff as your own and lend it out. You're such a wasteful person." Zhang Xinlan shrank back, afraid to say a word. That night, everyone was asleep. Only Zhang Xinlan kept tossing and turning, eyes wide open with no sleep. She woke up Su Aiden, who was sleeping soundly nearby, and mumbled, "Why aren't you sleeping at this hour?" Go to sleep, Zhang Xinlan said impatiently. Su Aiden opened her eyes, suspiciously watching her. She remembered the bike incident and asked, "Did you lose the bike? Did you lie to the others just now?" "How could I lose something so important?" "I swear, the bike is with my little brother," Zhang Xinlan said irritably. "Then why can't you sleep here? What's on your mind?" "None of your business. Just sleep." Zhang Xinlan turned to the other side, her back facing Su Aiden. She felt very nervous inside. The bicycle was indeed at her younger brother's place, but she had lent it to her nephew, her brother's son, for a matchmaking event. If the match didn't work out, that would be fine. But if it did, how could her brother explain that the bicycle wasn't theirs? She felt very regretful. Why had she been swayed by her mother and younger brother's words at that moment? Zhang Xinlan knew that if she couldn't get the bike back, Wu Guixiang might really get angry with her. No, she decided she would go back to her mother's house tomorrow to ride the bike back. Thinking this, Zhang Xinlan slowly fell into a light sleep. The next morning, she woke up with panda eyes and didn't even bother to eat breakfast. She hurried to her mother's house. When she arrived, the Zhang family was having breakfast. They were surprised to see her. Her mother, Zhang Shi, asked Lana, "Why did you come so early? Did something happen?" Her sister-in-law, Shinfen, who is usually kind to her, said, "Third sister, come sit and have breakfast." Zhang Xinlan sat down and looked around. "Where are my younger brother and Hao Hao?" Hao Hao was her nephew, Zhang Hao. "They went to the town," Shinfen replied. "Why did they go?" Zhang Xinlan asked. She looked around the yard but didn't see the bicycle. Zhang Shi smiled and said, "Hao Hao had a matchmaking event yesterday. The girl liked him. They went to town to buy some things. Soon, our two families will discuss the wedding date." She sounded proud, as if her grandson was a precious gem, and all the girls from 10 miles around were eager to marry him. In fact, Zhang Hao from this village was quite famous, but not for good reasons. He was known as a lazy troublemaker. He was a young man who did nothing most of the time, no job, no work. Even during busy harvest seasons, he only earned half the work points of others and was always looking for ways to get some small benefits. Although Zhang Hao is only 19 and still young, the girl he liked had been chosen through a matchmaker. Her family wasn't well off, but she was pretty and lively. Even though the bride price was high, Zhang's family couldn't refuse Zhang Hao because he was their only grandson and they cherished him very much. She liked him? Zhang Xinlan was a bit surprised but happy for her nephew. "That's great. If Hao Hao gets married, he might settle down," Zhang Xinlan said, knowing her nephew's personality very well. Shinfen was a little unhappy. Didn't she just say her son was not good enough? She couldn't stand hearing that. "Third sister, you only have Hao Hao as a nephew. When he gets married, you should give a big gift," Shinfen said on purpose. Zhang Xinlan didn't think much and simply agreed, of course. Seeing her agree, Shinfen smiled happily. "But," Zhang Xinlan changed the subject, "if Hao Hao's matchmaking is successful, can I get my bicycle back? Yun Yun from the third family has returned, and she needs the bicycle to go to school. So she was here for that." Shinfen's face immediately darkened, and her tone became a bit colder. "Third sister, you came early in the morning just to ask for your bike? I thought you were really concerned about your nephew's marriage." Her words sounded sarcastic. Zhang Xinlan wasn't deaf to the tone. She frowned and said, "Why wouldn't I care? You've already used it up, haven't you? The bicycle isn't even mine. My mother-in-law scolded me yesterday, and I have to return the bicycle. Useless thing." Shinfen rolled her eyes inwardly. She couldn't even control her own mother-in-law. It was a shame that her third sister had 2 sons, the most in the Su family, yet she couldn't have any say at home. "Third sister, I'm not refusing to return it, but we really can't right now," Shinfen said firmly. The bicycle was in their hands now, so what was there to worry about? Zhang's face lost its smile. She looked worried and started to appeal emotionally. "Lana, you know our family is poor." The LY agreed, because Hao Hao had a bicycle. "If you take the bike now, she definitely won't agree anymore. Hao Hao's marriage will fall apart. Can you bear to see that happen?" "No, mother," Zhang Xinlan said anxiously. "The bike wasn't even Hao Hao's to begin with. We can't keep deceiving her forever. No matter how long we delay, there will be a day to return it. Isn't that just a marriage scam?" Zhang Shi said, "Look at what you're saying. How is it a scam? When Hao Hao's marriage is settled, we can talk about the bike then. Once the marriage is fixed, the bicycle will definitely be returned to you. Don't worry, mother always keeps her word." A young girl going to school still riding a bicycle? That made her proud. Zhang Xinlan's face showed hesitation. She couldn't decide. "Are you doubting mother?" Zhang Shi said coldly on purpose. "No, mother, I believe you." Zhang Xinlan hesitated for a moment, clenched her teeth, and said, "All right, I will lend it to Hao Hao for a few more days. Once the wedding is settled, I will get it back." "That's right," Mrs. Zhang said with a smile disappearing from her face. "I knew that among Hao Hao's 3 aunts, you're the one who cares for him the most. He will surely be filial to you in the future." "Mother, don't say that," Zhang Xinlan replied, though she felt proud inside. Shinfen saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. She sneered inwardly. Thinking that this third sister really was clueless, she praised her casually and immediately forgot who she was. Mother, there's still some business at home, so I'll go now. I'll come back in a few days, Zhang Xinlan said. All right, Lanner, take your time, Mrs. Zhang replied. Third sister. Take care, Zhang Xinlan said as she hurriedly left. Seeing her daughter-in-law leave in a rush, the two women's smiles faded. Mother, do we really have to return the bicycle? Shunfan asked cautiously. Return what? Return what? Mrs. Zhang said with a shrug. Since my nephew is getting married, isn't it right for her to give a big gift? This bike can be considered her gift. I don't think she'll refuse. Their family had long considered that bicycle as their own. It was impossible to return it now. Once something was in their hands, there was no reason to give it back. Shunfan's eyes lit up, and she quickly flattered, Mother, you're so clever. Helping my family is what a daughter should do, Mrs. Zhang said proudly. Shunfan nodded with a smile, but inside, she cursed the old woman harshly. Her daughter helping her family was natural, but as a wife, she was supposed to be loyal to her husband's family. Last time, her family came to visit, and she only took some flour and noodles, yet she was scolded for days. Two-faced old woman. Shunfan cursed inwardly. When Zhang Xinlan returned home, although she had her mother's assurance, she still felt uneasy inside. She sighed and decided she would go again in a few days. Su Adong saw she returned empty-handed and frowned. Why haven't you brought it back yet? My brothers still need it. I'll get it in a few days. Zhang Xinlan waved her hand impatiently. All right, just remember this, Su Aimin said, without much thought. If the third brother mentions it later, it won't look good for us. Got it. Zhang Xinlan went inside and started working. On the other side, Su Qingyun returned to school after a long absence. As she and Jiyu arrived, they drew everyone's attention. They had been missing for a long time and no one knew why, so everyone was curious. Xia Qiu knew the truth and pulled Su Qingyun aside in the corridor to ask, How is it? Was the city fun? Su Qingyun sighed. Do you think I went there to play? Xia Qiu pouted, boring. You weren't busy with Jiyu all the time, were you? Not exactly, Su Qingyun replied casually. We went to see a movie. A movie? Xia Qiu suddenly raised her voice. What did you say? Su Qingyun was startled. No, you and Jiyu went to see a movie alone? Xia Qiu asked excitedly, confirming. Is there a problem? A big problem. Xia Qiu said excitedly, rubbing her hands. You're already at this stage. It's a pity I wasn't there. What are you talking about? Su Yun felt confused. This was all nonsense. Xia Qiu made funny faces at her and Jiyu in the classroom. You too, TSK. I told you, you're overthinking, Su Qingyun said helplessly. Anyway, I'm going inside. She turned and walked into the classroom. When she looked up, she saw Jiyu sitting by the window, with clear features and a calm expression. Suddenly, she remembered the moment after they finished watching the movie. On a cold night, with a warm scarf and a boy's bright eyes, she thought of Xia Qiu's words. Su Qingyun's expression became a little unnatural. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. What was she thinking? She sat back in her seat. What's wrong? Jiyu noticed her gaze. Nothing, Su Qingyun shook her head. Let's go report to the teacher later. They needed to show the results of their long absence to the teacher. Is this what you guys came up with? In the principal's office, the principal, director, and teacher Qin gathered around, looking at what Su Qingyun and Jiyu had brought out. Yes, Su Qingyun said with a smile. This is a tape recorder. A tape recorder? The director stroked his chin. It just looks like a radio to me. Yes, this device combines a radio and a recorder with both functions, so it's called a tape recorder. Su Qingyun explained, this machine can record and play at the same time. Currently, such a device doesn't exist. Oh? The principal became interested. Can you demonstrate it for us? Of course, Su Qingyun nodded. She looked at Jiyu. Jiyu understood immediately. He picked up the tape recorder, extended the antenna, turned on the first button, and as soon as he tuned into a channel, it made a sound. It was a storytelling program. This is the radio's function. It's no different from other radios. Jiyu then turned on the second button. This is the recording function. After that, he pressed play. The sentence he just said was played back clearly. The others looked at the small recorder with amazement, their eyes full of curiosity. It's so convenient, Teacher Chin said, surprised. And it's so small. Most radios nowadays are big and heavy. This small and delicate one, with these extra features, is rare. Very good, the principal said with a smile, praising it repeatedly. This is innovative and very practical. It's a great idea. I think it's excellent. The director also said excitedly, if we send this to the competition, it will definitely win a prize. Teacher Chin looked on with admiration. Well done. We knew we chose the right people. Su Qingyun and Ji Yu smiled silently. Their calm attitude made everyone admire them even more. All right, you two go back to the classroom first. Remember to write a report explaining how this recorder works, and then submit the project together, the principal instructed. Okay, principal. We've already finished writing it, Su Qingyun replied. Good, the principal said happily. That's perfect and thorough. Su Qingyun and Ji left the principal's office. They exchanged smiles in the corridor, feeling that they had finally completed their task. Their hard work over this period was worth it. Soon, their report and the physical project were sent to the competition committee in the provincial capital. The top 5 entries will go to the finals. The process will take about half a month, and they are eagerly waiting for good news. Meanwhile, the inspection team from the agricultural college, where Chi Chu is, was having a short meeting. Professor Chi, based on the preliminary investigation, should we go to Luoshui town first?
Someone asked.
Chi Chu nodded and said, yes, let's go to Luoshui town first. The soil conditions in several nearby villages are very good. We should check them out. Chi Chu smiled again and added, while we're there, we can also find our little helper. Someone asked curiously, is it the young student who came with us earlier? Yes, Chi Chu said with a smile. Don't underestimate her, because she's young. She has real skills. She was personally invited by our Provincial Research Institute to help. Wow, she's so talented, everyone exclaimed. We're even more curious. What kind of water and soil can produce such a talented child? Shall we go see? Yes. I'll notify everyone now. The first stop for the investigation team was set to be Luoshui town. The Luoshui County Agriculture Bureau quickly sent out the news to various villages, asking village leaders to take the visit seriously and warmly welcome the team. When Qin Yofu received the notice from the town, he didn't understand what it meant. He asked the head of the local agriculture office, Comrade Shaoli, what exactly is this investigation by the Provincial Agricultural College about? He wondered if they were just here to check on their grain crops. The fields were still bare, with no signs of spring planting yet. What could they be here for? Shaoli looked at him mysteriously and said, this is a good opportunity. Think about it, professors and experts from the Provincial Agricultural College coming here personally. It must be for something important. I heard from the county agriculture officials that they are here to examine our soil, water, climate, and other conditions. They're planning to set up a test site here. What's a test site? Qin Yofu still didn't understand. It means the Ministry of Agriculture has developed a higher yield wheat variety. They want to choose our land to test it, plant, harvest, and see how well it produces, Shaoli explained, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. Wheat? Qin Yofu scratched his head. But we mostly grow corn here. Mind your own business, Shaoli said impatiently. The experts think this land is suitable for that. It's only good for you. This is a great opportunity for your village, so don't miss it. Okay, I understand, Qin Yofu replied. Although Qin Yofu still had some doubts, he took this matter seriously. After all, he was a leader, and it was always right to treat guests well. As he walked, he suddenly wondered if he should ask the Sioux girl first. She was always smart and full of ideas. Maybe she knew what was really going on. Qin Yofu specifically went to the Sioux house during the time Su Qingyun finished school. Qingyun, is Qingyun here? Su Qingyun had just finished her homework and was about to write more when she heard the voice. She came out of the house and saw Qin Yofu smiling. She quickly greeted him. Uncle Yofu, why are you here?
Come in and sit.
Chin Yofu entered the house and sat on a stool. Recently, he had been preparing for spring planting, so he was busy turning the soil and starting work. The Su family hadn't come back yet, and only Zhang Xinlan was cooking. Chin Yofu asked, Qingyun, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, Su Qingyun replied curiously. Today, someone from the town's agriculture office told me that a team from the provincial city's agricultural college will soon visit our village. I don't understand much about this, so I want to ask if you know anything. Su Qingyun suddenly realized. Oh, it's about this. Uncle, I know about it. I came back from the provincial city with the inspection team. Really? Chin Yofu said happily. Then tell me more about it. Okay. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and organized her words. This inspection team is mainly to select 5 experimental counties in our province. One of these is our Luoshu County. They will also choose about 10 places within our county as trial sites. The high-quality wheat seeds cultivated by the agricultural college will be planted in these sites. This is very good for our villages. If it succeeds, we won't just grow corn anymore. The types of crops will increase, and the harvest will be bigger. It's also a great opportunity for us to be recognized nationwide. Chin Yofu processed her words and asked, So, they will take our land to plant wheat? Yes, Su Qingyun continued. But don't worry, Uncle Yofu. Even if we give up some land, we won't be losing out. The higher authorities will reduce grain taxes or give us subsidies, which will be shared among our households. Chin Yofu's eyes slowly brightened. So, this is all good news, with no bad side. Yes, it is beneficial with no harm, Su Qingyun nodded confidently. All right, I understand, Chin Yofu nodded. Our village must seize this good opportunity. He stood up. I need to quickly tell everyone to get ready, show the spirit of Luoshue village, and aim to be selected. Qingyun, thank you. Uncle is leaving now. Okay, Uncle Fufu, take care. Chin Yofu took a step, but then turned back to look at Su Qingyun.
Qingyun, you mean you know them, right?
Then, could you ask for a day off tomorrow? Stay in the village and help with the reception. Since you know them well, it should be easier to talk. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and agreed.
Okay.
She also wanted to help her village get this chance. That's great, Chin Yofu nodded happily. I'll go now. Su Qingyun touched her nose, thinking that after just one day of school, she was taking leave again. Teacher Chin probably wouldn't mind. She went to Xia Qiu's house and asked her to bring a note to school tomorrow to ask for leave. Xia Qiu agreed. You're asking for leave every day. Teacher Chin can't do anything about it, Xia Qiu said with a smile.
No choice, Suinjun's stragd.
It's because I work hard. Come on, you're so full of yourself, Xia Qiu teased with a smile. Then she remembered something. Oh, by the way, the weekend after tomorrow, I plan to go mushroom picking in the mountains. Do you want to come? Now it's spring, with lots of rain. Mushrooms grow quickly on the mountain, fresh, tender, and big enough to be a dish. Many people go up to pick them. The adults are working, so mostly children go.
Suinjun nodded.
I'll go. After picking mushrooms, if she found a little chicken or something, she could make chicken stew with mushrooms. Just thinking about it made her drool. Xia Qiu, I'll come find you then. Qingyun, come play? Xia Qiu's mother, Su Hanhe, came back and smiled when she saw Su Qingyun. Don't go, stay and eat with us. No, Aunt Su, I've already eaten. I'll go home first.
Suinjun politely declined.
Her mother must have finished work now that Aunt Su is back. The village primary school has been open for a little while now and is starting to run smoothly. Her mother is no longer as busy as at the beginning. She is responsible for the most challenging grades, 4th and 5th, which together have 3 classes. The workload is quite heavy. When Su Qingyun arrived home, she happened to hear her mother talking about the school. Teaching at the school has been difficult lately. She heard her mother say to her father, "What's wrong?" Su Qingyun asked. Qining sighed. This semester's first enrollment brought students from many different places. Their learning levels vary a lot, and their basic skills are all different. It really affects the teaching progress.
Suinjun nodded, understanding.
That is indeed a problem. But we can't avoid this situation. The best we can do now is focus on strengthening the basics. If the foundation is solid, we can teach more advanced lessons later. Qining nodded and sighed. She understood this well, but she felt that being a teacher was really hard, and being a good teacher was even harder. Don't worry, Su Qingyan said, walking behind her mother and giving her shoulders a gentle squeeze. You've worked hard. Feeling the comforting pressure on her shoulders, Qining felt very at ease. Su Qingyan pressed her shoulders twice, and Qining patted her hand. All right. Are your hands tired? No, not tired, Su Qingyan said, continuing to massage her shoulders. But Qining pulled her to sit down on a bench. Oh, by the way, Mom, I will take a day off tomorrow and won't go to school, Su Qingyan remembered. Qining frowned. What's wrong? Su Qingyan explained carefully about the inspection team coming to select a test site for wheat seed experiments. Qinying's eyes widened with excitement. That's great news. She was from the capital of Huagua, and her mother was a university professor. Her horizons were naturally broader than others. She clearly understood the significance of this test site and the benefits it could bring. If our Luo Shui village gets chosen, it would be wonderful, she said with hope.
Suinyu nodded.
Yes, tomorrow we'll first check the soil quality here, then discuss further. At this point, Su Qingyan suddenly remembered something. She said to Zhang Xinlan in the kitchen, Second aunt, can you cook a few more dishes tomorrow noon? She thought for a moment and added, I'll pay for it. Zhang Xinlan heard her and was surprised. Why do you want to make more dishes? Does this kid have money to spend? Su Qingyan. I want to invite Uncle Qi and the others to our house for a meal. She has visited the provincial city twice, both times as a guest at someone else's home. Now that she is in Luoshui village, it is only right that she hosts a meal. What uncle? Zhang Xinlan wondered. You need to ask your grandmother, Zhang Xinlan said. She didn't dare make the decision herself. Professor Qi is also here? Qining was surprised. Her daughter hadn't mentioned this earlier. Yes, Uncle Qi is a professor at the agricultural college. He is the leader of this project. Qining nodded. Of course we should invite him. I'll tell your grandmother. Tell her what? Just then Wu Guixiang entered. She first drank a glass of water quickly, then sat down. Grandma, it's like this.
Suinyu explained carefully.
Wu Guixiang nodded constantly. Since they're taking good care of you, we should invite them. It's just a simple meal. She looked at Zhang Xinlan, second daughter-in-law. Tomorrow morning go to town and buy a pound of meat. If you meet the person buying chickens, quietly bring back one. The old hen at home can't be killed anymore. It needs to lay eggs. Okay, Zhang Xinlan nodded. Recently, because her bicycle hadn't been returned, she didn't dare speak loudly. Although she felt her mother-in-law favored Su Qingyan too much, she didn't dare to complain. Soon, the family started dinner. Dinner time was the most relaxed and comfortable part of the evening. They chatted casually, vented some frustrations, complained a little, then ate until they were full, and went to sleep happily. Second daughter-in-law, when will Yunyun's bicycle be back? Wu Guixiang suddenly asked Zhang Xinlan.
Huh?
Zhang Xinlan shivered. She felt bitter inside. She tried not to speak much, so why ask now? In a couple of days? She said uncertainly. Wu Guixiang squinted her eyes, put down her bowl, and said, What do you mean, a couple of days? Don't you have any idea? No, it's not, Zhang Xinlan stammered nervously. My younger brother said he needs 2 more days. In a couple of days I'll go get the bike. Mom, don't worry. My brother will take good care of it. She dared not say that her nephew had borrowed the bike for a date. If she did, she could imagine how angry her mother-in-law would be. Wu Guixiang said nothing more. But inside, Zhang Xinlan felt more anxious. She always felt it wouldn't be easy to get the bicycle back. She still knows her family's character well. The Zhang family always plans to get something for nothing, thinking they can take what they want without returning it. With their habit of always wanting more, whatever they take from others is unlikely to be given back. The family chatted casually, but Zhang Xinlan felt uneasy the whole time. The others didn't seem to notice. The next day, Su Qingyan didn't go to school. Instead, She went to the village office with Qin Yofu to prepare for the arrival of the inspection team. Luo Shui village has a good spirit. The villagers are hardworking and diligent. Qin Yofu toured the village and saw everyone working hard, feeling satisfied. He knew they needed to keep this good attitude, so the inspection team would have a good impression. They waited at the village entrance. It was almost 10 a.m. when the inspection team finally arrived. Seeing the people waiting, the team hurried forward. The leader, Chi Chu, immediately recognized Su Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Qingyun, you're waiting for me?" Su Qingyun also smiled and replied, "Uncle Chi, you don't come often, so I have to welcome you properly." The others in the team looked at each other, realizing that Professor Chi and this young student must know each other well. "Are you members of the inspection team? Thank you for your hard work on the way here." Qin Yofu quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Seeing Chi Chu at the front, he guessed that this was the team leader. It seemed that this team leader had a good relationship with Qingyun, which was very promising. "May I ask your name?" Qin Yofu inquired. Chi Chu smiled and said, "I'm Chi Chu, the team leader. This is Deputy Leader Zhangda." Qin Yofu guessed correctly. Chi Chu was indeed the head of the team. "Hello, Leader Chi, Deputy Zhang," Qin Yofu greeted quickly. "Hello. No need for formalities. Let's get straight to the point," Chi Chu said directly. "Let's go see the fields." "Good," Qin Yofu agreed, without hesitation. He led the way, explaining as they walked, "At this time of year, our villagers are working in the fields. It's almost spring planting season, so everyone is working hard to get a good harvest." Chi Chu nodded and asked, "Is your harvest usually good each year?" "It's pretty good." Qin Yofu felt quite proud. "Not to boast, but our village's harvest is among the best in this 10-mile area." Qin Yofu was truthful. Luo Shui village is indeed one of the wealthier villages nearby. Although the land is close and the soil quality isn't much different, the harvest depends on more than just soil. Planting, fertilizing, every step is very important. Nowadays, there are hardly any lazy people in the countryside. After all, if you don't work hard, you can't even fill your stomach, so how can you think about anything else? As they walked through the village, curious elders looked at them as they passed by, muttering in their hearts, "Who are these people?" The village head's face is almost smiling too much. Maybe some officials? Su Qingyun walked near the back of the group, silent all along. When they reached the fields, villagers working hard looked up curiously at the visitors. Seeing Chi Chu and the others, they were initially surprised, then remembered what the village head mentioned yesterday. Suddenly, they became alert. They didn't understand everything about the experimental fields, but they knew the benefits the village head had talked about. They knew that the best wheat varieties with high yields, the land acquisition subsidies, no one could resist these. Farmers care most about their crops and food. That's the foundation of everything. Chi Chu watched the villagers sweat and work hard, feeling satisfied. If they decided to set up a test site here, relying only on themselves wouldn't be enough. The local farmers know this land best. Finding good helpers to assist with the experiments would save them a lot of trouble. From what they saw now, the villagers of Luo Shui village were very positive. The inspection team crouched by the field, put on gloves, and took out clean sealed bags. They collected some soil samples to take back for testing. In the field, someone sharp-eyed noticed Su Qingyun walking beside the group. They poked Wu Guixiang and asked, "Aunt Wu, why is Qingyun following the village head and the others?" Wu Guixiang proudly lifted her head. "The inspection team is here. The village head specifically asked us to let Yunyun take a day off to help greet the team." "What's Qingyun's connection to the inspection team?" the person asked, puzzled. Wu Guixiang became more confident. "Of course, it's because we have a good relationship that they let us follow along. The people in that group all know us. Not long ago, we went to the provincial city together and came back together. Our family Yunyun said that if they really set up a testing site here, they would invite Yunyun to work with them." "Really so impressive?" The man widened his eyes. "The Su girl is truly outstanding. Not just in our village, but even in the 10-mile area. There's no one like her." People around also listened to Wu Guixiang repeatedly mention our Yunyun, and they felt jealous. After all, they all had children, so why was there such a big difference? What the people of Luoshui village didn't notice was that because of Su Qingyun's success, many families in the area, who didn't value education or favored boys over girls, started thinking about sending their children to school. Seeing Su Qingyun gave them hope. Maybe their own children could become like her. This directly caused the overall education rate in Luoshui County to be much higher than in other places. Qin Youfu and his team toured the village thoroughly, inspecting all the fields of different sizes and collecting several soil samples to take back for testing. Seeing that they had looked around enough, Chi Chu smiled. All right, Captain Qin, we understand the situation pretty well. Thank you all for supporting our work. Now we'll go back and hold a meeting to discuss the results. We'll inform you later. What do you think? Yes. It's all up to the leaders. Qin Youfu hurriedly nodded. We will definitely cooperate. Okay, then that's it. Chi Chu looked at the time. We'll be leaving now. Hey, Leader Qi, you should stay and have a meal here. We've prepared everything. Qin Youfu didn't expect them to be in such a hurry. No need. We have to go to the next place this afternoon. We don't want to delay, Chi Chu explained. Qin Youfu frowned. That's a bit too rushed. Just one meal won't take long. No matter how busy we are, we need to eat. We really won't be eating. If your village chooses the testing site, won't we have plenty of time for meals? When the time comes, there will be many more things to trouble you with. Captain Qin, don't mind the inconvenience, Chi Chu said with a smile. Leader Qi, what are you talking about? Always welcome, of course, Qin Youfu said, his eyes brightening. Does this mean there's a chance in the future? It seems their village has a good chance of being chosen for this experiment. Su Qingyun stood nearby, still silent. The group started walking out of the village. Chi Chu approached her. Qingyun, you're a native of Luo Shui village. Do you have any good ideas or suggestions? Su Qingyun smiled. Uncle Qi, I know nothing about farming, so I can't really give any advice. Chi Chu disagreed. Don't sell yourself short. You're young and smart. Just share your thoughts. We're just having a casual talk.
Then,
Uncle Qi, shall we find a place to chat? Su Qingyun asked. She smiled slyly. Come to my house. I've already prepared dinner. Chi Chu was taken aback, then laughed loudly. You're just waiting here for me, aren't you? That's not right. Look, you haven't even gone to visit Captain Qin when he invited you. Going to your house. What would people think? Nearby, Qin Youfu, with sharp ears, heard this and quickly waved his hand. It's no problem. No problem. Leader Qi and Qingyun are old friends. It's fine for you two to get together. The leaders can eat wherever they like. If they get along better with Qingyun, that's even better. Uncle Qi, we agreed before. When we're in the provincial city, I asked you for help. When we get to Luo Shui village, you can't refuse, Su Qingyun continued. My family has prepared breakfast early this morning, just waiting for you. My father keeps mentioning you.
well,
Chi Chu looked hesitant. Honestly, he should visit Luo Shui village, but now with the inspection team present, it doesn't seem like a good time. Su Qingyun saw his hesitation and smiled warmly at the others in the inspection group. Everyone come along. We're all ready. The group looked at each other, unsure. Uncle Qi, didn't you say you wanted to discuss? We're just changing places, Su Qingyun urged. Everyone hesitated, glancing at Chi Chu. Maybe they should follow the team leader's advice. You're such a clever girl, Chi Chu said with a helpless smile. Then he nodded. All right, today our inspection team will be shameless and go to this girl's house for a meal. What do you mean? Mooching?
Suin-yun blinked.
Are we supposed to be discussing? Yes, discussing, everyone agreed.
Ki Chu lao get lao li.
The members of the investigation team also laughed. Su Qingyun looked at Qin Youfu and said, Uncle Youfu, you should come along too. Qin Youfu was a bit surprised, as he didn't expect Su Qingyun to invite him. He hesitated for a moment, but nodded. All right, I'll go too. He mainly wanted to listen to their conversation, not just to eat. He thought for a moment and quietly spoke to someone nearby. Deputy Team Leader Zhang De smiled and said to Chi Chu, Old Chi, today we've all benefited from you. That's right.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed. Su Qingyun smiled and said, let's go now. The group turned and headed toward the Su family. At this moment, the Su family was busy. Since the investigation team was coming, Li Xiulian didn't go to work today. The three sisters-in-law were busy at home. Of course, this wasn't for nothing. Although they didn't complain, Su Qingyun had already decided to compensate the eldest aunt for the loss of her work today. Su Aimin also didn't go to work. He usually worked irregularly, sometimes 3 days working and 2 days resting. Wu Guixiang often said he was a lazy donkey that wouldn't grind. But since Su Aimin found a temporary job with a trucking team, his mother hadn't said much anymore. She actually knew that Su Aimin was secretly earning quite a bit of money. But in this world, these things always carried risks. Wu Guixiang scolded Su Aimin, but she was still worried because he was her son. She thought that if he could keep working as a temporary worker for the trucking team, it would be good. She never thought that Su Aimin took that job mainly to do better business. Li Xiulian and Zhang Xinlan were busy in the kitchen. Knowing that the investigation team was large, they bought plenty of ingredients. They slaughtered some meat and bought a chicken, which they started cooking early. Now it was tender and flavorful, with a tempting aroma that made nearby neighbors drool and wonder what delicious food the Su family was making. Living next door was quite a hardship. Besides that, they bought a 4 or 5 gene fish for braising. There were many other dishes of various sizes. The Su family only had 1 table for meals, and there were too many people to sit comfortably. They even borrowed 2 more tables from other families. Cooking was not much help from Su Aimin. He was responsible for moving tables and chairs, setting out bowls and chopsticks. After finishing these tasks, he thought for a moment, went into his room, and took out a jar of tea leaves. This was still the tea he brought back from the provincial city and had never taken out before. He pinched a small amount of tea leaves, closed the jar, and left the room. The thermos bottle contained hot water. He found a few enamel cups, put some tea leaves in 1 cup, and poured hot water over them to brew. The tea leaves Su Aimin bought were quite good. As soon as the hot water was poured, a fresh tea aroma filled the room. Zhang Xinlan sniffed, noticing the smell. She peeked out from the kitchen, saw Su Aimin's actions, and was surprised, her eyes wide open. "Third brother, when did you buy this tea?" This kind of tea was considered good quality, usually only affordable for worker and officer families. Most ordinary people could only enjoy some tea leaves residue, which was quite nice already. It was issued by the convoy, Su Aimin replied casually. Zhang Xinlan looked suspicious. "Your convoy's benefits are so good? They even give out such nice things as tea? Besides, third brother, aren't you a temporary worker? If temporary workers get tea, what do the regular workers get?" Su Aimin. He only said 4 words, but his sister-in-law kept nagging about it for so long. "Truly impressive. Tea eggs," he said expressionlessly. "What?" Zhang Xinlan didn't understand at first. Su Aimin stepped out of the house. "I'm going to see why they haven't arrived yet." He thought his sister-in-law was really too talkative. "Hey, I haven't finished what I was saying," Zhang Xinlan pouted. "Third brother really is always lying. Who would believe that the convoy gave out such good stuff?" Li Xiulian glanced at her and said calmly, "Why do you care where they got the things? Anyway, it's not yours." Zhang Xinlan choked. She muttered, "I was just saying. Third brother has been hiding such good things. He's really stingy." Su Aimin left the yard, looking along the road. From a distance, he saw his daughter and the team leader walking over with a group. He hurried forward to greet them. "Oh, Brother Qi, long time no see. It's really been a long time," he said excitedly, shaking hands with Qi Chu. Qi Chu was also very happy and shook his hand firmly. "Brother Su, it's been a long time. Last time Qingyan came to the provincial city, you didn't come either. That's a shame. This isn't because I thought she was grown up and could be independent. I just didn't go with her because I was worried too. Don't worry, Qingyun is such a smart girl. Nothing serious will happen." Qi Chu still remembers how, on the train, Su Qingyun calmly recited the string of numbers from the banknote. At that moment, he knew this child was truly extraordinary. Later, when they met again, it confirmed his opinion. That's true. Su Aimin said confidently, reaching out his hand. Let's go, let's go. We need to get inside quickly. The group entered the yard in a lively manner. The yard was very clean, with tables and chairs set out. Since the inside of the house was too small, they placed everything outside. Su Aimin hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. He went inside and brought out some tea he brewed, placing it on the table. Come, everyone, have some tea. Su Qingyin smiled because her father had already brought out the tea leaves. Thank you, thank you. The inspection team sat around the table, and Su Aimin also brought out some snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts. Chi-Chu quickly said, All right, Brother Su, are you planning to bring out everything from your home? Let's just fill our stomachs first. Dinner will be ready soon. Chi-Chu laughed. I can already smell the aroma.
I'm starving.
Deputy Team Leader Zhang De glanced inside the house. I'm really hungry too, haha. Old Chi, you're right to come with us. Of course, Chi-Chu said proudly, shaking his head. While they were chatting casually, some workers from the Su family returned. Seeing so many people in the yard, Wu Guixiang smiled and greeted everyone. Oh, are you the inspection team? Welcome, welcome. Chi-Chu quickly stood up and respectfully said, Are you Grandma Wu? I heard Brother Su mention you before. Yes, that's me, Wu Guixiang said with a big smile. This professor is really different, such good talker. Is this Mr. Su? Chi-Chu looked at Su Dalin next to Wu Guixiang. Su Dalin nodded with a faint smile. He is usually quiet and reserved. Come, please take the seats. Chi-Chu said kindly, and the others moved aside to make space. The old couple from the Su family sat in the main seats. After a few words, Li Xiulian and Zhang Xinlan from the kitchen started bringing out dishes. A table full of delicious-smelling dishes was quickly brought out, filling the entire table. There were shredded pork with green peppers, braised fish, stir-fried cabbage with chili, bamboo shoots with ham, and more. The aroma wafted straight into everyone's noses. The group had been busy all morning and was very hungry. When the dishes arrived, their stomachs started to rumble even louder. Sorry to trouble you all to make such a big feast, Chi-Chu said gratefully. Seeing Li Xiulian and another person heading toward the kitchen, she quickly added, Stop working so hard. The table is almost full already. There's also chicken soup, but that's about it. Zhang Xinlan and Li Xiulian went into the kitchen, filled 2 large bowls with fragrant chicken soup, each carefully brought out and placed on the table. Everyone come eat. Dig in. Wu Guixiang called out. Qin Youfu said, Auntie, wait a moment, there are still more dishes. Zhang Xinlan and Li Xiulian looked at each other. Where were the other dishes? Just then, the door opened, and someone carried over several large bowls of food. These were prepared earlier by Qin Youfu for the inspection team. Since the team was here to eat at the Su family's house, it was natural to bring the dishes here. Chi-Chu laughed. Now the table really can't hold any more. All right then, we won't hold back, everyone said. They all started eating, not thinking about work topics, just chatting casually. Although they all belonged to Province S, the province was large and populous. The local tastes in the provincial capital were different from here, so everyone found the food a bit new and interesting. Chi-Chu pointed to a dish of bamboo shoots with ham. We don't have this in our city. It tastes really good, meaty and fresh with the bamboo shoots. Hearing this, Zhang Xinlan straightened up proudly. She smiled confidently. Of course we don't have it here. The ham is a specialty sent from my older brother's hometown in Spring City. It's called Xiandu ham. We don't have this kind of thing here. Chi-Chu looked surprised. Really? That's quite rare. Your older brother is? She's in the army over there, Zhang Xinlan said, looking even more proud. Wow, that's impressive, Chi-Chu said, giving a thumbs up and showing respect. Protecting the country. True manly spirit.
Exactly.
My older brother wanted to join the army from the start. He kept it a secret from me and his father. He was determined. Nothing could stop him, Zhang Xinlan said, pretending to be helpless. Chi-Chu smiled and said, If children have this ambition, parents should support them. I only have one child, and he is doing research just like me. Otherwise, I would want to send him to join the army. Zhang Xinlan suddenly looked like she had found a kindred spirit. Yes, as parents. All right, let's eat first. Why are you talking so much? Wu Guixiang interrupted Zhang Xinlan sharply. Why is she so talkative? Was she here to chat? She had no sense of timing. Zhang Xinlan's smile faded, and she stayed silent. Chichu looked at Wu Guixiang. Aunt Wu, we're just chatting casually. It's nothing serious. I enjoy listening to you all. Okay, but let's eat first and then talk, Wu Guixiang said with a smile. Su Aimin invited Chichu. Come, Brother Chi, have some soup. It's been simmering for a long time and it smells great. Zhang Xinlan secretly pouted. Of course it smells good. They put so many spices in it. She looked at the table full of dishes. She felt sour inside. During their New Year's celebrations, they didn't eat so well. Having a guest here, they're eating so well. It's really unfair. Zhang Xinlan completely forgot that the money for this meal was paid by Su Qingyan alone. She didn't spend her family's money. She felt uncomfortable about eating such a good meal for free. Soon, everyone ate until they were full. Zhang covered his stomach with one hand and waved the other. I really can't eat any more. I'm too full. Chichu nodded. Me neither. The members of the inspection team also nodded. They had eaten too much this time. Zhang Xinlan proudly lifted her head. She was indeed the best cook in the family. Wu Guixiang frowned as she saw her getting so proud again. She shook her head inwardly. This second daughter-in-law really was like that. When she said something good about her, she seemed to soar to the sky. All right, clean up, Li Xiulian called out, helping Zhang Xinlan clear the table to make space for everyone. The meal was over, and it was time to get down to serious business. Chichu held his tea and took a sip. He smiled and said to Su Qingyan, Qingyan, have you thought about it? Will you join our work? Qin Youfu's eyes widened when he heard Chichu's first words.
What?
Letting Qingyan join their work?
Suinjun smiled helplessly.
Uncle Qi, I still have to go to school. Chichu's eyes widened. I don't even know you. What is going to school or not matter? The Su family member hesitated, opening their mouth but stopping short. Was this really important? Besides, I haven't asked you to delay your studies. If there's a test site set up in your village, it would be very convenient. You could help after school and on weekends. Su Qingyan. Uncle Qi, you really don't leave me any free time at all. Qi Chul laughed. Isn't that because capable people work more? Su Qingyan looked up at the sky. I wish I weren't capable.
Ha ha ha.
Qi Chu laughed loudly. Let's just agree on this. He knew that when Su Qingyan said things like that, she was basically agreeing. All right, Su Qingyan nodded helplessly.
It's settled then.
Qi Chu said eagerly. Qin Youfu's eyes lit up. It was a done deal. Qingyun's agreement meant that Leader Qi was hinting they might choose their Luo Shui village. No, it was almost a clear indication. This was wonderful. Qin Youfu felt very happy. After settling with Su Qingyan, Qi Chu didn't beat around the bush anymore. He directly asked, Qingyun, now tell us your opinion. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and said, generally, seed planting depends on the land. But since this is a special wheat trial site, we need to choose the land based on the seed. We should select fertile, moist, flat land that is easy to irrigate and drain. Also, we need to pick different types of land, plan on them at the same time, and carefully record how this wheat grows in various soil types. Only then can we get detailed data and the most complete conclusions. Qi Chu listened carefully and nodded as he heard. When Su Qingyan finished, he smiled and said, very well said. Your thinking is quite thorough. You see, you're not as clueless as you say. You're being too modest. The inspection team was also a bit surprised. They thought Leader Qi was recruiting this girl mainly for data analysis, but it turned out she knew quite a bit about farming. That would definitely give their team an advantage. I was just speaking casually, Su Qingyan said shyly. She looked at Qin Youfu and added, everyone in the village understands what I said, even more than I do. They are the most familiar with this land. Qi Chu nodded in agreement and said, you're right. Although we work in farming, no one knows this land better than the farmers. After all, Every bit of soil here is soaked with their sweat. He looked at Qin Yofu and said, Captain Qin, if this experiment site gets started, we will definitely need your help. Of course, Qin Yofu replied, feeling a bit surprised. We will definitely help. Leader Qi's words made it very clear that they were eager to cooperate. Qin Yofu thought about the benefits their village would gain after the experiment site was set up and couldn't help but smile. The Su family members didn't really understand what an experiment site was, but like everyone else in the village, they knew it was a very good thing. Everyone chatted for a while longer. The inspection team was about to leave and had to go to the next village to check it out. All right, Qingyun, Brother Su, Captain Qin, you don't need to see us off, Qi Chu said with a meaningful smile. We will meet again. Qin Yofu was very happy. Definitely. After seeing off the inspection team, Qin Yofu finally relaxed. He looked at Su Qingyun with gratitude. Qingyun, you really helped Uncle a lot today. He knew that if Su Qingyun hadn't spoken up, the inspectors might not have shown such clear interest in their village. Su Qingyun played an important role. Su Qingyun didn't think she had done much. You don't have to say that. Uncle Yofu, it's also because our village has advantages. Otherwise, why would they choose us? Choosing a wheat experiment site depends on specific conditions, not just what one person says or does. That's true, Qin Yofu nodded. All right, go back quickly. You're tired too. News about the inspection team liking Luoshui village somehow got out again. Also, Qi Chu's invitation for Su Qingyun to join their work was known by the villagers of Luoshui. Besides admiring Su Qingyun's ability, they didn't think much else. But a group of people started to get curious again. That group was the young, educated people of Luoshui village. They secretly thought, since Su Qingyun could go help, why couldn't they do the same? If the experiment site was to be established, it would definitely need help from the villagers. But now, most of the educated people in the village had gone to school to become teachers. Only this group of young, educated people remained, and they knew they could be helpful. A group of people felt excited about coming here, but they didn't consider that the inspection team didn't need knowledgeable and cultured people for help. Such people are plentiful. They actually needed locals who were born here and understood this land well. However, these young intellectuals barely knew when to plant crops or how to farm. How could they be chosen by the inspection team? No matter what they thought or planned, it was all pointless until the decision to set up the testing site was announced. Some people dreamed of this, but others saw clearly. After the incident with the teacher last time, Song Yan and his friends understood the true purpose of the higher-ups. As long as they remained young and educated, they couldn't fully use their talents. They were like a tasteless, discarded chicken rib, not useful, but a pity to throw away. For the first time, Song Yan felt lost. What was the meaning of their journey to the countryside? Where was the road ahead? He couldn't see clearly. What's wrong? You look so gloomy, someone's voice behind startled him, bringing him back to reality. He turned around and saw Su Qingyun holding a small bamboo basket. Nothing much. Where are you going? Song Yan asked with a smile. I'm going to find Xia Qiu to go mushroom picking in the mountains, Su Qingyun replied, looking at him. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Because of their previous interactions, she got along well with Song Yan. Seeing him standing here looking so sad, she asked a few more questions. Song Yan moved his lips, not wanting to say anything. But when he looked into Su Qingyun's eyes, he suddenly felt like talking. He thought for a moment and said, Qingyun, where do you think our generation's future lies? His tone was sad and a little confused. Su Qingyun was surprised, then laughed. Why are you thinking about such serious questions so early? She looked around, not caring whether it was clean or dirty. She sat down heavily on the edge of the field. A few days ago, the land was plowed, and today it needed to wake up again. Soon they could start planting. Come, sit, Su Qingyun invited him. Song Yan pursed his lips and sat beside her. The early spring morning was cool, bringing fresh air, flower scents, the smell of tender new shoots, and the unique scent of soil after being turned over. It was a smell that belonged only to this land. Su Qingyan looked into the distance and softly asked, Song Yan, you ask such questions because you think our generation lives in a bad time? Song Yan paused and gave a bitter smile, saying, the books say we are unlucky and have a hard fate. I think that might be the destiny of our generation. As society develops and systems change, the fate of ordinary people under a big country is too small to matter. They cannot resist the waves of change. They can only endure. Hearing the bitterness in his tone, Su Qingyan sighed and said, as ordinary people, we can do very little under the tide of the times. The books say we are unlucky and have a hard fate, but they also say we should stay strong and not give up hope. Even in poverty, we should keep our ambitions. If we can't change the world, we can at least prevent the world from changing us. If only it were that easy, Song Yan sighed. His sigh didn't come from his throat, but seemed to come from deep inside his soul. Su Qingyan thought for a moment and continued, I know an uncle who came from Beijing to our small town. It's like he fell from the clouds into the mud. I once asked him if he ever felt resentful. Do you know how he answered me? Song Yan looked at her with curiosity. What did he say? He said, Su Qingyan's gaze drifted to the distant green mountains, and her words echoed clearly in her mind, like the words of her father. He said, I don't feel resentful because I know that all I've experienced isn't due to someone's fault, but because our country made a small mistake on its path to the future. Eventually, it will find its way back. So, how could I be resentful? He also said, decades ago, our ancestors took many wrong turns before finding the right way to save the country. Now, it's just the hurdles in the flow of history. He added, I believe after the storm comes the rainbow, and after darkness, dawn. All we need to do is wait. Su Qingyan repeated her father's words carefully and seriously. The person who was once full of shock was now replaced by Song Yan. Song Yan didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. It was like a blocked dam suddenly breaking open, or walking in darkness and suddenly seeing the sun and dawn. His heart suddenly relaxed, feeling much happier. He couldn't help but smile and said, the uncle you mentioned truly cares about this country. I may not have his deep understanding of loyalty, but I sincerely admire him. Su Qingyan smiled and said, it's not about loyalty. He just sees the world clearly. No matter where he goes or what he experiences, he never forgets his original goal. That's the best part. Song Yan was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, you're right. We really shouldn't fall into despair. Even if we don't know what tomorrow will bring, we should walk forward bravely. He smiled with relief. Seeing that he finally understood, Su Qingyan also smiled. As she smiled, she suddenly asked, who says we don't know where the road leads? Song Yan looked at her in confusion. What does she mean? Su Qingyan counted the days and said, just wait and see. Like this land, autumn is a good season, a season of harvest. Next autumn, there will be good news. After saying this, Su Qingyan stood up from the ridge. She said to Song Yan, who was still puzzled, I'm leaving now. Summer and autumn are waiting for me. Su Qingyan turned and left, leaving Song Yan sitting alone on the ridge, pondering the meaning behind her words. Next autumn, there will be good news. Su Qingyan turned her back to him, a smile on her face. Next autumn, returning to the college entrance exam would be the best news of the season and the best harvest. She walked all the way to Summer and Autumn's house. Summer and Autumn had been waiting for her for a long time. As soon as she saw her, she pouted and complained, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for half a day. I met Song Yan on the way and talked with him for a bit.
Song Yan?
Summer and Autumn looked puzzled.
What did you talk about?
Nothing much, just a few casual words. Su Qingyan didn't go into details. Since it was such a serious and sensitive topic, it was better to say less.
Okay.
Although she was a bit curious, Summer and Autumn wisely didn't ask more. She picked up a basket beside her and said, let's go. Su Qingyan widened her eyes. Do you really need a basket? Are you planning to pick all the mushrooms on the mountain? Better to bring a big one just in case. What if we find something good on the mountain? Summer and Autumn said excitedly. Let's go quickly. The sun is about to rise. All right, don't pull me, Su Qingyun said helplessly. The two of them happily walked up the mountain, chatting and laughing. Xiaoqiu's family was very strict, so she rarely went to the mountains. This time, she was allowed only because she said she wanted to go with Su Qingyun. She didn't understand why her family seemed to feel more at ease whenever they heard Su Qingyun's name. It was strange. They quickly reached the foot of the mountain, where some village women were digging for wild vegetables. Although the hardest times had passed, poor families still liked to go out and pick wild vegetables to eat. Most of the vegetables, after removing the bitter roots and stems, were blanched and then mixed with salt, chili, and soy sauce to make a cold dish. It was simple but tasty, a nice addition to the meal. It rained a couple of days ago, so there should be lots of mushrooms on the mountain, Xiaoqiu said happily, bouncing as she walked. She was excited, like going on a spring outing, just picking mushrooms. Take it slow, don't fall, Su Qingyun called out. Xiaoqiu turned around and waved at her.
No worries.
We'll be quick. Maybe those women already found a lot of mushrooms. If we wait too long, they might pick them all. Okay, Su Qingyun said, speeding up her steps. They continued climbing and really did find many mushrooms hiding in the grass and on wooden stakes. They looked plump and white, bunches and clusters very cute. Xiaoqiu looked at the mushrooms with bright eyes. She hurried, quickly pulling each one out by the roots and putting them into her basket. Qingyun, you should pick some too, Xiaoqiu called. I'm already picking, Su Qingyun replied calmly, placing a mushroom into her small basket. After rain, the most common mushrooms were chicken fat mushrooms. These mushrooms are called the best among fungi because they are thick, juicy, and tender, with white silk-like flesh, a sweet and crispy taste, and rich in nutrients the body needs. They are a rare and valuable find in this remote countryside. There are many ways to eat chicken fat mushrooms. They can be stir-fried alone or cooked with various meats, seafood, and vegetables. Whether fried, pan-fried, mixed, stewed, or braised, they always taste fresh and delicious. Xiaoqiu was right. Many people knew that mushrooms would appear after rain. The mountain was now quite busy, but most people stayed in the middle and lower parts. Xiaoqiu thought for a moment and said to Su Qingyun, maybe we should go a little higher? Su Qingyun considered it and nodded. Okay. Going a little further up is not very dangerous. The mountains here are not deep, and there are no big wild animals, at most some snakes, insects, and ants. She is not afraid of these. Let's go, said Xiaoqiu, looking at her basket, which already had 2 shallow layers. She glanced at Su Qingyun's small basket and rolled her eyes. Why did you pick so few? Isn't it because you're so fast?
Suinjun smiled.
That's true. I'll pick more later and share with you, Xiaoqiu said proudly, lifting her chin. The two moved to a better part of the mountain. Here, there were hardly any people, the trees were taller, and the grass grew thicker. At this point, there were almost no paths left. Su Qingyun picked up a stick, pushed aside the tall weeds, and warned Xiaoqiu, be careful. There might be snakes or something. No girl likes cold-blooded animals like snakes. Xiaoqiu shrank her neck and followed closely behind Su Qingyun. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she happily shouted, Qingyun, look over there. So many mushrooms. Su Qingyun looked in the direction Xiaoqiu pointed. Sure enough, clusters of plump, white mushrooms grew by the trees, ignored by others, waiting for them to pick. Hurry, hurry. Xiaoqiu ran quickly and ruthlessly pulled out the mushrooms by the roots. She said proudly, I told you to bring a bigger basket. Now it's perfect. Yes, Su Qingyun also crouched down and picked some mushrooms into her small basket. Suddenly, she stopped and asked Xiaoqiu, did you hear any sounds? What? Xiaoqiu said, without looking up. Su Qingyun frowned, trying to listen carefully. The clear chirping of birds mixed with some rustling sounds, something brushing through the weeds and stepping on the ground. It seemed like something was approaching. Su Qingyun's whole body tensed up, her alertness at its highest. Xiaoqiu, stop picking. Let's go. Uncertain, Xiaoqiu was pulled up by Su Qingyun. Just as she was about to say something, Su Qingyun covered her mouth. Xiaqiu was dragged aside by Su Qingyun and hid behind a thick vine. What's wrong? Xiaqiu asked softly, looking at Su Qingyun's serious face. Su Qingyun put her index finger to her lips and whispered, "Sure." Two people crouched silently in the grass, staying very still. Su Qingyun looked alert, watching ahead. Xiaqiu also sensed something was wrong and held her breath. They kept their eyes fixed on what was in front of them. Their breathing was quiet, but the rustling sounds grew louder and closer. Their hearts almost jumped into their throats. What could it be? As the sound grew louder, a strange smell filled the air. Su Qingyun sniffed hard, her eyes wide with surprise. It was a rusty, metallic smell, the scent of blood. She quietly reached into her basket and grabbed a sharp sickle. Xiaqiu's eyes widened in shock. Why did she have a sickle while picking mushrooms? Prepared for any danger, Su Qingyun mouthed. Xiaqiu understood her. Wow, being so prepared is impressive. Su Qingyun held the sickle tightly. Xiaqiu was nervous and stayed close to her. Soon, they saw what was coming. A large dark shape was panting heavily as it moved toward them. It was heading in the direction where they had been picking mushrooms. It dragged one leg, looking injured, and didn't walk fast. The blood smell was even stronger. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. It was a black pig, an injured black pig. It was bleeding from its leg, and there was blood on its face too. It had just been in a fierce fight and looked exhausted. Su Qingyun's heart was pounding, not from fear, but from excitement. A strong black pig weighing hundreds of pounds. She wasn't sure she could catch it, but now that it was hurt and vulnerable, why wait? Xiaqiu seemed to realize what Su Qingyun was thinking. Her eyes widened in shock, and she grabbed Su Qingyun's hand, shaking her head wildly. No, it was too dangerous. A wild pig, even injured, was not something they should mess with. Su Qingyun patted Xiaqiu's hand to calm her down. The pig seemed tired from walking and leaned against a tree to rest, breathing heavily. Its leg was bleeding, and Su Qingyun looked closer. She saw that its belly was also injured. The wound wasn't big but looked deep, as if something sharp had pierced it. Su Qingyun grew more excited. If the pig was badly hurt, she had a better chance. She focused and mouthed to Xiaqiu to stay where she was and not move. Don't. Summer and Autumn dared not make a sound. They watched helplessly as Su Qingyun slowly moved, almost silently, circling behind the tree where the black pig was leaning. She held a sickle carefully, approaching with caution, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. She was very close to the pig. If it turned its head, it would see her. Summer and Autumn covered their mouths in fear, worried they might scream by accident. They could only watch as Su Qingyun raised her sickle toward the pig's head. When she got close enough, the pig seemed to sense something and was about to turn its head. At that moment, Su Qingyun didn't blink. She swung the sharp sickle down quickly and precisely, cutting the pig's neck. The wild pig's thick skin and meat made it tough, but Su Qingyun was prepared and used a lot of strength. The cut was so swift that the pig didn't have time to react. The artery in its neck was severed, and blood spurted out wildly. The pig didn't struggle much, and soon lost its life. Its heavy body, weighing around 200 or 300 pounds, fell with a loud thud. Summer and Autumn stared blankly at the scene, completely stunned. She looked at Su Qingyun's expression, feeling a strange sense of awe. Although she knew from before that Su Qingyun had fought off some troublemakers, this time was different. She had seen Su Qingyun cut the throat of a pig with her own eyes. How could Qingyun be so brave? The bloody, intense scene made her dizzy, and she took a long time to recover. Qiu, what are you standing there for? Come here. Su Qingyun called Summer and Autumn back to their senses. She trembled and walked over with her legs trembling like noodles. Looking at the pig, covered in blood, Summer and Autumn almost felt like vomiting. She covered her nose and asked, "What should we do? How are we going to handle this?" The pig was so big, how could two girls carry it away? She glanced at her basket, which was only half filled with mushrooms, and frowned. My basket can't hold it either. Should we go back and call someone? Summer and Autumn suggested. Su Qingyun didn't answer her question. She stood up, looked around, and suddenly headed toward the direction of the pig. Hey, Qingyun, where are you going? Summer and Autumn hurried to follow her. Su Qingyun walked toward the pig, and it wasn't hard to tell where it had come from because there were bloodstains along the way. Su Qingyun looked around and said, "Do you think that black pig was hurt for no reason? It must have just been in a fierce fight, and there are probably other animal bodies nearby. Also, judging by its injuries, it hasn't gone far. There should be another animal nearby. Let's look around. We might find more than just that black pig." After hearing her, Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up.
Really? Yes, Suinjun nodded.
Soon, the two saw a white figure on the ground in the distance. There, they shouted and ran quickly over. As they got closer, they saw clearly that the white figure was actually a wild white mountain goat. Its white fur was covered in dried blood, tangled into clumps. It was lying silently on the ground, obviously dead for a long time. Su Qingyun cheered excitedly. Big catch. Big catch. Xiaoqiu also lost her disgusted feelings and rubbed her hands excitedly.
Great.
This is amazing. One large black pig and a mountain goat. When animals fight, the winner gets the prize. They really hit the jackpot today. Su Qingyun examined the goat carefully. No wonder the black pig's wound was a big hole. It was caused by the goat's horn. The horn was still bloody. If the black pig hadn't been stronger, they wouldn't know who would win. Now, both the pig and the mountain goat belonged to them. After their excitement, they quickly calmed down. How could they carry such big animals back? They were both worried for a moment. Su Qingyun thought for a moment. Let's drag the goat over first. Yes, Xiaoqiu nodded. My basket is over there. Let's go quickly before someone else finds it. And that pig too. When she mentioned the black pig, Xiaoqiu's mouth watered. She had only eaten farmed pork before. She hadn't tried wild black pig meat yet. Her grandmother said it was the most delicious, tasty, and chewy. She hadn't eaten it, but just thinking about the flavor made her hungry. Su Qingyun sighed. Who else would come up here besides us? The mountain wasn't very deep, but there had been big insects before. Who knew if they were still there? That's why the villagers didn't dare come up. Only they were brave enough to go up. If they hadn't come today, they wouldn't have such a big harvest. It's true, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This goat probably weighs around 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. Although Su Qingyun could carry it alone, she didn't want to dirty her clothes. So, she and Xiaoqiu each dragged one animal to the spot where the wild boar had been. The two animals were placed side by side, and their smiles became more obvious. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and asked Xiaoqiu, "Qiu, what do you think about this pig and the goat? Should we go down the mountain and call the villagers to help?" Xiaoqiu was surprised and rolled her eyes. Call the villagers? We found these ourselves, just our families. I'm not that selfless. It's fine to dig up some wild vegetables or find mushrooms to bring home, but for animals like this, hundreds of jin of meat, the discovery belongs to the whole village. If one person finds it, it's not just theirs. Xiaoqiu considered herself not a selfish person, but she didn't believe in sharing the meat she found. Su Qingyun smiled and blinked. I think the same. Xiaoqiu let out a breath of relief. I thought you might want to share. I'm not stupid. I was the one who killed the pig, Su Qingyun said confidently. Xiaoqiu remembered Su Qingyun's quick throat cutting earlier and felt a little embarrassed. Qingyun, I only want a little to take home for my family to try. You can have the rest. She heard the noise of the wild boar, which was taken care of by Su Qingyun. Even the goat was found by Su Qingyun. She didn't do anything, it was already good enough to get some meat for free. Su Qingyun waved her hand. We don't need to be so precise about dividing. We agreed to split it equally. Xiaoqiu was very touched and hugged her. Yunyun, you're so good to me. The meat was worth about 7 mao per jin now, so this 100 jin of pork was worth quite a bit, several dozen yuan. The black pig meat might be even more expensive. All right. Let's quickly cover them up to hide the blood smell. If other animals come up the mountain and find them, it'll be trouble, Su Qingyun said. Once they're hidden, we can go down the mountain and call the others. Okay. Xiaqiu nodded eagerly, trusting everything Su Qingyun said. The two quickly cut some weeds and covered the wild boar and goat tightly to hide them. Then, they carried baskets and went down the mountain. They walked quickly and soon reached the foot of the mountain. The group of women was still there. Seeing the two girls come down, they smiled and said, Qingyun, Xiaqiu, how many mushrooms did you pick? Are you heading back now? Just half a basket. Su Qingyun smiled and said, we can't pick all the mushrooms at once. We need to leave some for others. Later, you can go see for yourselves. There are still quite a few. As soon as she spoke, a group of women immediately smiled like blooming flowers. That's so kind of you. You're such a thoughtful girl. Thank you in advance. You're welcome, Auntie. We're leaving now, Su Qingyun said with a smile. It was just a few mushrooms, nothing special. The most important prey had already been caught, so Su Qingyun was not worried about it being discovered. Not to mention these women, even the young men in the village wouldn't go up to that part of the mountain. Su Qingyun and Xiaqiu reached the fork in the path and went separate ways to inform their families. Grandma, I'm back. Su Qingyun hurriedly called as she stepped into the yard. Wu Guixiang came out of the house. Back. Are you cold? You really went up the mountain in this cold weather to pick mushrooms? Come inside and warm up by the fire. Let me see how much I picked. Wu Guixiang glanced at her basket, which was half full of chicken mushrooms. She nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, a good harvest. Grandma will make chicken stew with mushrooms for you. Inside, Zhang Xinlan heard this and gritted her teeth. She wanted to eat chicken stew with mushrooms, and she thought that was the best thing ever. Su Qingyun peeked inside to see the people warming themselves by the fire, then pulled her grandma aside. What's wrong? Wu Guixiang looked puzzled. Su Qingyun whispered, Grandma, Xiaqiu, and I also found some prey. What prey? Wu Guixiang was confused. Su Qingyun leaned close to her ear and said, Xiaqiu and I found a pig and a mountain goat on the mountain.
What?
Wu Guixiang suddenly raised her voice, eyes wide open. Really? Are you joking with me? How could I joke?
Swingjun de Blade.
It's true. The pig and the mountain goat are still lying on the mountain. Xiaqiu, and I can't bring them down. Wu Guixiang still couldn't believe it. How could there be such big animals on that mountain? I've heard of big bugs and bears before, but after those tough years, everything was stripped away. Even though no one has been up the mountain these days, there shouldn't be such big creatures, right? And they just happened to be seen by Qingyun and her friends. Wait, seen? Wu Guixiang looked at her with a serious face. Baby, tell Grandma. Even with the pig and the goat, how did you and Xiaqiu manage to kill those two big animals? Well, the pig and the goat were fighting. The goat lost, and the black pig was badly hurt. Xiaqiu and I just happened to be picking mushrooms nearby and saw everything. It was pure luck, Su Qingyun explained. Wu Guixiang squinted at her. Both of them died? That's so coincidental? Su Qingyun touched her nose and lowered her voice a bit. The black pig was hurt but didn't die. It was leaning against a tree, and I snuck up behind it and strangled its neck. What did you say? Wu Guixiang looked at her obedient and gentle child with disbelief. Where did she get the courage to deal with such wild animals? If the black pig wasn't badly hurt and fought back, what if she couldn't kill it? What if she only made it furious? Thinking about these possibilities, Wu Guixiang felt scared. She couldn't help but slap Su Qingyun a few times. Child, why are you so brave all of a sudden? All right, Grandma. It's fine now, isn't it? You know me. I wouldn't do something I wasn't sure about. The black pig was really helpless at the time, so I dared to act. Su Qingyun hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Think about it, we have plenty of meat now, enough for the whole family to eat for a long time. Wu Guixiang glared at her annoyed. Meat. Is the family missing a piece of meat? What if something happens to you?
No, wait.
How did you do it? Wu Guixiang suddenly asked. Su Qingyun silently took out the sickle from her basket. Wu Guixiang looked at the blood-stained sickle and felt her anger rise again. Did she really use the sickle to cut the black pig's neck? Truly, she was speechless. She could only hold back her anger and glare at her again. This girl always quietly does big things, never making things easy for her. She took a deep breath. Where is the prey now? It's on the mountain. We covered it with thick grass to hide it, to avoid attracting other animals and to prevent others from discovering it, she said confidently. Wu Guixiang didn't think much of it. After all, it was her Yun who found it. Naturally, it belonged to their family. But she wouldn't just let everyone in the village share it. What about Xiaqiu? She also went back to tell her family. Wu Guixiang nodded. The Xia family has good character, and after sharing the meat, they wouldn't go around showing off. She thought carefully. During the day, they definitely couldn't go up the mountain. With so many people and eyes everywhere, if they were accidentally caught, it would be hard to explain to everyone. Yun, you go tell the Xia family. After we finish dinner tonight, we wait until it gets dark, then go up the mountain directly. We can divide the meat there, and each take some home. It won't waste much time. Yun said that the pig weighed about 200 or 300 jin, and there was also a sheep. Whether they could bring it back or not, the strong smell of blood wouldn't go unnoticed by nearby families. So, dividing the meat quickly on the mountain was the best choice. Okay, I understand. Su Qingyun went to tell her grandmother's words to the Su family and Xiaqiu. Xiaqiu nodded.
Good, I understand.
My grandmother said the same. When the time comes, we'll go up the mountain together. Su Qingyun went home. During lunch, Wu Guixiang didn't say anything, so Su Qingyun didn't speak either. In the afternoon, after the Su family finished their nap, Su Daling went out for a walk. Su Qingyun was reading in her room. Several sisters-in-law were pulling fabric, preparing to make some clothes for spring. Some of the fabric was brought back by earlier, and some was brought back by Su Qingyun from the provincial city. They were good quality, and Li Xiulian and Zhang Xinlan kept touching them, unable to put them down. This fabric is really nice, Zhang Xinlan said, touching the cloth and then her own clothes, which felt completely different. It feels smooth. The old landlords and officials in the past probably never wore such fine fabric, right?
Li Xiulian smilat.
Of course. This kind of fabric is very expensive in department stores. We're lucky to be able to use such good material, thanks to the third family's help. Zhang Xinlan didn't say anything, but she didn't think it was just because of the third family. It sounded like they owed him a lot. She never realized she hadn't contributed anything to this family. Qining was also sewing clothes. She took a piece of white fabric with yellow flowers, planning to make a simple dress for Su Qingyun to wear when it got hot. Wu Guixiang watched the women busy with their work and called the men in the house to the side. What are they doing? Zhang Xinlan looked at them leaving the house and heading to the yard, curious. Li Xiulian didn't care much. She looked at the red fabric in Zhang Xinlan's hand and hesitated, saying, Xinlan, can I trade you some of this red cloth? I want to make a flower to sew on it. That's not possible. Zhang Xinlan immediately lost interest. I don't have enough of it myself. Besides, you're making clothes for Big Brother and the soldiers. What kind of flowers do 2 grown men need? I'm making it for Cici, Li Xiulian smiled.
Oh.
Zhang Xinlan widened her eyes, sounding a bit sour. Big sister-in-law is really nice to her daughter-in-law. Li Xiulian glanced at her, speaking calmly. If I'm not kind to my daughter-in-law, then who am I kind to? I believe you will do the same in the future, Xinlan. Qining couldn't help but smile slightly. She knew that her second sister-in-law was most worried about the marriage of the 2 brothers, Wen and Wu. Big sister-in-law's words seemed to poke at her heart. Sure enough, Zhang Xinlan's face turned green from Li Xiulian's gentle but sharp words. She didn't think about anything else anymore. In the yard, Wu Guixiang looked at her 3 sons and lowered her voice, saying, Tonight after dinner, when it gets dark, we'll go up the mountain together. The 3 brothers looked at each other. Mom, why go up the mountain? Why does it have to be at night? Wu Guixiang lowered her voice even more. Of course, there's a reason.
So I mean Said, Mom, speak louder.
Others can't hear. Wu Guixiang shot him a look. It's because of Yun Yun. Today, she and the girl from the Xia family caused a big fuss. They went up the mountain this morning to pick mushrooms, found some game, and are hiding on the mountain. We'll go get them tonight.
What?
Su Aigua opened his mouth wide. The two girls went hunting?
Su Aiden said, Mom. Hunting?
Just rabbits and wild chickens. Why do we have to go at night? I tell you, you two are really slow, Wu Guixiang scolded, annoyed. I already said we'd go get them. If it's just rabbits or wild chickens, they can't bring them back?
Su Aimin froned.
Mom, what exactly is it? I told you don't call out. Wu Guixiang paused. It's a pig and a goat.
What?
The three brothers said in unison. I told you not to shout. Wu Guixiang ground her teeth and said, Anyway, that's how things are.
Tonight we will go up the mountain.
The Xia family is also going. We will divide the meat on the mountain and then bring it back, so we won't disturb the villagers. The three brothers hadn't fully understood and looked a bit dazed. Yun Yun and the girl from the Xia family fought a wild boar and a mountain goat. That sounds so unbelievable. Su Aimin's expression changed several times. His first thought was to worry about his daughter's safety. He turned and went inside the house to ask Su Qingyan what happened. Seeing her father unusually calm with a serious face, Su Qingyan had no choice but to honestly tell everything. Su Aimin was stunned and almost fell backward in anger. How dare you, girl? That was a wild boar, an animal. How could you go and fight it? Hunters who hunt regularly wouldn't dare to attack a wild boar easily, but she went ahead with a sickle? I did fight it. Su Qingyan shrank her neck and whispered, I saw that black pig was badly hurt. If it hadn't been for that, she wouldn't have been so brave. She knew her own strength and could tell her limits. Su Aimin's eyes widened. You think you're right? No. Su Qingyan smiled carefully and promised, I swear, Dad, I won't do it again next time. You're not going to do it again? Su Aimin raised his voice. No. Su Qingyan almost swore on the spot. That's more like it.
Su Aimin snorted softly.
Su Qingyan sent her father out of the room and finally let out a sigh of relief. The family seemed easily frightened. She should be more careful in the future. Qining still didn't know that her precious daughter had done something so brave. She was still sewing clothes with her two sisters-in-law. Coming from a good family, she had never done much sewing herself. Over the years, she had learned a little, but she still couldn't compare to Li Xiulian and Zhang Xinlan, who had been sewing since childhood. While sewing, she asked Li Xiulian for advice. Your stitches should go this way, then loop around and come back. Li Xiulian carefully pointed out, and Qining listened attentively. Zhang Xinlan rolled her eyes from the side. This sister-in-law was pretending to be kind again. After listening for a while, Qining smiled gratefully and asked, Sister-in-law, do you want red fabric? I still have some here. You can take it and use it. Qining smiled gently, as if she hadn't seen Zhang Xinlan's surprised expression beside her.
That's
embarrassing. Li Xiulian hesitated, feeling a bit shy. It's nothing. We're family, just a piece of cloth, no big deal, Qining said, then got up to fetch some fabric from inside. She quickly returned with a square piece of cloth as long as her arm. Seeing it, Li Xiulian smiled. The bright red color was really nice. I just want to make a flower. Where would I get such a big piece? She said with a smile. No problem. Just take it and make what you want. All right, I'll return the extra to you later, Li Xiulian said happily, no longer hesitating. Qining smiled warmly, that's fine. Then Zhang Xinlan hesitated and asked, Old third sister-in-law, can I have the leftover piece? Qinying's smile faded slightly. I already gave it to my eldest sister-in-law. It's her thing. You should ask her. Zhang Xinlan immediately looked at Li Xiulian. Li Xiulian smiled. She hadn't used her piece yet, but was already thinking about the leftovers. She was always dreaming of good things. We'll see later, Li Xiulian replied casually. Don't you have red fabric? Why are you asking me about this? Besides, your family has 3 grown men. What do you need red fabric for? She was simply returning Zhang Xinlan's words as they were. Zhang Xinlan choked a little, then said, Can I make clothes for myself? Qining and Li Xiulian exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. She making her own clothes? First of all, she was already older and wearing such bright colors. Her skin was darker than others, so wearing red would make her look even darker. Hey, what are you laughing at? Zhang Xinlan widened her eyes. Why can't I wear red clothes? Yes, Qining said, trying not to laugh. Second sister-in-law, you should make clothes for second brother and Kongwu first. Kongwen was in the army, and everything was arranged by the state. There was no need for the family to sew clothes for him. Stop making clothes, Wu Guixiang suddenly said as she walked over. Go cook first. Let's eat early today. Okay. Li Xiulian and Zhang Xinlan stood up obediently. They didn't ask why they needed to eat early today. Over at the Xia family, they had already heard the news from Xia Qiu and were shocked. Xiao Qiu, are you saying that the girl from the Su family cut the wild boar's throat with a sickle? Xia Qiu's father swallowed hard and asked.
Yes.
Xia Qiu nodded happily, full of admiration. I saw it with my own eyes. Her father looked at his daughter's proud expression and felt a bit conflicted. Having such a brave girl wasn't necessarily a good thing. That girl is so daring, he said. Isn't that a good thing? It shows she's brave. Her mother, Su Hanha, thought highly of Su Qingyun's courage. Xiao Qiu, what were you doing at the time? Her mother asked. Xia Qiu felt a little embarrassed. I was just watching from the side, I didn't do anything. So, Su Hanha hesitated. If we didn't do anything, how can we share the meat? I said the same. But Yunyan said everyone who sees it gets a share. Xia Qiu raised her head proudly, feeling proud. Yunyan doesn't care about these things. That's true, but we shouldn't be too shameless, her mother thought for a moment. All right, later I'll go up the mountain with your father. We'll just take a small share, just a taste. Her father nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Their family was well off, and they didn't need that little bit of meat. Xia Qiu had no objections. During dinner at the Su family's house, the men ate quickly, finishing a bowl of coarse rice porridge in no time, making the women stare in shock. What's wrong with you today? Eating like you're fighting over it. You didn't work today either. Are you that hungry? Zhang Xinlan asked curiously. Wu Guixiang casually said, We have something to do later, so we're going out. What's the matter? Going out at this hour? Zhang Xinlan looked outside. It was already dark. Why ask so many questions? Wu Guixiang said impatiently. Are you so full of questions you can't keep quiet? Zhang Xinlan didn't dare say anything. The three brothers finished eating quickly, and Su Qingyan was almost done too. She knew exactly where they were going, so she would definitely go along. Wu Guixiang looked at her three sons. Once you're done, start getting the tools. They went to the yard, took out the baskets and knives they had prepared earlier, all ready. Let's go, Wu Guixiang waved her hand excitedly. There's several 100 pounds of meat waiting. Su Dalin stood at the door and reminded them, be careful. Zhang Xinlan was even more curious. What exactly was going on? She stretched her neck, watching them leave, puzzled beyond words. The sky was already dark, but there was still a faint blue light on the horizon. It wasn't completely black. They didn't have flashlights, so they took advantage of the little night light and headed towards the mountain. It was cold now, and everyone had gone to bed early after dinner. There was no one on the road. The night wind was a bit chilly, but everyone was excited inside. So much meat was waiting for them. How could they not feel excited? Hey, wait a minute. Does someone seem to be ahead? Su Igua suddenly whispered. He saw three blurry figures not far ahead. They quickly hid behind a patch of bamboo. Who are those people? Coming out and wandering around in the middle of the night? Su Aimin said, feeling speechless. Su Igua and Su Adong silently looked at him. Weren't they also wandering around in the middle of the night? This is such a waste of time. Su Qingyun poked her head out to look. The shorter figure ahead looked very familiar. She said to Wu Guixiang, that looks like Xia Qiu. What? Su Aimin's eyes were sharp. He also peeked out and identified it really is. Wu Guixiang immediately said, let's go, let's go. You're just scaring yourself. The group of people came out of the bamboo forest quickly and tried to catch up with the three from the Xia family. The Xia trio heard the footsteps getting closer and froze in fear. They looked back and then relaxed when they saw who it was. Is that you? Su Aimin smiled. Who else could it be? Did you bring what you needed? Yes, the Xia trio waved their tools, bright, sharp machetes that looked very dangerous. Good, Wu Guixiang praised. Let's hurry up, Su Hana said. It wouldn't be good if we run into someone from the village. Exactly. Let's go. They quickened their pace up the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they were about to go up. The place was already very quiet. The dense forest in the dark night looked especially frightening. I'll go in front, Su Aimin said first. He was young and strong, so he could handle any sudden problems. Su Qingyun and Xia Qiu walked in second. They knew the way. Behind them were Su Hanhe and Wu Guixiang, and the other men brought up the rear. Wu Guixiang looked around. Turn on the flashlight, she said. There were no houses here, so using a flashlight was fine. Besides, they couldn't go up the mountain in total darkness. We turned on 2 flashlights, one in front and one behind, so everyone could see the path. Su Qingyun checked the direction and said, Let's go this way. The people behind followed closely, holding their tools tightly. It was late at night, and although they felt a little nervous about going up the mountain, being in a group made them less afraid. After walking for a while, Wu Guixiang asked Yunyun, How much longer? You 2 kids have come so far. Not far now, we're almost there, Su Qingyun replied, touching her nose. Soon, they reached the place. Without needing Su Qingyun to say anything, everyone could smell the scent. Luckily, it was cold now, so the smell wasn't too strong. Su Qingyun pushed aside the thick grass covering the area, revealing a black pig and some goats. Even at night, they could see clearly. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were all excited about the meat. Let's get started, Wu Guixiang said eagerly. It was late, and the mountain was still dangerous. They couldn't stay long. Everyone grabbed their tools and began. They first cut the pig's legs, then chopped off its large head. They split the pig's belly in half. As for the skin and fur, they knew they would have to deal with those later back home. The goats were cut into equal parts too. After finishing with the animals, the 2 families prepared to share the meat. Before Su family could speak, Su Hanhua quickly said, Auntie, we didn't help much with this. We'll just take this much. She reached out and took a few pieces, 1 pig's hoof and 1 goat's hoof, probably about 1/5 of the total. Wu Guixiang paused and shook her head. How can that be? They had risked coming up the mountain too. It wasn't fair for the Su family to take so much just because they were more people. Su Hanhua smiled and said, There's nothing wrong with that. Yunyun caught the pig, and she found the goats. We've already gotten a good deal, just by sharing these. But it's still too little. Let's take a bit more, Wu Guixiang said, adding a few more pieces into their baskets. All right, that's enough. Thank you, Auntie, Su Hanhua said quickly. Okay. Wu Guixiang nodded, looking around to make sure everything was packed up. Let's go down the mountain. We have finished descending the mountain. The 3 brothers from the Su family are carrying full baskets of meat. Su Qingyun walks behind, shining a flashlight to light the way for everyone, while Wu Guixiang walks at the back. Everyone is carrying things, and going down the mountain is not faster than going up. They step carefully 1 foot at a time until they reach the bottom. It is already completely dark, with only a few stars shining in the night sky. It looks like tomorrow will be a good day for weather. The 2 families split at the fork in the road. The Su family quietly returns home, entering the house directly, and only then do they put down the sturdy baskets. Oh my, what is this? Several daughters-in-law, who hadn't slept yet, exclaimed when Zhang Xinlan opened the basket. Wu Guixiang glared at her. Why are you making such a fuss? Are you afraid people will hear? Li Xiulian was also stunned. The full baskets of meat could only be meat. Where did so much fresh meat come from? It still had blood on it. Zhang Xinlan covered her mouth, looking frightened. Mom, you didn't go to the black market, did you? Are you stupid? Wu Guixiang said impatiently. Black markets don't open in the middle of the night, and they wouldn't sell wild boar or mountain goat meat. Qining hesitated. Mom, are these from the mountain? Good thinking, 3rd daughter-in-law, Wu Guixiang praised. Of course they are from the mountain. It's what Yun Yun found earlier today. To avoid being seen by the villagers, we waited until nightfall before going up the mountain to get it. Zhang Xinlan said, "No wonder I saw you whispering and acting secretive this afternoon. You wouldn't tell us what was going on." Wu Guixiang shot her a look. "If I had told you first, with your big mouth, who knows where you'd spread the news?" "Of course not, Mom." "I'm not stupid," Zhang Xinlan said with a pout. "This is meat. I only went out to show off that we have so many people in the family because I'm worried others might be jealous, right?" "It's best if you're not stupid," Wu Guixiang said seriously. "And I tell you, no one is allowed to talk about this meat outside. If I find out anyone is spreading rumors, I'll tear their mouth apart." "We understand, Mom." The family members nodded eagerly. "That's more like it." Wu Guixiang nodded in satisfaction. She looked at the large pile of meat on the ground and thought for a moment. "Since no one is sleeping yet, let's not sleep either. We should wash the meat and salt it to preserve it. If others smell this strong smell, it might cause trouble. There is so much meat that they cannot finish eating it all in a short time. The only way to keep it for a long time is to make preserved meat." Everyone agreed at once. Seeing so much meat made them feel excited, and they couldn't sleep. They were full of energy. Except for Su Dalin, who went to bed early, the families started working together. Some boiled water to remove the pig's hair, and others tidied up the goats. Wu Guixiang looked at the thick goat wool and thought for a moment. She told Su Adong, who was shearing the goats, "Don't throw away the goat wool. Wash it, dry it, and later stuff it into your cotton clothes. It will keep you warm." "Okay," Su Adong replied. Even late at night, the family was still working hard and having fun. After carefully cleaning and salting all the meat, they finally finished. Wu Guixiang looked at the neatly packed meat and thought for a moment. She said to her daughters-in-law, "There's so much meat that we can't eat it all ourselves. Big daughter-in-law, take a piece of meat back to your family. Third daughter-in-law, since you got this meat from Yun Yun, take a few pieces. Even though your family isn't here, you have a sister in town, right? Take some to her." Qining was surprised. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law to remember her. She was filled with gratitude and nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Mother." Wu Guixiang looked at her strangely. "What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for Yun Yun, we wouldn't have this meat either." Qining smiled. She was thankful that her mother-in-law cared about her. "Big daughter-in-law, do you have any objections?" Wu Guixiang asked. "How could I?" Li Xiulian smiled. "The meat was because of Yun Yun, so it's already good that she could take some home." "What about me, Mother?" Zhang Xinlan asked anxiously, because she hadn't spoken yet. As a daughter-in-law, she didn't want to be treated unfairly. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't said anything to you yet." Wu Guixiang looked at her with a calm expression. "Although your family hasn't brought us anything over the years, I don't favor anyone. Everyone gets the same. You can also take some meat home." Before Zhang Xinlan could feel happy, Wu Guixiang added, "But if you take meat home, you have to give me Yun Yun's bicycle to ride." Zhang Xinlan was stunned. She opened her mouth, "Mother, but..." "What? Not okay?" Wu Guixiang's eyes turned cold. "It's unreasonable for you to bring back the meat that Yun Yun got and to still be holding Yun Yun's bicycle without returning it."
How? How could that be?"
Zhang Xinlan stammered. "It can't be. I told you I would return it in a few days." Wu Guixiang snorted coldly. "A few days? A few days? How many days have passed already? I'm telling you, tomorrow, the last day, you must bring back the meat and return the bicycle to me. If you don't return the bike, you might as well not come back." Wu Guixiang spoke firmly. Zhang Xinlan's face instantly turned pale. She couldn't argue and could only nod blankly. The others in the family didn't say a word. Even Su Adong didn't defend his wife. This was her mistake. She shouldn't have ridden the bicycle back to show off, and now she couldn't get it back. No wonder her mother was angry. "All right, it's late. Everyone should go to sleep," Wu Guixiang said tiredly, waving her hand. After working so hard all day, she was also exhausted. Everyone went back to their rooms. Once inside, Zhang Xinlan, who shared a room with Su Adong, finally couldn't hold it in. "What does Mother mean? What does she mean by my family not bringing anything home?" Su Adong looked at her. Did mother say anything wrong? Since we got married, your family hasn't even given us a single egg. It's already good enough that she let you bring back some meat. Isn't that because my family is poor? Zhang Xinlan said confidently. We have 5 children. Of course life is a bit harder. Harder?
Suaidang smiled.
Your 2 older sisters and younger sister haven't married out for many years.
How hard is that?
You girls are good daughters, still helping the family. Your parents only have 1 old son to raise.
What's so hard about that?
He was honest, but he understood these things. His wife often favored her family, and he would turn a blind eye to small things. But now, if she dares to give away something big like a bicycle to her family, it's definitely not acceptable. His words made Zhang Xinlan's face turn pale, and then red. She clenched her teeth. Adong, let me tell you the truth. The bicycle is now at my nephew's place. He just met a girl, and she thought the bicycle belonged to him, so they started dating. How can I possibly go and ask for the bicycle back now? Sui Adong suddenly sat up and said, Are you saying your nephew is using Yunyun's bicycle as if it were his own for matchmaking? Yes, Zhang Xinlan admitted shyly. She knew deep down that her family had done wrong, but as the aunt, she couldn't forcefully take it back. Shouldn't she care about her nephew's happiness? Such a big thing, and you didn't tell me? Zhang Xinlan, are you being too bold now? Do you realize what will happen if your mother finds out? Sui Adong truly didn't expect her to be so careless. My younger siblings said that once my nephew's marriage is settled, they will return the bicycle to us, Zhang Xinlan added. Zhang Xinlan. Oh, Zhang Xinlan. Sui Adong shook his head with a sigh, looking at her with a complicated expression. Why didn't I see before that you are so naive?
Huh?
Can the things your nephew took for the engagement be returned? Why don't you think a bit? Even if he returns the bicycle, what if the girl finds out? She might think he's lying about the marriage. What if she backs out? And you lent her the bicycle? Although he said this, Sui Adong knew in his heart that the Zhang family was determined not to return the bicycle. No, surely not. Zhang Xinlan couldn't believe it. My younger brother, and they are not like that. Are you sure? Sui Adong asked her with a blank face. Zhang Xinlan was at a loss. She understood that what Sui Adong said might be true, but what could she do? Her mother-in-law had said that if she couldn't get the bicycle back, she didn't have to come home. Zhang Xinlan believed her mother-in-law would really do that. Seeing her helpless look, Sui Adong sighed deeply. Go to sleep first. Tomorrow, I will go with you to your mother's house to get the bicycle back. Okay.
That was all she could do now.
Lying on the bed, Zhang Xinlan kept her worries inside. She tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep well. The next morning, Li Xiulian went to her mother's house carrying some meat. Her family was a bit farther away than Zhang Xinlan's, about an hour's walk, so she left early. Although Wu Guixiang only asked her to bring back 1 piece of meat, it was a big piece, about 4 or 5 jin. If she ate it sparingly, it would last a good while. She carried meat on her way to her mother's house, feeling very happy. Li Xiulian knew that her mother-in-law, although stern-looking, was actually reasonable. Among the 3 brothers in the family, she could treat everyone fairly and never favored anyone intentionally. Even if she liked Yunyun, she wouldn't make them uncomfortable just because she favored her. Besides, Yunyun contributed a lot to the family. Who wouldn't like such a daughter? Even she herself wished she had a daughter like her. Li Xiulian was in a good mood. Meanwhile, at her own home, Zhang Xinlan and Su Adong were not so cheerful. They walked on the road, with Su Adong scowling and silent. Zhang Xinlan looked at his face and frowned. Do you have to look like that? When we get to my house, they might think something's wrong. Su Adong snorted coldly. What good face do I have? At least it's my family. How do you think they see me with this attitude? Zhang Xinlan was also annoyed.
How do they see you?
I don't care how they see you. Su Adong raised his voice. They're still holding my bike without returning it. I have to carry meat to my family. If my mother knew, she wouldn't just care about the meat, she wouldn't even give a thread if she knew. When mentioning Wu Guixiang, Zhang Xinlan suddenly fell silent. She hesitated and said, I didn't say I wouldn't return it. Su Adong looked at her, angry and not wanting to speak anymore. When they arrived at Zhang's house, it was already past 10 in the morning. The Zhang family hadn't gone to work. Everyone was there. Seeing Su Adong and his wife, they were all stunned. "Lana Adong, why are you here?" Zhang's mother was the first to react, forcing a smile and asking. Not one to frown at a smile, Su Adong still smiled and said, "Mother, haven't we not seen Xinlan for a long time? We just came to visit." "That's good," Zhang's mother said happily. "Come in and sit." Su Adong handed the meat he was carrying to Shinfen. "Sister-in-law, this is some meat we brought for you." Shinfen's eyes lit up. She quickly took it, feeling its weight. She guessed it was about 4 or 5 jin. The Su family was so generous? Shinfen was both surprised and happy, and her smile became more genuine. "I knew Adong was a filial son," Zhang's mother said happily. Zhang's younger brother, Zhang Cheng, and his son, Zhang Hao, exchanged glances. Coming home and bringing such a big gift. There must be some other reason, right? Zhang Hao thought about the bicycle parked in the yard, and his face changed. Could his third aunt and her husband really be here just for the bicycle? Zhang Cheng also thought of this. He quickly pulled Su Adong to sit down, smiling warmly. "Come on, third brother-in-law, long time no see. Let's have a good chat today." After Su Adong sat down, he immediately signaled to his son. Zhang Hao stood up quickly. "Third uncle, you talk with my dad first. I have something to do outside, so I can't stay." He needed to ride away with the bicycle quickly. Zhang Xinlan saw him walk into the yard and then saw him directly get on the bicycle seat. She panicked instantly. She rushed into the yard and grabbed the back of the bike. Zhang Hao was pulled so hard that his foot couldn't pedal. He turned around and frowned. "Third aunt, what are you doing?" "No, Hao," Zhang Xinlan forced a smile. "This bicycle still has use." "No, third aunt, didn't my mother and grandma say that once my situation is settled I will return it?" Zhang Hao looked impatient. Su Adong stood up, walking into the yard with a serious face. The three from the Zhang family exchanged glances and quickly stood up, all blocking Zhang Hao. The 4 of them held the bicycle tightly, as if afraid that Zhang Xinlan and Su Adong would try to take it. Seeing this, Su Adong's face darkened. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhang Shi forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. We really can't return this bicycle now. Adong, you know, our family isn't well off. It's hard to find a girl who likes Hao Hao. We have to hold on tightly." This blunt remark almost made Su Adong laugh with anger. He looked at Zhang Shi and snorted coldly. "Mother, if the girl doesn't want to marry Zhang Hao just because of a bicycle, then she doesn't like him, but just the bicycle. If that girl still wants the best things and all the good stuff, where would you find it? Our Su family doesn't have more." Su Idong's words were harsh. The Zhang family members' faces immediately darkened and looked upset. Zhang Hao looked at him and said sharply, "Third uncle, you're my uncle.
How can you say that about me?
Do you look down on me that much?" "Zhang Hao, it's not that I look down on you." Su Adong chuckled and said, "Don't you know your own situation? Is the Zhang family poor? Compared to our Su family, yes, they are considered poor. But all 4 of Zhang's daughters are married, and now there are only 4 people left at home. As long as they work hard, they can live better than many other families. Also, these 4 daughters always take good care of their family, even if it doesn't show on the surface. In secret, they're doing quite well. The people in Zhang's village see all this clearly. But why is it still hard for Zhang Hao to find a wife? Because the Zhang family is selfish and lazy, known for being lazy and greedy. Zhang Hao is still young, raised well, tall, and somewhat handsome, but he is famous in the village for being lazy. Naturally, no family wants to marry their daughter to him. This time, the girl from the other family agreed to marry him because her family is far away and not from nearby villages. They didn't investigate much. When Zhang Hao convinced her with a few words and saw the bicycle, he thought it was good enough, so she agreed to the marriage. "Adong, you're going too far," Zhang's wife said, her face drooping. Hao is your nephew. No matter what, as his uncle, you should help out. We're not asking for much, just this bicycle. Her words sounded casual, but Su Adong was stunned. The Zhang family's shamelessness had reached a new level. What does she mean, just a bicycle? She thinks it's like giving away a cabbage. Bicycles are valuable, and they don't give them away easily. Mother, you really think I'm easy to fool? That bicycle costs over 100 yuan. You want me to give it? First, it's not even mine. It belongs to Yunyun. Even if it were mine, I wouldn't give it. Su Adong spoke firmly, not allowing any refusal. No, that's not right. Third uncle, the bicycle is at our house, so it belongs to us, Zhang Hao said, sounding helpless and a bit reckless. Zhang Xinlan, who had been silent, frowned. How can you talk like that? She turned to Shen Fun and Zhang's wife and said, Mother, sister-in-law, didn't you tell me differently last time? Shen Fun and Zhang's wife looked at the sky and the ground, ignoring her, pretending not to hear. Are they planning to forcefully take it? Su Adong was furious, but then smiled. His eyes swept over the helpless family. I told you, this bicycle belongs to Yunyun. She's not as easy to deal with as I am. You all know Yunyun isn't an ordinary person. She's in the town, in our county, even in the provincial capital, and she knows many leaders. If you dare to take her things, you better be prepared. If she gets angry, it won't be just about returning the bicycle. Su Aidong's words were full of threat, which made the Zhang family feel nervous. Why are you afraid? Zhang Hao said impatiently, taking a puff. She's just a young girl. What can she do? Who's she going to scare? Even if she knows some minor officials, I don't believe any of them will get involved in this matter. After Zhang Hao spoke, the Zhang family calmed down. He's right, it's just a young girl. What are we afraid of? Only Zhang Shi hesitated, recalling how Su Qingyun was awarded before, and frowned uncertainly, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Xinlan was very scared. She stepped forward and held Zhang Shi's hand. Mom, please return the bicycle. Our girl really isn't easy to deal with. She remembered how Su Qingyun handled He Shi outside the steel factory, and her heart trembled. Whether she admitted it or not, she was a little afraid of Su Qingyun. Zhang Shi shook her hand off and said nothing. Fine, Su Adong looked at them deeply. If you don't return it, we'll see what happens. He didn't plan to forcefully take it. It wasn't about whether he could take it back. It wasn't worth it. The Zhang family was like bandits, but he was not. After speaking, Su Adong was about to leave. He paused, thought for a moment, then turned around and went inside. He took the piece of meat he brought and sneered. This meat is just for the dogs. You all don't deserve to eat it. The Zhang family looked extremely unhappy, but didn't dare to go forward and take the meat back. After Su Adong left the Zhang family's house, Zhang Xinlan clenched her teeth and followed him. Adong, wait for me. Su Adong turned back and looked at her. Don't follow me back. Just stay at the Zhang family. You all are one family, right? When the bicycle comes back, you can come back then. No, Adong, how can you do this? Zhang Xinlan looked anxious and hurriedly pulled his hand. I have to go back with you. Her mother wouldn't interfere. I told you stay here. When the bicycle is returned, you can come back. Su Adong pushed her hand away. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to explain to others. Seeing that he was determined, Zhang Xinlan could only watch his back as he walked away. Second brother, why did you come home alone? Wu Guixiang looked at her son, entering the house, and asked suspiciously, Where is your wife? Today, everyone went to work again. Except for Li Xiulian and the second brother's family, who went to their parents' house, Su Qingyun went to school, and the others went to work. Wu Guixiang stayed at home cooking. She's staying at her parents' house for 2 days. Su Adong looked a little embarrassed. Wu Guixiang squinted her eyes. What's going on? Her second daughter-in-law's family was very stingy, hardly giving even a drop of water. How could she stay at her parents' house for 2 days? Wait, why did you bring the meat back again? Wu Guixiang finally noticed the meat in Su Aidong's hand. I didn't ask her to come back. Su Adong hesitated. Wu Guixiang's face darkened. She put down what she was holding and asked, What exactly is happening? Today, I was going to take the meat back with Shinlon. I thought I'd just bring the meat and then ride the bicycle back.
But
Su Adong paused, feeling that what he was about to say was a bit difficult to explain. What happened? Wu Guixiang looked at his face and guessed most of it. Her face visibly darkened. They said the bicycle was being used by Zhang Hao. He's been talking about marriage recently, and that girl thought the bicycle belonged to Zhang Hao. If we took the bicycle back, the marriage might fall through. The Zhang family is dead set against us riding the bicycle back with Shinlon. I thought this was all because of Shinlon, so I got angry and told her to stay at Zhang's house. When the bicycle is returned, she can come back. After saying this, Wu Guixiang's face looked even worse. She slapped the table. What kind of gangsters are the Zhang family? Stealing our Su family's things to make their own marriage plans? What kind of crazy dreams are they having? Wu Guixiang clenched her teeth in anger. Although she had long known about the shamelessness of the Zhang family, she was still stunned by their brazen behavior. Wu Guixiang was fierce and reckless, but only when she believed she was in the right. She looked down on the Zhang family's thugs and bullies. They really gave themselves face. They dared to occupy our things. Wu Guixiang said angrily. She rolled up her sleeves and ordered Su Adong, "Go now and call your older brothers back. We're going straight to the Zhangs. I don't believe I can't get it back. Don't bother calling your father. He's too old now, and arguing won't help," Su Adong replied. Okay, Su Adong nodded and ran to the fields. Soon, the three brothers from the Su family returned. On the way, Su Adong told them everything. Su Aigua and Su Aimin were furious. Especially Su Aimin, didn't they know? That bicycle was made by their family, with great effort. The Zhangs dared to refuse to return it. They wouldn't hold back. "Mom, let's go," Su Aigua said seriously. "Wait a moment, big brother," Su Aimin said, looking around the yard. He picked up 2 sturdy sticks. "Bring these and let's go." Su Aidong's eyes widened. "Third brother, are you really going to fight with weapons? Isn't that a bit too much? After all, it's Yun Yun's family. If things get too ugly, it won't be good. Second brother, haven't you figured it out? Our Su family has been too polite to them. That's why they're so bold. We need to show them some color," Su Aimin said casually. "Besides, holding these won't necessarily mean fighting. If they're a little sensible, we can just scare them." But he didn't think the Zhang family would be so reasonable after doing all that. Wu Guixiang nodded. "Third brother is right. Bring the weapons." Their mother's words settled it. Su Aigua and Su Adong also took their things. Wu Guixiang saw they were ready. She waved her hand. "Let's go and find a place to settle this." The Su family members marched confidently toward the Zhang's house. They looked fierce, which made them quite intimidating. The villagers passing by were curious. What were the Su family up to? "Big Sister Wu, what are you and your 3 sons going to do?" someone asked. Wu Guixiang sneered. "We're going to settle accounts with my good-in-laws." That person widened their eyes and asked, "Who are you calling to settle accounts?" "Who else?" Wu Guixiang looked grim. "Of course, it's my second daughter's family." Since the Zhang family could do such shameless things, she wasn't afraid others would find out. She wanted the Zhang family to become even more famous in the neighborhood. Oh, the Zhang family. Hearing it was the Zhang family, the person wasn't surprised. After all, the Zhang family was well known, though not for good reasons. He looked at Su Adong and said, "Adong, you should really keep an eye on your wife. Look at how upset your mother is." When Su Adong heard this, his face turned red and white with embarrassment. He could only nod and say, "Auntie, I understand." That's good. The man didn't seem genuinely concerned about the Su family. He just liked to give advice whenever he saw them. This was a common habit among many rural women. "All right, Hua, I can't talk anymore. I need to go to the Zhang family," Wu Guixiang said. "Okay, go quickly. When you come back, make sure to chat with us," they replied. No one disliked watching lively scenes. If it weren't inconvenient, they would have wanted to go along. Seeing the Su family walk away, the man's eyes flickered, and he hurried back to the village. He needed to tell others about this matter. Walking on the road, Su Adong looked at Wu Guixiang, hesitating to speak. Just say what you want to say, Wu Guixiang said impatiently. Her second son was always like this, hesitant and slow, as if he inherited it from someone. Mother, when we get to the Zhang family, can you please be a bit more careful? Su Adong asked cautiously. Careful? Wu Guixiang shot him a sidelong glance. If the Zhang family could be careful in their actions, would we need to come knocking on their door now? Seeing her son's hesitant expression, she sighed. Adong, your wife has been causing trouble for a long time. When will her mind settle down? If we don't stand firm this time, who knows what she'll do next? With their family's character, they will definitely.
Will.
What was that word again? Wu Guixiang looked at Su Aimin, but she couldn't remember it. Overstep. Yes, overstep. Wu Guixiang nodded. The Zhang family will definitely overstep. If they want a bicycle this time, what about next time? Do we have to give them a house for Zhang how to get married? Su Adong was silent for a long time before he nodded. All right, Mother, I will do as you say this time. That's right, Wu Guixiang nodded happily. Let's go. When they arrived at Zhang's house, the family was having lunch, but everyone looked unhappy. Because of Zhang Xinlan's presence, the family didn't have enough food for themselves. Now there was an extra person. How could they be happy? It wasn't that they asked Zhang Xinlan to stay for a meal, but she simply refused to leave. She said they took the bicycle. What's wrong with me eating a meal here? What's wrong with staying a few days at home? As long as I don't return the bicycle, I won't leave. Zhang's mother didn't expect her usually obedient daughter to suddenly oppose her and become rebellious. Loner, after you finish eating, you should go back. Our family isn't wealthy. Your cousin is getting married, and we have to stretch every penny. We can't afford to have you here. Mother, look at what you're saying.
I'm also part of the Zhang family.
How much can I eat? How could I be a burden? Zhang Xinlan smiled, but her heart grew cold. In the past, if her mother said such things, she would feel sorry for her. But now, it was like a veil was lifted from her eyes. She saw clearly that her mother only cared about her younger brother's family and never thought about her situation. They insisted on keeping the bicycle, never considering how she would be treated at Su's house. Just now, Adong left her behind and walked away. They acted as if nothing had happened. If she hadn't insisted on staying to eat, they probably wouldn't have given her even a bowl of rice. Over the years, Zhang Xinlan had taken good care of her family. She always tried to bring good things to her mother's house, even though her mother-in-law often scolded her for it. She didn't mind, but this time, she felt truly heartbroken. Her mother didn't care about her efforts or how she felt. From the start, her mother only cared about her younger brother's family. If that's the case, why should she keep giving so selflessly? She's not a fool. The bicycle is gone, and I just ate a meal. What's the big deal? When Zhang Xinlan said this, the Zhang family members stopped talking. They could only endure their anger and continue eating. Feeling like she had regained some ground, Zhang Xinlan smiled proudly. She looked at the sun outside and thought that her mother-in-law and the others should be arriving soon. To understand Wu Guixiang, the Su family, besides Su Dalin, knows her best. Because she is often scolded, she sometimes thinks about how her mother-in-law would feel if she did certain things, and how others might think. Over time, she has almost figured out her mother-in-law's thoughts and temper. When her daughter-in-law went back to her hometown, her mother-in-law Wu Guixiang would definitely ask about it. Once she found out, she wouldn't stay silent. She would come directly to demand her bicycle back. Now, she was just waiting for that moment, but thinking about the scolding she would receive, Zhang Xinlan shivered. "Old woman, come out here," she shouted. While she was still thinking, she heard Wu Guixiang's voice. She immediately turned around, and the Zhang family's faces changed. Had the Su family come so quickly? Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. The old, rotten wooden door shattered into pieces. Su Aimin pulled back his foot after kicking, and Wu Guixiang nodded with satisfaction. Her way of doing things was most like her third son. Zhang instantly got angry. She slammed the table and shouted, "Wu Guixiang, are you crazy? Me crazy? The one who's crazy is you. Wu Guixiang stepped into the Zhang house boldly, walking very arrogantly. Behind her, 3 of her sons looked like bodyguards from a movie in Hong Kong. Zhang, usually timid and afraid of stronger people, softened a little at Wu Guixiang's overwhelming presence. She forced a smile and said, "Can't we talk nicely? Come, dear, have a seat. I wouldn't dare sit on your Zhang family's chair. If I sit down, maybe you'll try to get something out of me," Wu Guixiang said sarcastically. She looked at the dining table and spoke even more sarcastically. "Oh, you're eating quite well. I heard from my second daughter-in-law that your family is so poor you're almost starving, just waiting to beg for food?" When Wu Guixiang looked at her, Zhang Xinlan trembled and quickly stood up, nervously calling out, "Mother." Wu Guixiang ignored her. The Zhang family's faces turned pale and looked very uncomfortable. Zhang Qing clenched his teeth and said, "Aunt Wu, I called you Aunt, so please don't speak so harshly." "I don't care if you call me that." Wu Guixiang scoffed. "If you think I speak harshly, why don't you look at how badly you behave? She dares to take things from her sister's-in-law's niece. That is shameless. If I tell others, I will be embarrassed for you all." "Old woman, what are you saying?" Zhang Hao's temper flared. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back. He slammed the table and yelled, "Who gave you the right to cause trouble in our Zhang family? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. You brat, how dare you curse me?" Wu Guixiang's face changed. "Third brother, shut that brat's mouth. Let him spit out all his foul words and speak properly." When she said this, she looked very commanding, like an empress in a palace drama. Suddenly, Su Aimin, who felt like a little beside the empress, rushed forward while the Zhang family was still stunned. Smack! A clear slap sounded, shocking everyone. Su Aigua and Su Aiden, the 2 brothers, were stunned. How could third brother move so fast? Wu Guixiang looked at Su Aimin with satisfaction again. Her third brother's personality really matched hers, pointing and hitting wherever he was told. That was just how he was. Zhang Hao, who was thin and fair, was struck with enough force that 5 bright red finger marks appeared on his face. He covered his face in disbelief. "How dare you hit me? I'm hitting you." Su Aimin immediately slapped him again, knocking Zhang Hao into confusion. "Ah! How dare you hit me?" Zhang Hao, furious and with red eyes, went into a frenzy and started fighting Su Aimin. The Zhang family, seeing their most loved child being hit, also lost their minds. They rushed toward the other 2 brothers of the Su family. Shunfen rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "You killers, daring to hit my son. I'll fight you all." Wu Guixiang reacted quickly. Eldest, second, attack. Su Aigua and Su Aiden instinctively blocked Shunfen's attack. Then Zhang Hao swung his fists again, and even Zhang's old bones gritted their teeth and charged forward. "Old hag, you're no match for me." Wu Guixiang rolled up her sleeves and slapped Zhang's wrinkled face several times. Zhang was stunned by her fierce attack. Meanwhile, the Zhang family members used to laziness had little strength. They were no match for the 3 brothers from the Su family, who fought with strength every day. In just a few moves, they were beaten badly, unable to fight back or even beg for mercy. Zhang Xinlan watched the chaotic scene with wide eyes. After realizing what was happening, she quickly stepped forward to intervene, but she couldn't get in. She could only watch helplessly as her mother, younger brother, and nephew were beaten until their faces were swollen and bruised. "Mom, older brother, third brother, stop fighting," Zhang Xinlan begged anxiously. "Ida, why are you hitting them? That's my little brother. I'm hitting that shameless kid like yours," Wu Guixiang retorted, still fighting with Zhang's family. Zhang Xinlan's face turned pale. If even her own family treated her this way, what other treatment could she expect? She didn't dare think too much about it. The 4 members of the Su family fought until Zhang's family had more vented their anger than gained any relief. Only then did Wu Guixiang finally call a halt, feeling merciful. The 3 brothers from the Su family stopped, exhausted from the fight. Only then did Zhang Xinlan scramble to check on her mother, younger brother and nephew. She tremblingly helped them up. Mom, little brother, are you okay? Do we look okay? Zhang's wife didn't even have the strength to answer. She only stared at her with hateful eyes. She thought, what's the use of marrying into a good family? Not only does she do nothing to help her family, but she also invites trouble and doesn't dare stand up for herself. At this moment, Zhang's wife had selectively forgotten all the good things Zhang Xinlan had brought home before. Now, she looked at her daughter as if she were an enemy. Staring at her with such a look, Zhang Xinlan was stunned. Then her worried feelings gradually cooled down. Her heart felt cold. At this point, her mother even thought it was her fault. She slowly released Zhang's hand, stood up, and kept a dark expression without speaking. Wu Guixiang looked at her and asked, Zhang Xinlan, where did you hide the bicycle? They had looked around when they came in but saw no sign of the bicycle. Zhang Xinlan was silent for a moment. I don't know. After Su Adong left, she stayed outside for a while before coming in, but she didn't know where they had hidden the bicycle. Wu Guixiang's eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked at the trembling Zhang family members. Then I can only ask you, what bicycle? We don't know anything. Zhang Qin closed his eyes and started to act shamelessly. Since the bicycle was already hidden, what was he afraid of? The Zhang family's shamelessness has reached a new low. Even Zhang Xinlan looked at her younger brother in disbelief, wondering how he could still lie with his eyes open. Wu Guixiang was not angry. Instead, she smiled. Refusing to admit it? That's okay. She asked Zhang Xinlan, did you just leave?
No, Xinlan replied, confused.
Wu Guixiang chuckled. Since you haven't gone far, the bike must still be hidden at home. Older brother, second brother, third brother, close the gate and search. I don't believe they got away with it today. Yes, mother. The three brothers replied in unison. They began searching the Zhang house, checking cabinets, drawers, rice bins, water jars, the yard, chicken coop, and outhouse. They didn't miss any place, turning everything upside down. Items were tossed carelessly onto the ground without being looked at. What are you doing? Who told you to search? Zhang's mother finally gathered some strength, her eyes blazing with anger. Little brat, don't rummage through my cabinets. Are they really searching for the bike in the cabinet? Who told them to look there? They're just doing it on purpose. Seeing her home turned upside down, Zhang's mother was nearly so furious she felt like vomiting blood. Only when the house was in complete chaos did the three brothers stop. Mother, no, they said. No? Wu Guixiang pretended to think. Check the cellar.
Okay, Su Aimin answered.
When Wu Guixiang mentioned the cellar, the Zhang family's expressions changed. Wu Guixiang caught their reactions perfectly. In such a small space, besides the cellar, where else could the bike be hidden? A bunch of fools thinking they could outsmart her. They're still too naive. Stop searching. Stop searching. Zhang's mother screamed, acting wild. Wu Guixiang ignored her and told Su Aigua to watch them. She then went to the Zhang family cellar, with Su Aimin already downstairs. Third brother, is it there? Yes, mother. Right here, Su Aimin replied. Hand it up, I'll catch it. Su Aimin lifted the bike from a pile of rotten cabbage and handed it up. Wu Guixiang caught it steadily. That's my bike. Zhang Hao, who had been silent after being hit, suddenly exploded. Somehow gathering his strength, he pushed past Su Aigua and rushed toward Wu Guixiang. Wu Guixiang was still holding her bicycle. When Zhang Hao rushed over, she was momentarily unaware and unsteady, falling straight into the cellar.
Mom.
Su Adong and Su Aigua shouted in shock. I'm fine, Wu Guixiang replied confidently. The cellar wasn't very deep. Su Aimin could almost peek over when he stood straight. He held his hands steady underneath to support Wu Guixiang. Zhang Hao, Aigua suddenly shouted angrily. The usually calm eldest son of the Su family was finally angry. Although they had previously fought the Zhang family members, they kept control. But now Zhang Hao had deliberately hurt his mother. If the third son hadn't caught her inside the cellar, she would have fallen headfirst, and the consequences could have been terrible. Aigua couldn't imagine that. How dare you hurt my mom? Aigwa grabbed a wooden stick they had set aside and quickly ran over, swinging it with full strength and hitting Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, already weak, couldn't withstand such a. He let out a muffled sound and collapsed softly.
Ah, so.
Shinfen went crazy when she saw her son fall. She rushed over, shaking Zhang Hao wildly. Son, are you okay? Zhang Cheng's eyes turned red as he ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. You hurt my son. I will kill you all.
Kill you.
He charged at Aigwa. Aigwa quickly dodged, and Zhang Cheng swung the knife again. Seeing this, Su Aimin, who had already climbed up, stepped forward and kicked Zhang Cheng in the back. Zhang Cheng staggered, and the knife flew out of his hand, dropping to the ground with a clatter. He still struggled to get up, reaching for the knife handle. Just then, someone kicked open the courtyard door. What are you doing? A loud shout came. In the yard, some people were lying down, some unconscious, and one person was reaching for a knife. When the village head of Zhangjia village arrived with his team, he saw this chaotic scene. He was so frightened his eyes nearly bulged out. He shouted loudly, "Stop!" The neighbor next door to Zhang's family had already heard the commotion. Afraid something serious would happen, he quickly went to find the village head and his team. Behind him, people rushed forward and restrained Zhang Cheng and the others. Why are you doing this? What are you doing? The village head, Zhang Guisheng, was furious. Mrs. Zhang suddenly burst into tears. She sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Captain, you must stand up for our Zhang family. They've come right to our door. Shinfen was holding Zhang Hao, who was crying loudly. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, looking clueless and indifferent. Zhang Cheng was held down by others, but was still struggling. Meanwhile, the Su family members remained calm, even though they were restrained. Zhang Guisheng's face turned pale as he looked at Su Aigwa and the others. Where did you come from? How dare you come to trouble our Zhang village? Although the Zhang family was not well liked in the village, being attacked at their door was no longer just their own problem. It was a matter of the village's reputation. Trouble? I haven't caused any trouble yet. Wu Guixiang, despite being frightened earlier, spoke confidently. She didn't fear Zhang Guisheng at all. Wherever they went, the Su family believed they were in the right. Zhang Guisheng looked at Wu Guixiang in disbelief, as if surprised by her boldness.
Captain, right?
Perfect timing, Wu Guixiang sneered. Today, I want you to explain what's going on. What do you mean? Seeing her fearless attitude, Zhang Guisheng realized things might not be simple. He frowned. Say it clearly. Of course I will. Wu Guixiang raised her voice, so everyone could hear. She pointed at the still stunned Zhang Xinlan. We are from the neighboring Luoshui village, the Su family. She's the third daughter of the Zhang family, and my daughter-in-law. Zhang Guisheng nodded. He recognized Zhang Xinlan. She had indeed married into the neighboring village. So the people coming to their door were her in-laws. But he was even more confused. Since they were family, how did things get so out of hand? Zhang Guisheng asked this question. How did it come to this? Wu Guixiang, getting angrier, said, It's all because of my daughter-in-law's bad actions. No, it's the whole Zhang family's fault. Hearing this, Zhang Xinlan came back to herself. She sighed and lowered her head. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Did everyone see that bicycle? Wu Guixiang pointed at the bicycle lane. That's ours. Our daughter-in-law rode it back from her parents' house, and the Zhang family's shameless family took it without permission. They refused to return it. We've asked several times, but they won't give it back. We got so angry that we had no choice but to act. Just now, when they came to our door, they hid their bicycle in the cellar. We found it, and they even tried to kick me down. Tell me, with my old bones, can I really fall like that? Wu Guixiang still feels scared, but when she sees Zhang Hao with his eyes closed, she feels better. This little brat really deserved it. You weren't even hurt. Shunfen cried loudly. Big team leader, look at my son, he's been beaten like this, and they still won't leave us alone. Zhang Guisheng glanced at Zhang Hao but didn't pay much attention. If there was really a big problem, his family would have already taken their grandson to the hospital. They wouldn't be crying here. Maybe they're just pretending. Knowing the Zhang family well, Zhang Hao is really just pretending. Su Aigua's slap was heavy, but only hit his back. Just before the others came in, Zhang Hao gave his mother a look, trying to make her faint and blame it on the Su family. When Wu Guixiang said the Zhang family was stealing their bicycle, everyone started talking. This Zhang family is so shameless. They dare to keep someone else's bicycle. If it were me, I'd go and confront them. Yeah, a couple of bicycles are worth over 100 yuan. If someone owed me that much, I'd fight for it. Next time, I wouldn't have let them go. The Zhang family really needs to be taught a lesson. As they talked, they loosened their hold on the three Su brothers. No, big team leader, how can you let them go? Shen Fin was anxious. Her son was beaten badly. Why are you letting them go? Zhang Guisheng ignored Shen Fin and looked at Wu Guixiang. He said, seriously, keep talking. Wu Guixiang smiled slightly. Of course, she would continue. She looked at everyone and asked, do you know why the Zhang family is holding on to our bicycle and not returning it? Everyone shook their heads. It's for their good grandson. Wu Guixiang glanced at Zhang Hao, who was still trying to faint, and snorted. The Zhang family arranged a girl for Zhang Hao. He rode our bicycle to meet her, and she only agreed to see him because of that. You all know what kind of person Zhang Hao is. If it weren't for our bicycle, would that girl even look at him? They, the Zhang family, are afraid that Zhang Hao's marriage will fall through, so they stubbornly refuse to return our family's bicycle. Can you believe such unreasonable behavior exists in the world? Of course not. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief at the Zhang family's actions. Using someone else's belongings to push their own family affairs. How could the Zhang family think this way? In my opinion, the Su family was too gentle. If it were me, I would have beaten the Zhang family so badly they wouldn't be able to stand up.
No wonder.
The Zhang family was so worried about Zhang Hao's marriage. They finally found someone they liked, and they would do anything to make sure the marriage happened. Having such in-laws like the Zhang family was really bad luck for the Su family. Exactly. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, looking at the Su family with sympathy and pity. Old woman, you're talking nonsense. When Wu Guixiang insulted her son, Shen Fin couldn't hold back anymore and started criticizing her fiercely. You're just jealous that I have such a capable son. Oh my goodness, jealous of me? Wu Guixiang looked like she was hearing a big joke. She pointed at Zhang Hao. What am I jealous of? I have a useless son who's lazy and can't do anything. What could I be jealous of? I have 3 sons, all capable. The 3 brothers of Su Aigua rarely heard their mother praise them. They couldn't help but puff out their chests with pride. Plus, I have 3 grandsons. The eldest and youngest are workers in the county, and the second grandson serves in the army, helping the country and people. What is there to envy? Not to mention my little granddaughter. Wu Guixiang's tone grew even more proud. My granddaughter was recognized by the county, and leaders and experts from the provincial capital asked her to help. Tell me, what could I be jealous of? Wu Guixiang's 3 I'm jealous of you statements left Shen Fin speechless. She couldn't possibly say that her son was more capable than workers, soldiers, or those who had been recognized. It was because of Wu Guixiang's words that the villagers from Zhangjia village finally realized that the Su family was the well-known family from nearby villages. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed, "So, it's that Su family. I remember now. I thought he looked familiar." Someone pointed at Su Aimin and said, "That's the one who spoke at the last commendation in Luoshui village." Faced with the gazes from everyone, Su Aimin nodded modestly. Does their family also have workers and soldiers? Wow, you guys are really something. Do you think the Zhang family is crazy? With such a powerful in-law, why did they mess things up like this? Exactly, they're just foolish, someone sneered. Having such a strong in-law, they only care about their bicycle. They're so short-sighted, they're losing the big picture for small gains. Hearing everyone's open mockery, the Zhang family looked extremely upset, their faces turning pale and red, like they had spilled a paint palette. Zhang Guisheng listened to the whole story and understood what happened. His face darkened like a black pot. Looking at the Zhang family, he felt ashamed. Their greediness was embarrassing enough in their own village, but to go and cause trouble in someone else's village, how shameful. He took a deep breath and said kindly, "Madam, don't be angry yet. We will handle this matter seriously." "Captain, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Zhang was stunned. She couldn't believe it. "It was the Su family who hit us. If you won't stand up for us, fine. But why are you punishing us?" "Shut up." Zhang Guisheng couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't argue with this stubborn old lady. He looked at Zhang Cheng, who was still angry. "Old Five Zhang, I don't care what plans you have or how the marriage of Zhang Hao is going. Today, you must return the bicycle to the Su family and apologize." "Why should we?" Zhang Cheng's eyes turned red with defiance.
Why?
"What do you mean why? You took someone else's stuff. Are you asking me why?" Zhang Guisheng was so angry, he almost fell backward. "Let me tell you, this is a serious matter. At worst, it's borrowing and not returning. At best, it's forcibly taking someone's property. They could call the police to arrest you." Wu Guixiang nodded. Finally, there was someone in the village who understood the situation. The Zhang family, who were clueless about the law, were stunned. What does it mean to forcibly take someone's property? They're related to the Su family just borrowing something. Why would the police get involved? When they heard about the police, the Zhang family finally got a little scared. In this era, the police still held a lot of authority.
How?
How did it come to involving the police? Shun Fin stammered. "If the Su family hit us, can we also call the police?"
My son is still dizzy.
Zhang Hao, who was about to give up, listened to his mother and kept pretending to be fine. "Still dizzy?" Su walked over directly. No one reacted at first. He kicked hard at Zhang Hao's back. Having just been hit, Zhang Hao was kicked again and cried out in pain. His cry of pain revealed his true situation, and he could no longer pretend to be unconscious. Su withdrew his foot and sneered. "Not pretending anymore? Why not keep pretending?" Wu Guixiang also snorted coldly. "Third brother, kick him a few more times. If I had a grandson like Zhang Hao, I'd just push him into a cesspit and let him drown." Zhang Hao grimaced in pain, showing his teeth, but his eyes still stared fiercely at Su as if he wanted to rush forward and fight him. Su met his angry gaze but acted as if nothing was wrong. He turned to Zhang Guisheng and asked, "Captain, what do you think about someone pretending to be unconscious just to cheat us?" Zhang Guisheng looked at Zhang Hao, gnashing his teeth in anger. The Zhang family, from old to young, was full of troublemakers. None of them were easy to deal with. He looked at Zhang Hao and said, "This is extortion. That's an even worse crime." Oh my, the Zhang family really produces troublemakers. Such a bad nest. He was lying there for a long time just now. "I thought something serious happened, but it was all an act. This kid can really endure. When I came in, I guessed he was pretending. Think about it, his mother treasures him so much. If something really happened, would he still stay here?" That's true. Every family has 100 tricks. But 100 tricks don't matter. The Su family isn't fooled. I want to see how the Zhang family plans to end this. What kind of extortion? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He didn't even care about his injuries. Being beaten like this, how can he be accused of extortion? He hadn't even reported the Su family yet. What would he accuse them of? Intentional harm. He opened his mouth to speak. "I haven't even accused you of intentional harm. What are you so proud of?" Su looked a bit surprised. "Oh, you know about intentional harm? Seems like you're not too brainless." What a pity. Zhang Hao took a moment to understand what he meant. Then he was furious. "What do you mean?" "Guess?" Su said casually. Zhang Hao struggled to get up and wanted to fight. Shinfen quickly held him back and shook her head. Son, stay calm. We shouldn't argue with them." Although she was a village woman who hadn't read much, her greatest strength was her ability to read people's words and expressions. That's how she managed to get along well with her strict mother-in-law, Mrs. Zhang. Currently, It was clear that the villagers and the team leader were not on their side. If they caused trouble again, the team leader might stop helping them. What if the Su family reported them to the police? The bicycle issue was still unresolved here. She knew she was taking advantage, but deep down, she understood they were in the wrong. Previously, she kept the bicycle without exchanging it, just to make the Su family suffer quietly. But the Su family was so firm that they came directly to confront them. Her mother-in-law and husband were both foolish, so she had to be clever. Shinfen believed she was the smartest person in the family. She looked at Zhang Guisheng and forced a smile, saying, "Team leader, this whole thing is just a small conflict between our two families. I think there's no need to call the police. We can handle it ourselves." Wu Guisheng looked at her in surprise. Was this daughter-in-law from the Zhang family so calm, so quickly? No wonder she could easily persuade Mrs. Zhang. Zhang Guisheng's eyes widened. Now you realize it's just a small conflict? Why didn't you think so when you were fighting earlier? This isn't about whether we call the police or not. It's about whether the Su family will hold us responsible or not. Zhang Guisheng was implying that the Zhang family needed to discuss and resolve the issue with the Su family. In his heart, he definitely didn't want the police involved. First, he was worried that the situation would escalate and harm their village's reputation. Second, he was afraid that if the Zhang family was proven guilty, someone might get into trouble. No matter how bad the Zhang family was, they were still villagers. If they could turn this into a minor matter, that would be best. Shinfen understood what Zhang Guisheng meant. She looked at Wu Guisheng, the head of the Su family, and clenched her teeth. "Aunt Wu, we were wrong today. Can I apologize to you?" Wu Guisheng curled her lips into a fake smile and said coldly, "Apologize? You think just 2 words can make today's problem disappear? I'm telling you, if our Su family were soft, maybe you could really take the bicycle. But I, Wu Guisheng, am not someone who lets others take advantage of me. The matter of our bicycle won't be settled so easily. Oh yes, and about your good son just now pushing me, let me tell you, even an old woman like me knows that's a big mistake. If you're not careful, your son might end up in trouble." When Shinfen heard this, her face finally changed. She didn't care about the other members of the Zhang family, her mother-in-law, or her husband's issues, but she couldn't ignore her son. Her son was her life. "No, Aunt Wu, my son Hao Hao is still young and doesn't understand things. Please don't argue with him," Shinfen said. "We can return the bicycle to you." Zhang's face instantly widened with shock. She wanted to speak, but Shinfen looked at her, and Zhang's lips moved, but she said nothing. Next to them, Zhang Cheng's face turned red like a pig's liver from embarrassment. After Shinfen spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Hao is still young. He's over 20, a grown man, but his mother still treats him like he's 5 or 6. You don't understand. In his mother's eyes, no matter how old he is, he's still a child. Wu Guisheng looked at her in disbelief.
Age?
You dare to say that? Then my 3 sons are also young. Should I push you into the cellar? The bicycle was originally ours. What do you mean by we can return it? You act like we forced you to give it back. That's so funny. Wu Guisheng continued, "Let me tell you, this matter won't be so easy to settle. From the moment you dared to take our bicycle, you should have been prepared." Shinfen's forced smile froze. This old woman was determined to hold on and not let go, wasn't she? For a moment, the conversation between the two families fell into a deadlock. The onlookers found it very entertaining. Zhang Guisheng saw this and had to step in as a peacemaker. "All right, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wu, since you are the oldest members of both families, I want to say a few words." Wu Guisheng still respected him and nodded. "Team leader, go ahead." Zhang silently looked at Zhang Guisheng. He thought for a moment and said, "This matter isn't small, but also not big. It mainly depends on how you two families decide to handle it. The bicycle is here now, so Aunt Wu, you can take it back. Then, since your family used the bicycle for several days, I'll ask them to pay a fair price as compensation. As for the fight, both sides were injured, so you can each take responsibility. Does that sound okay? Let's not involve the police." That would be too much trouble and not good to spread around. Zhang Guisheng earnestly spoke, hoping both people would accept his advice. He said that although both sides had some losses in reality, the Su family didn't suffer much harm. His reason for saying this was because Zhang Hao's pushing Wu Guixiang was more serious. Since they balanced out, it was okay. However, Zhang's wife suddenly exploded.
What?
Compensation?
Impossible.
She was okay with the bicycle, but why pay money? Paying money would mean losing her life. You think I can't? I can't either. Wu Guixiang refused to back down. They caused so much trouble, and all they want is some money? That's just wishful thinking. The two women refused to give in at all. Zhang Guisheng felt a pounding headache. Seeing Vang's proud attitude made his anger rise. He tried to speak for their family, hoping to make the situation smaller. But she only made things worse, dragging everything out. In a moment, Zhang Guisheng didn't want to bother with his family anymore. But as the team leader, he still had to do something. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhang, "Fine, no money? Then let your son Zhang Hao go sit by the fence. That way, you'll save money. If Zhang Hao is sitting by the fence, what's the point of him getting married?" His words were harsh. Zhang's wife immediately changed color. "Zhang Guisheng, why are you cursing my grandson?" She was so angry she didn't even call him team leader anymore. Zhang Guisheng couldn't believe it. She was yelling at him? "Enough, mother, if you say another word," Shunfan quickly said. Offending others wasn't a big deal, but offending the team leader could ruin the Zhang family's life in Zhangjia village. She looked at Wu Guixiang. "Aunt Wu, we will pay the money. Do you have any other conditions?"
Just tell us.
If the Zhang family had 800 tricks, Shunfan had 799. She clearly heard Wu Guixiang's implied meaning earlier. She had other conditions. Wu Guixiang didn't answer her. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xinlan, who had been silent and trying not to draw attention. Second daughter-in-law. Mother. Zhang Xinlan suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and looked at her carefully. Wu Guixiang's eyes narrowed slightly, looking cold. Second daughter-in-law. Do you want your nephew to sit by the fence? Shunfan, Zhang Cheng, and Zhang's wife all looked at Zhang Xinlan at once. She became the focus of everyone's attention. Mother, what are you saying? Of course I don't want that. Zhang Xinlan shook her head like a rattle. Although she felt a bit disappointed by how her family handled things this time, she wouldn't let her nephew sit by the fence. Shen took a deep breath. Wu Guixiang smiled and said, "All right, today you can choose whether to call the police or not."
Huh?
Zhang Xinlan was stunned. After reacting, she shook her head quickly. "No, Mom, we won't call." "It's okay not to call," Wu nodded. Just as the Zhang family started to feel relieved, Wu Guixiang spoke again. "You don't have to call the police, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Zhang Xinlan was confused. Wu's eyes swept over all the Zhang family members and slowly said, "From now on, you are not allowed to give anything to your maternal family, not even a needle or a thread." When she said this, everyone in the Zhang family, including Zhang Xinlan and Su Adong, was stunned. Wu Guixiang looked serious. She didn't care about a little money, but her second daughter-in-law was still part of the family. If she really called the police, Wu believed she would hold a grudge, and the conflict would only grow worse. Although the Zhang family was shameless in doing this, the trouble started because of the second daughter-in-law. If she hadn't been so focused on her maternal family and hesitated to insist on taking back the bicycle, things wouldn't have escalated. The Zhang family knew her thoughts and dared to act because of that. Wu Guixiang's real goal was to cut off her second daughter-in-law's idea of helping her maternal family. That was her true purpose. Otherwise, if they got the bicycle back, it might be taken away again in the future, second bicycle, third bicycle. She wanted to eliminate future problems. That old lady from the Su family is too ruthless. Isn't she just cutting her daughter off from her maternal family? I think it's because the Zhang family went too far. The Su family couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah, everyone in our village knows that the Zhang girl always helps her maternal family. If my son married a daughter-in-law like that, I couldn't accept it. But this is too much. Parents raise their children, and they should be cared for even when they grow up. That makes sense. It does seem a bit heartless. Even Zhang Guisheng felt it was not quite right. His own daughter was married, and once she left, she would cut ties with the family. He couldn't accept that either. He tried to speak gently. Aunt Wu, isn't this a bit too harsh? Captain, I know you're trying to persuade us to make peace, but you don't understand the situation. These are my conditions, Wu Guisheng said. Zhang Guisheng hesitated and couldn't say anything more. Only Su Aimin seemed to truly understand his mother's feelings, and he smiled. Dumbfounded, Zhang Xinlan couldn't understand. She looked at Wu Guisheng with a colon. Mother, this is my maternal family. How can I ignore everything? Wouldn't that make people look down on us? Exactly, because this is your maternal family, I only ask you to promise this. Otherwise, I would have already handed them over to the police, Wu Guisheng replied. Seeing her mother's firm eyes, Su Aimin moved his lips but didn't say anything. Your Zhang family isn't just you. Has your eldest sister, second sister, or fourth sister ever sent a bicycle home? Has your younger brother Zhang Chun worked hard or earned any work points in these years? He's lazy and doesn't try to improve himself. Su Aimin's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe his mother had said two idioms in one breath. Wu Guisheng turned to look at Zhang Shi. You've raised your 4 daughters well, taking care of your maternal family. Their in-laws can tolerate it, but our Su family can't. From now on, don't even think about making them benefit from us, she said firmly and confidently. Zhang Shi was so angry she trembled all over. She looked at Wu Guisheng with hatred, wishing she could swallow her whole. What are you talking about? I can't take care of my own daughters? There's no reason in the world why daughters shouldn't honor their mother. Wu Guisheng, you're going too far. Respect is fine, but stealing from our Su family, to do so isn't. Wu Guisheng said strongly. She looked at Zhang Xinlan. I won't force you. You can choose yourself. If you don't want me to report to the police and don't want to agree to my conditions, then there's one more option. What is it? Zhang Xinlan asked quickly. You separate from Ai Dang and stay in the Zhang family, Wu Guisheng said calmly, but anyone could hear the seriousness in her tone. She wasn't joking. Zhang Xinlan looked at her in disbelief. At this point, even Su Aimin couldn't help but speak. Mother, you don't speak. Wu Guisheng interrupted him. Our Su family doesn't need someone who always causes trouble for her maternal family. Zhang Xinlan burst into tears. Mrs. Zhang spoke at this moment. Wu Guisheng. What do you mean by letting Lan'er stay with us? She has been married to your family for many years. Are you trying to make Su Adong divorce her? Wu Guisheng looked down on her with disdain. What era are we in? Divorce? That's called ending a marriage. Don't you understand? You're uneducated. Zhang Xinlan's face turned pale like paper. As soon as she heard the word divorce, she shook her head like a rattledrum. I won't divorce, I won't. Mother, don't force me. I'm not forcing you. Just asking you to make a choice, Wu Guisheng said calmly. Mrs. Zhang started to feel anxious. Seeing Wu Guisheng's sincere expression, her heart pounded. Could this old woman really make Lan'er divorce her son? If she divorced, wouldn't she have to come back? Wouldn't she need to rely on her family?
No.
She absolutely cannot let Lan'er divorce. She looked at Lan'er with a wuchu, bitterness on her face.
Forget it, Lena.
Just agree to your mother-in-law. We can endure some hardships, but we can't ruin you.
It was just a simple request.
In the future, who would dare stop her from finding her daughter? Mother. Lana was touched after hearing her mother's words. The coldness she felt earlier disappeared. Go ahead, Mrs. Zhang said reluctantly, her acting skills superb. Wu Guisheng watched her perform with a cold eye. Lan'er looked at her two very different mothers, hesitant. After a long pause, she finally listened to her mother and said to Wu Guisheng, Okay, Mother, I agree. As they say, she and Mrs. Zhang are mother and daughter. She shared her mother's thoughts, believing that once Wu Guisheng's anger subsided, everything would be over. Wu Guisheng could see through their little schemes. She smiled softly.
Good.
Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Wu Guisheng added, From now on, whenever I find out you send something to the Zhang family, I will come to get it. Wu Guixiang keeps her promises. Her harsh words instantly silenced everyone. They looked at each other in silence, unable to speak. All the words had been said. Wu Guixiang waved her hand. Third brother, push the bike. Let's go. Su Aimin pushed the bike and followed her. Now, no one in the Zhang family dared to stop them. Su Aigua glanced at them and silently followed. Lana looked at Su Adong with a sad expression. He sighed and said, You choose for yourself. After speaking, he left the Zhang family's yard. Zhang Xinlan looked at Su Aidong's back and then at Zhang's face, which looked unhappy. She hesitated again and again, but in the end, she still followed out. All the members of the Su family had left, and the Zhang family's show could no longer go on. Zhang Guixiang tiredly waved his hand. Everyone disperse. The villagers watched a big show and left happily. It's easy to imagine that for a long time, the Zhang family would be the topic of conversation in the village. Once everyone had gone, only 4 members of the Zhang family looked at their messy home, feeling angry and grinding their teeth. Mom, I hurt, Zhang Hao said with a grimace. Shenfen suddenly had no other thoughts. She felt distressed and said, Take off your shirt quickly, let me see. Zhang Hao took off his shirt. Shenfen looked at the whip marks on his back and was so angry her eyes almost blackened. She trembled and said, That wicked Su family, they are so cruel. My son, wait for me, I'll get medicine for you. She no longer cared about money and took some immediately, heading toward the health clinic. Zhang Hao's whole body hurt badly, but not having his bicycle made him feel even worse. He looked at his father, Zhang Cheng, tears almost in his eyes. Dad, what do we do now? If Qingqing finds out I don't have a bike, she definitely won't stay with me. No, Dad, think of a way. I must have a bicycle. I want to marry Qingqing. Zhang Qing couldn't help but glare at him. How did he end up with such a son? He couldn't even handle a girl. He thought for a moment, his eyes turning fierce. It's just a girl. How precious can she be? And what's a bicycle for? How? Remember, as long as a woman gives herself to you, she will follow you loyally. Use your brain. Zhang's wife, hearing Zhang Cheng's words, also brightened her eyes. Yes, how your dad is right. If you really like Qingqing, you need to think of a way. After a few seconds, Zhang Hao understood his father's meaning. He rolled his eyes, a bright light appearing in his eyes, and even the pain from his back didn't bother him much anymore. The Su family caused a big fuss at Zhang's house and took back the bicycle. Wu Guixiang felt very happy. She proudly returned home, but just as she reached the village entrance, she bumped into Su Qingyan coming back from school. Su Qingyan looked at their lively group and asked curiously, Grandma, where are you all going? We're going to get your bicycle, Wu Guixiang said with a nod, hinting it might be from her husband's side. Su Aimin pushed his bicycle and walked beside Su Qingyan. Yunyan, I have to tell you, your grandma was really impressive today. When we went to Zhang's house. He kept talking as they walked, and Su Qingyan listened with wide eyes. Her grandma actually showed great strength at Zhang's place? And that second aunt. Su Qingyan glanced at Zhang Xinlan, who looked lost and sad. She pursed her lips and said nothing. She thought the same as her grandma. Second aunt is too focused on her own family and needs to calm down. It's not wrong to care about your family, but you shouldn't take other people's things. When they arrived home, Zhang Xinlan started cooking on her own. She was unusually quiet, no longer talking much. The others remained normal, chatting and eating as usual. Wu Guixiang also talked to her as before, giving her instructions. Since the second daughter-in-law decided to come back, she wouldn't bring up the matter again. But if she thought everything was over, she was wrong. If she started making small moves again after a break, Wu Guixiang would definitely confront her. Just as she said, once the second daughter-in-law helps her family, she will cause trouble. Wu Guixiang always keeps her word. That night, Su Adong listened to the restless sounds beside him. In the dark, he sighed. Xinlan, don't blame your mother. Your Zhang family really went too far this time. Did you ever think about what could have happened if Aimin hadn't been in the cellar? How badly your mother could have fallen. Zhang Xinlan remained silent. Enough, don't think about it. Your mother is just angry right now. She'll feel better after some time. Just go along with her a little. I understand, Zhang Xinlan said, burying her head in the blanket. Su Weidong thought he had calmed her down and turned to sleep deeply, leaving Xinlan staring at the ceiling until dawn. The next day, Su Qingyan rode her bike to school and learned that her and Jiyu's project had successfully passed the preliminary round and entered the semifinals. The semifinals would be held in the provincial city, where 5 projects would be chosen to go to the capital for the final competition. Already so fast? Su Qingyan looked at Teacher Qin, surprised. Of course, Teacher Qin smiled at her and Jiyu, proud of his students. They said the higher-ups really value this competition, so your submissions were reviewed overnight. 20 works entered the semi-finals across the province, but only 5 will be chosen. You need to work hard. Su Qingyun and Jiyu exchanged glances. When is the semi-final? In a week, Teacher Qin said. For the semi-final, the school will send me with you. Don't worry. Okay, thank you, Teacher Qin. After leaving the office, they walked down the corridor. A gentle spring breeze blew, feeling very comfortable. They looked at each other and smiled.
Su Yun smiled softly.
Congratulations. Jiyu also smiled gently.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the judges at the Provincial Innovation Contest were having a big discussion about the 2 students' works. 3 days ago, the organizing committee collected all the entries and started judging. Because the students' education levels varied greatly, the quality of the works was very different. Some students created small inventions, while others submitted all kinds of things, including a wooden airplane. One judge was surprised and said, "How did this kind of work get submitted? This is a science and technology innovation contest, not a children's craft fair." Another judge sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Our education system is uneven. I expected this before the contest started. Our educational task is still very important and challenging." The judges looked at each other with serious expressions. "Let's keep going. Maybe we'll find some surprises," the lead judge said to comfort everyone. But deep down, he didn't have high hopes. He was just trying to comfort others and himself. Although the quality of the works wasn't great, many entries came from different cities and counties. The judges worked day and night, feeling dizzy and exhausted, but they couldn't find many good works. Outside, it was getting dark, and the night was thick. Inside the judging room, the lights were still on. The lead judge, tired, pressed his forehead and decided to let everyone rest for a while. He casually picked up the next work, a small radio. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He was playing with the small radio and wondered, is this really a student's work? He put down the radio and picked up the detailed report submitted along with the work. He looked at it carefully. As soon as he saw the first line of words, he instantly sat up straight, focused completely, and all his fatigue disappeared. He looked carefully at the text, so much so that he didn't even hear the people around him calling. "What's wrong with old Zhao?" whispered the judge nearby. Could it be that he saw a really good piece? He moved closer to take a look together. This contestant, the chief judge, Zhao Ruiguang, finally lifted his head from the report, his eyes shining brightly. Zhao Ruiguang was breathing quickly. He quickly handed the report to Sun Sui, who had come closer, and said rapidly, "You must see this. Genius, absolute genius. Is it really that good?" Sun Sui suspiciously opened the report and started reading line by line. At first, he looked careless, but gradually his expression became serious, then shocked, then unable to believe what he saw. This. Sun Sui started to speak incoherently. "Where is it? Let me see." He couldn't wait to look. Zhao Ruiguang had already picked up the tape recorder and was examining it carefully. Turns out, it wasn't just a radio, it was a tape recorder. It combined the functions of a radio and a recording and playback device. This was no simple feat. They weren't just inventing a machine that could record and play sounds. They built this on top of a radio, which made it much more difficult, almost exponentially harder. Among all the diverse works, such a piece was like a rare pearl hidden in gravel, precious and standing out from the crowd. Although Zhao Ruiguang didn't want to use such words, He truly couldn't find a better way to describe it. Sun Sui also started examining the tape recorder carefully. He tested every button on it, and after confirming that what was written in the report was not just empty talk, his face turned bright red with excitement. The leader was right. On our vast Chinese land, there are always talented people waiting for us to discover. This science and technology competition was definitely worth holding. Zhao Ruiguang nodded in agreement, full of admiration. That's true. The most important thing for a country's development is nurturing young talent. By the way, Sun Sui suddenly said, where is this contestant from? Do you think we can focus on training them later? Zhao Ruiguang looked at the competition list again, searching for information about the entries. He examined it carefully and was a bit surprised. This piece was created by two students, Su Qingyun and Ji Yu. They are both from Luoshui County, and the girl is even from Luoshui Village, a rural area. From the countryside? Sun Sui exclaimed, looking a little doubtful. He and Zhao Ruiguang exchanged a glance and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They had thought that students capable of creating such difficult work would have received top-level education, at least from the city.
But now,
these two are from rural areas? Their breathing grew a little faster, and their excitement increased. These were raw, unpolished gems. How could they not be excited? If these two children already had this level now, what if they received the best education? Thinking about this possibility, both of them became eager and ready to act. Zhao Ruiguang smiled and said, I can't wait to see them in the semi-finals. Me too, Sun Sui nodded. Neither of them objected to Su Qingyun and Ji Yu advancing to the semi-finals. If they had objections, then almost all the other entries wouldn't even be considered. Next, they handed Su Qingyun and Ji Yu's work to other judges for review. Everyone was excited, and the decision to let them advance was unanimous. The appearance of Su Qingyun and Ji Yu reinvigorated the judging team. They continued to look at the works in their hands, as if sifting for gold. Of course, Su Qingyun and Ji Yu didn't know about this excitement and thrill. All they knew was that they had been notified to participate in the semi-finals in the provincial capital. When Su Qingyun told her family about it, Su Aimin's face turned pale. How long have you been back, and now you have to go again? Wu Guixiang slapped Su Aimin on the head. What kind of words are you saying as a father? It's a good thing that your daughter is going to compete. Didn't you hear? There are only 20 spots in the whole province, and Yun has taken one of them. That's a great honor. She didn't understand much about science or innovation competitions. She just heard there were only 20 contestants from the whole province, and her eyes lit up. She didn't pay attention to anything else. Su Aimin was scolded by his mother and could only endure his frustration. All right, honor, honor. He was not proud of his daughter, but he truly felt she was too busy. She was so young and already doing so many things. He felt sorry for her. Yun, when will you go? Dad will go with you this time, Su Aimin said. He was truly shocked when Su Qingyun mentioned the Qingbei Street matter last time. This time, he wouldn't let the child go alone again. No need, Dad. Su Qingyun shook her head. This time, our teacher will go with us. It's for the school's competition, so no worries. That's better. Su Aimin felt a bit relieved after hearing that and no longer insisted on accompanying her. Wu Guixiang looked at him, feeling it was better that way. She curiously asked Su Qingyun, baby, after you finish the semi-finals, what happens next? Is it over? Do you get a prize? Her tone was confident, never doubting that Su Qingyun wouldn't win. She believed her baby was the best. There was no way she wouldn't get an award. Su Qingyun smiled and said, Grandma, the semi-finals are not the end. There's also the finals, where 5 works will be chosen from the semi-finals. Are the finals also in the provincial city? Wu Guixiang asked. No, Su Qingyun shook her head. The finals are in Beijing. Beijing? Wu Guixiang was shocked. That's so far away. For her, an old lady who had only been to the county, Beijing seemed like it was in the sky, unimaginable. The competition will be held in Beijing, Su Qingyun patiently explained. Sitting nearby, Qining was sewing clothes and listening to their conversation with a smile. When she heard the word Beijing, her movements suddenly stopped, and the needle almost pricked her hand. Su Qingyun turned to look at her mother. Qining looked a bit absent-minded. She held Qingying's hand and said, "Mom, when I make it to the finals and go to Beijing, will you go with me?"
What?
I go with you? Qining was stunned, unsure what to say. Mom, don't you want to go back to Beijing and see it? Su Qingyun asked softly. Qining opened her mouth. How could she not want to go back and see? She thought about it day and night. Then, we'll go to Beijing together, Su Qingyun said. Qining looked into her daughter's caring eyes, nodded silently, and softly said, "Okay. Let's go back and see that Beijing she's been dreaming of."